The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows, which I certainly hope if you're tuning into this you like old radio shows, because if not, this probably isn't the program for you. But anyway, before we get on with the shows, it is Thursday, June the 19th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1306 AD, the Earl of Pembroke's army defeats Robert the Bruce's Scottish army at the Battle of Methven. In 1829, Robert Peel introduces the Metropolitan Police Act of 1829 into Parliament to establish a unified police force for London, the city's most modern police force. And in fact, that is where the slang term of calling police officers peelers or bobbies comes from, because it was Robert Peel who created them. In 1862, slavery outlawed in U.S. territories. In 1865, Union General Gordon Granger declares slaves are free in Texas. Now the end of slavery is celebrated across the U.S. In 1944, day one of the two-day Battle of the Philippine Sea, U.S. naval forces defeat the Japanese fleet in World War II. In 1991, Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar surrenders to Belize. In 2015, Pixar's animated film Inside Out is released. In 1960, Loretta Lynn records I'm a Honky Tonk Woman. In 1867, First Belmont Stakes, Gilpatrick aboard Ruthless wins at 3 minutes 5 seconds. Born on this day, James I of England, who is also James VI of Scotland, Basil Pascal, Douglas Haig, Jose Rosell, Radova Kardovic, Boris Johnson, Mo Howard, Paula Abdul, Jean Durjan, Zoe Saldana, Macklemore, doesn't he have a first name? And Lou Gehrig. Dying on this day, Nathaniel Green, Joseph Banks, F.L. Rosenberg, Thomas J. Watson, Sam Giancana, James Gandolfini. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 228 regarding a holdup at 439 South Broadway in the Pig and Whistle Cafe. The bandits are there now. That's all. Rosenquist.
Tonight, the West's most popular broadcast brings you news of fitting companion products to Rio Grande's great cracked gasoline. 2 new oils, the newest and finest sold in the West, Rio Lube and Rio Grande, Pennsylvania. Think of it, oils that will withstand any motor heat or car speed. You cannot break them down with the fastest driving and the hottest weather. Yet at the instant of starting, they will flow freely through your motor even in 0 temperature. They cannot gum up your valves. Valves won't stick if you regularly use these oils. All carbon-forming elements, sludge, and other foreign matter that are present in many motor oils are removed from Rio Lube and Rio Grande, Pennsylvania. These oils have tremendous film strength, the quality that acts as a cushion in protecting the moving parts of your motor from friction and wear, thus ensuring long life and low operating costs for your car. Rio Lube and Rio Grande, Pennsylvania are completely de-waxed and de-jellied, making it possible for you to use a lighter weight oil, which cuts down oil drag and increases your gasoline mileage. They are the newest and finest motor oils in this market, yet they cost no more than many inferior brands. When you call at your Rio Grande dealers tomorrow for cracked gasoline, ask about these new oils. They will give your car greater protection over more miles at less cost than any other type of motor oil. Tonight's story is taken from the files of the police department of the city of Los Angeles, and we have therefore asked Chief James E. Davis to open our program. Chief Davis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The habitual criminal has no right to freedom. That is a strong statement, but from events that took place in the case we are to hear tonight, you will see why I can make that statement. It is my belief that parole laws should be tightened to make it impossible for old offenders to walk out of prison after serving a small part of their sentence. If such laws had been universally enforced in this country, at least one of the criminals involved would not have perpetrated the crimes we are to hear tonight. I believe that no police officer should be asked to risk his life arresting known criminals caught in the act of committing a crime. However, I shall reserve further comment on this case for the end of the program.
The 400 block of South Broadway was packed with after-holiday bargain seekers. Above a doorway, a little pink pig danced to the tune of his own tiny flute, and the January sun streamed down on the teeming throngs. Beneath the pink-nosed pig, men and women passed into the mirrored cafe beyond. Into the cafe strode a man, obviously a stranger. He found a vacant place at the counter and gave an order to the attendant.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yes. What do you have this morning?
Well, I'll have orange juice and a couple eggs over easy, some white toast with coffee.
Want some bacon with that?
Listen, did I ask you for it?
Oh, no, sir. Excuse me. Want the toast buttered?
Yes, please. And throw some potatoes on with the eggs, will you?
Yes, sir.
Don't look now, pal, but you're being held up.
Keep
Keep your trap button, and you won't get hurt. Give me the ice.
Listen, I don't
Pipe
know.
down. Here, give me that wallet. That's it. Now just take that little black bag you got between your feet, and I'd be on my way. Thanks, pal. So long.
Taking the briefcase which the man had carried, the stranger walked rapidly to the door. His companion, standing beside the cashier's counter, joined him. 2 seats away from the robbed man sat Special Deputy A.J. Brown. His keen eyes had caught the swift drama in the mirror behind the counter. Now, as the bandits reached the door, Brown drew his gun and fired.
Shot, Danny, I'm shot! That's the you. Get him, the bandit.
Stop that man. I'll forget that man. Hold up there.
Off the bag. There's on the sidewalk.
Hey, what's going on here? That man running down the street just helped a man arrested here. Well, get him. The
Ever catch him in this crowd?
Yeah, if he stays out in the open, we'll have a chance.
Ducking into Broadway. Let's go.
There's a sail on down there. Too many people ever get hold of that guy.
Yeah, might as well take it easy and check up on the bird I shot here.
Yeah, it's a cinch we'll never get through that crowd of women in the Broadway.
And you never get to Hill Street in time to head him off either.
That's right. Let's go back to the cafe.
Don't know what's happening to me. Didn't shoot as well as I used to.
Excited, probably.
Yeah, one of the smoothest jobs I ever saw pulled.
How so?
Those monkeys walked in and took that fellow's briefcase as calmly as if they'd been pals of his.
Yeah. Well, I see Risden's here. Looks like he's got things under control.
Yeah, he got here about the same time you did.
How's the fellow who was shot, Risden?
Looks like he's paralyzed, hit in the back of the neck.
Can he talk?
Don't think so.
Where's the fellow who was held up?
Yeah, right here, officer. I was just telling this other officer
Pardon me,
here
Mr. Lippitz.
Yeah?
I sent for an ambulance, Dries. You get Mr. Lippitt's statement. I'll take care of things around here.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lippitz, what happened?
Bill, I come in and I sat down over there and I gave the girl my order. She just started to bring my orange juice. Tomato juice.
It doesn't matter.
All right, right in here, boys. Come on, make way, you people. Move on. Give 'em rum.
Well, anyway, she just left. The girl, I mean. When this fellow who robbed me come up and sort of leaned up against me.
Did he say anything?
Yeah, he said, don't look now, but you're being held up.
You have a gun?
Yeah, sort of a short snub-nosed gun.
How big?
Well, I don't know exactly, but it looked like a cannon to me.
What did he do next?
Well, he reached in my pocket, this one right here, and he took my wallet, and then he reached down and got my briefcase, and he just started walking out.
Did you try to stop him?
Oh, no.
Well, they just loaded the one I shot into the wagon and started him to the hospital.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he didn't hurt much. He'll be able to talk.
Fine.
Here's a pair of dark glasses I found on the sidewalk outside. Kid picked up this gun in the gutter.
We got the briefcase and the wallet just outside, too. Other bird dropped him when he started to run.
Say, what's in that wallet and that briefcase? That bird seemed to want it awful bad.
Well, that was diamonds.
Diamonds?
How many?
Well, about $90,000 worth.
What?
$90,000.
No wonder the bandits were in a hurry, huh?
Say, wait a minute. These aren't just tin horn hold-up boys. They've been casing this job for a long time, if I'm any judge. This is a job for the robbery squad to get on right away.
Within 15 minutes from the time the bandit was shot, Detective Lieutenants George Gibson and E.E. Rambaud, together with Special Deputy Sheriff Brown, arrived at the hospital to question the suspect.
Oh, boys, want to see our tough friend?
And how? Rombo and Gibson here have a few questions for him.
You won't talk. Promise you that, Rombo.
Well, maybe not, but we'll try anyway.
Confident, isn't it, Gibson?
Well, Doc, we usually get him sooner or later.
Well, hop to it. Good luck.
Is he badly hurt, Doc?
Oh, I don't think so. He seems to think he's dying. But I doubt if he's very seriously wounded. However, the bullet's pretty close to the spinal cord. You never can tell about those things. He may pass on.
That sort of puts us on the spot, doesn't it, George?
Yes, it does. I hate to shoot a lot of questions at a fellow when he's in pretty bad shape that way, but on the other hand, we can't take a chance that what he knows will be lost to us if he does die.
I don't see how you boys can afford to take a chance.
Well, shoot yourselves, all I say. I don't see why the bullet didn't kill him outright. It doesn't look very serious now, but you know how those things are.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk to him.
Joe, Lieutenant Gibson and Rambaud want to ask you some questions.
Go away, coppers.
Oh, take it easy, Joe. We aren't going to hurt you.
No, we just want to know who the bird was who was with you.
You get away?
Yeah, I missed him.
So you're the mug who shot me, are you? I'll get you for that.
Now, take it easy, Joe. Now, don't get yourself excited. It might be too bad for you.
You mean I might kick off?
Yeah, something like that.
Won't that be a joke on the cops?
Are you willing to tell us about yourself, Joe?
Sure. Why not? I ain't gonna be here long. I'll spill about me.
Well, that's more like it.
Don't get me wrong, copper. I ain't squealing on my pal, see?
Why not? He didn't seem to worry about what happened to you.
That's what you think. Never mind, skip it. What do you want to know?
What's your name?
Joey Ray.
That's your real name?
It'll do.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fighter.
Live in Los Angeles?
For the time being.
You'll be here a long time, unless I miss my guess.
Yeah.
Who was the fellow with you?
His name was Jack.
What's the rest of it?
I don't know.
Don't try to kid us.
I don't know.
Where'd you meet him?
6 in Maine.
When?
About an hour before we pulled the job.
You
You expect us to believe that?
Where do I care what you believe?
Well, how'd you happen to know about those diamonds?
I didn't know anything about them. It was Jack's idea.
Yeah? How's that?
He said he knew where there was an easy take. Wanted to know if I wanted in on it. I was broke, so I told him I did. He said it was over on Broadway. When we got over there, he said we'd go in and get a cup of coffee. I didn't know he was going to hold up anybody in that joint.
Well, I saw you holding a gun on the cashier. How do you explain that?
When we got inside, Jack shoves his gun in my hand and he says, "Stay here." I thought the cashier was a friend of his, so I just stood there and kidded with it.
Oh, Brown, I understand this fellow had the briefcase when he fell.
That's right.
How did that happen?
Jack come over to where I was standing, handed the satchel to me. He said, "Let's beat it."
Then what happened?
I don't know. I started out the door, and then all of a sudden, something hits me in the back of the neck. I heard gunshots. That's all I know about it.
You mean to tell us you didn't know anything about this holdup until you got into that restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, you're lying, Ray.
Yeah. Let's see you make me tell you anything else.
Maybe you won't talk now, but you'll talk plenty later.
That's what you hope, copper.
Well, let's go. We won't get anything more out of him today.
Or any other day, Flatfoot.
How'd you make out, boy?
Not so good.
Oh, all we got out of him was his name and a pack of alibis.
Yeah, and about the flimsiest story I ever heard.
No dope at all?
All we got so far in this case is a pair of brown sunglasses Risden found on the sidewalk, the gun the bandit threw away, and a blank overcoat that was picked up in the Broadway basement.
He evidently threw it away as he went through to Hill Street.
And this looks like a well-planned job to me, boys.
Yes, it does. The fact that the bandit knew Lippitz, knew exactly where his wallet was, indicates that.
Coupled with the fact that he didn't try to get anything else except the wallet and the briefcase.
If he'd tried to hold up the rest of us, it might look like one of those spur-of-the-moment things.
Yeah.
No, I'm positive that we got a pretty smart set of crooks to deal with.
Well, it's a cinch we aren't going to catch him sitting here. Let's check with Hopkins about the fingerprints on the glasses and the gun. Find any prints on that gun, Hopkins?
No.
Well, how about the sunglasses?
Well, I got one swell thumbprint off them.
Just one print? Well, that means we'd have to look at 300,000 prints to find whom that belonged to.
That's right. And even if we make a search of the single print file, we've still got 12,000 prints to look at.
Well, that's impossible on the face of it.
You're right. No, boys, I am afraid you're going to have to get something more than this for me to work from.
Hey, is this the overcoat they found in the basement of the Broadway? The one on the table here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Looks like Brown was doing some fine shooting at this baby.
Yeah, here's a nice bullet cut across the shoulder.
What's that?
Oh, it looks like a spool of adhesive tape. Yeah, that's what it is. Can you get any prints off this, Hop?
I doubt it.
Well, might as well see what you can do with it.
Here's the personal effect card of that mug in the hospital.
Let me see it. Look here, George.
Yeah?
Here's a card that says Star Cleaners and Dyers, Market Street, San Francisco. I wonder...
Let's see what the San Francisco police know about this bird, huh?
Hey, didn't Lippitz say something about having been in San Francisco when we questioned him?
That's right. Come to think about it, he did.
George, you know what I think?
Nope.
I think this is a well-planned job. Those two fellows followed Lippitz down here and knocked him over.
Boy, they really wasted a lot of time, didn't they?
I'll say.
However, this isn't getting a teletype working to San Francisco. And we want Joe Ray's record.
San Francisco's reply to the teletype message was speedy and enlightening. Joey Ray, alias Joey Rich, had been arrested in San Francisco for robbery, but through a technicality had appealed from a conviction, and his second trial resulted in a hung jury and dismissal of the case. Joey Ray had been turned loose to go his devious way unmolested. Gibson and Rambo studied the message for further information.
Hey, George, there's another part of that teletype from the north.
Any more dope on our boyfriend?
Lots of it. Seems he had an accomplice in that San Francisco holdup, a fellow from New York. But he escaped and is still at large, according to this message.
Probably our pig and whistle boy who got away again. Got his name there?
Yep. Nessie Blue.
Sounds like a dress goods color.
Yeah, doesn't it? As an alias of Bill Lewis. Dark, 5'6", 30 years old, professional boxer. Has a criminal record as long as your arm.
Well, and it's a cinch we've got his mug in our files.
Well, let's dig it out and see if we can get an identification. Boy, if this is the right name, we ought to have a lead pipe cinch on this.
I hope we got something this time.
Hey, Hopkins, let's see what you've got on Nessie Blue, alias Bill Lewis.
Who's he?
Well, we got a tip from San Francisco that he might be the bird Joey Ray was with on that diamond job.
What did you say that name was?
Blue. Nessie Blue. Or Bill Lewis.
Blue, huh?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Yeah, here he is. Is that your man?
Let's have a look at him.
Well, fits the description all right, doesn't he?
Looks like it.
Well, what's wrong with checking his prints?
Hey, you've got something there.
Try and make something of it.
Now, let's take a look at this thing. Well, it looks like it. Nope, nothing doing, boys. Not the same prints.
What? Take another look.
No use, boys. They don't match.
Are you positive?
What's eating you guys? Sure, I'm positive. How long do you think a guy has to be in this racket before he learns his business?
Okay, keep your shirt on. We'll take your word for it.
After all, these glasses may have been handled by half a dozen people before we got them. We don't have any evidence that this thumbprint on the glasses belongs to the hold-up man.
Say, George, did you send for Brown and the other witnesses?
Yeah, they'll be here in a few minutes.
Well, let's show them a bunch of pictures and see if they can pick this bird Blue out of the bunch.
Okay by me. Give us a flock of mug pictures, Hop.
Well, here you are. Here's about 6 of them.
Come on, George. We've got a lead on the boys who held you up, Mr. Lippitz. We want you to take a look at these pictures and see if you can pick out the bandit who robbed you.
Well, I'm sure that I can.
I'd know him if I saw him.
How about you, Brown?
Well, I don't know. I might.
Well, here they are. See what you can do.
Let's see. That's not the one. No, it ain't that one. No, not that one either.
That looks like him.
No, this man's a bigger man.
Oh, maybe he is at that.
Say, here's one that looks like him.
Let me look. That's the man.
How about it, Brown?
Well, I'm not sure. Looks a lot like him, same build and all, but, well, I can't be sure.
Say, I'm almost positive that that's the man.
Are you willing to swear to it?
Well, not from the picture, but if I could see the man, I could tell quick enough.
I believe if you find this bird, you'll have a pretty good line on your bandit.
I'm sure he's the man.
Well, this fellow's a friend of the man you shot, Brown. He was picked up with Joe Ray on the job in San Francisco.
Say, that's where I saw that fella. I remember now, that fella that got shot. I saw him several times hanging around the hotel where I used to live. Yeah, I saw him in the coffee shop.
Well, and the chances are the fellow who was with him was Nessie Blue.
Let's see what the teletype can do for us on that score.
In view of the fact that Blue was also wanted for murder by the Chicago police, the chances of his being apprehended were good. Meantime, Joey Ray was giving a surprise to both the hospital staff and the police. Instead of dying from a wound that would have killed an ordinary man, Ray was actually thriving on his hospital sojourn. 8 weeks after his capture, he stood in court.
Now, Joe, you admit you participated in this robbery?
Yes, sir, I was there, but I didn't have anything to do with it. It's just like I told the cops. This bird shoves a gun into my hand and tells me to stay put while he lifts the diamonds from the salesman. That's all I know about it, Your Honor.
How old are you, Joe?
18, Your Honor.
What? Why, Your Honor, this man's police record shows his age as 26. What about that, Joe?
I don't know how that got there, Your Honor, because I ain't but 18.
Has the district attorney any proof that this man is older than he claims? No, Your Honor, we haven't. However, when he was admitted to the hospital, he gave his age as 20. Is that true, Joe?
Yes, sir, but you see, I was pretty confused, being shot and all, so I didn't know exactly what I was telling him.
Well, in the light of your own statement as to your guilt, and in view of your minority, I see nothing to do but to send you to the state reformatory for the next 3 years. And at the end of that time, order your return to the jurisdiction of this court for further disposition. That's all.
Yes, sir.
While the search was going on for Nessie Blue, Joey Ray became a model prisoner at the State Reformatory for exactly 6 weeks. One moonless night, Joey Ray walked off the Reformatory reservation and sallied forth for parts unknown. Early in April, interesting news came from Minneapolis. Nessie Blue had been shot and captured while staging a holdup in that city. Thorough investigation of his activities during the preceding 4 months established definitely that he was not in Los Angeles in January. Gibson and Rambo thus found themselves in a blind alley. Determined to run their party to earth, the two officers began anew their investigations. Then came a sudden break of luck.
George, I got a tip on that diamond case.
It's about time we got something on that deal.
You remember that girl we picked up on suspicion? The one who lives out on 6th Street, close to Westlake?
The blonde dame?
Yeah. Well, she's due here in a couple of minutes, and she told me over the phone that she had some information for us.
What kind of information?
Oh, that's probably our girlfriend now. Come in, Ann. Sit down. You know George Gibson, don't you?
Ah, sure, I remember him. How are you?
Fine. Rambo tells me that you have some dope on the diamond robbery.
Well, I don't know whether it's worth much, but it's something I overheard in the lobby of the hotel where I live.
And what was it?
Well, I was sitting close to two men who were reading the paper one afternoon, and one of them said something about the diamond robbery, and the other one said, them dumb cops won't ever find that bird. They're looking for the wrong man.
Dumb cops, eh?
That's what he said. Then this other fella, he spoke up and said if they'd look around Frisco for Danny Williams, they might get somewhere.
Danny Williams?
That's the name he used.
Wait a minute. I'm going to call Hopkins. Give me Hopkins, fingerprints.
They say where this monkey might be in San Francisco, Ann?
No, that was all he said about him. Just Danny Williams in San Francisco.
Hello, Hop. Now, look. See what you can find in the file on a bird named Williams. Danny Williams. I'll wait.
These fellows you overheard, have they been living at the hotel long?
Not very. One of them came from up north himself.
They probably know something about this case, all right.
Did they say anything else about this fellow?
Only something about him running around with Joey Ray, that fellow who was shot.
I'd like to be able to ask that bird a few questions. Hello? Yeah. Arrested San Francisco, 1932. Burglary. Oh, he beat the rap, huh? Okay. What else? Alias Nathan Katz? What's his description? 150 pounds, 5 feet 6, 30 years old, professional boxer. Well, that's more like it. Oh, fight manager, eh? Immaculate dresser. Wears tailored clothes. You got his prints? Okay, check that print we got off that diamond robbery job against Mr. Williams, will you? Thanks, Hop. Well, looks like that was a hot tip, Ann.
I hope so. I've been wanting to do something to repay you boys for getting me out of that jam I was in.
Oh, that wasn't anything. We're just as anxious to help people as we are to send them to jail.
Maybe so, but just the same, I'm grateful to you fellas.
Robbery, Gibson speaking. They are? He is? Okay, thanks, Hop. Nathan Katz or Danny Williams, as you please, is the bird whose thumbprint was on those sunglasses.
Again, wires hummed. Complete descriptions of Danny Williams went to police departments throughout the country. From Salt Lake City came news.
Danny Williams, alias Nathan Katz, seen in Salt Lake today. Does Los Angeles want him held?
Most assuredly, Los Angeles did. A prompt wire to that effect resulted in an intensive search, but the quarry had flown. Then on July 30th, there came news from San Francisco.
Danny Williams being held by San Francisco police. Will Los Angeles send for him?
The early morning sun of August 1st found Detectives Gibson and Rambo burning the coast highway as they sped northward after the long-sought prisoner. On September 26th, dapper Danny Williams stood in the court of Judge William S. Baird in Los Angeles.
Oh, what do you think now, Danny?
It's a cinch. Ain't I beat all the raps I've been picked for? You can't hang this on me. You watch.
That's your new overcoat we do, Danny.
Yep.
Call Danny Williams.
That's me, boys. Watch me do my stuff.
You've already been sworn, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Take the stand. Proceed with your examination.
You're known as Nathan Katz and as Danny Williams?
Yep.
Ever been in jail?
Nah.
Ever been arrested before?
Lots of times.
Ever been convicted?
No, they can't no rap on me.
I move the answer be stricken from the record as not responsive.
Sounded pretty responsive to me. However, it shall be stricken.
did you, on the morning of January 11th, enter the Pig and Whistle Cafe at 439 South Broadway and, under menace of this gun, take a bag containing $90,000 worth of diamonds from one Emmanuel Lippitz?
I never heard of him.
Were you in that cafe on the morning in question?
No, I was not.
Were you ever in that cafe?
Not as far as I know.
Do you know a man named Ray, Joey Ray?
Never heard of him.
Did you ever see these sunglasses before?
Nah.
Ever see this gun before?
No, I don't carry guns.
Did you ever see this overcoat before?
Nah.
Do you know that the tailor's label in this overcoat is the same as the label in the suit you had on when you were arrested in San Francisco?
Oh, no, you don't. I tore that one.
You did what?
Nothing. I never saw it before.
I request the court's permission to have the defendant put this coat on and show the jury whether or not it fits him.
Permission granted.
Would you mind just showing us that this coat isn't yours, that it won't fit you?
Sure, I'll put it on. It ain't my coat.
All right. Right down here, if you please. There you are. I'll hold it for you.
Thanks. There. You see, it don't fit me.
Well, let's see if we pull it down on you like this. Uh-huh. That's better. Just let your shoulders down, Mr. Williams. I think you'll find it quite comfortable. That's all, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Next to you.
That is our case, Your Honor.
The jury may retire.
Well, Danny, what do you think now?
Nuts.
You don't seem so confident, Williams.
Too bad you have to have such a yen for tailored overcoats, Danny.
Where did you find that coat?
Where you dropped it? In the Broadway basement?
And what is the idea of the adhesive tape in the pocket, Danny?
I was going to take that guy with me if he got tough, or if he didn't have the diamonds with him.
Still think you're going to beat this rap, Williams?
Sure.
Well, you'll soon find out. Here comes the jury.
Have the jury received a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
You may read the verdict.
We, the jury, in the above action, find the defendant, Danny Williams, guilty as charged of robbery in the first degree.
Well, Danny, looks like you didn't beat this one.
Looks that way.
Too bad, Danny.
Yeah. Well, boys, you win. You hung this one on me. I didn't think you could do it. Too bad, too. I needed that new overcoat.
In just a moment, we will hear again from Chief Davis. Friends, when I say that Rio Lube in Rio Grande, Pennsylvania are the newest and finest motor oils sold in the West, I mean exactly that. They are backed by the largest research and development laboratory in the United States. The same type of oil is used by 8 major airlines, 150 railroads, fleets of ships, and motorists in 45 nations of the world. Rio Lube is a de-waxed, de-jellied, super-refined, 100% paraffin base oil sealed in tamper-proof cans and delivered to you through all the red and white Rio Grande stations at only 25 cents a quart. Accept no substitute for Rio Lube. It will give you greater protection over more miles at less cost than any other type of motor oil. And now, Chief Davis.
In less than 4 minutes after the prosecution closed its case, Danny Williams, alias Nathan Katz, was convicted of first-degree robbery. He was sentenced to serve from 5 years to life in San Quentin prison. Thus did dapper Danny Williams come up against his first real detour on his road of crime. Since the story you have just heard was written, word has been received from New York City of the apprehension of Joey Ray, for whom a bench warrant still exists. He will be returned to serve his original sentence.
Thank you, Chief Davis.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation of broadcast 228 regarding hold-up. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. They satisfy millions.
Sound off, sound off, sound off for Chesterfield. Good evening, folks, a big hello. We're here to start the Crosby Show. There's lots of laughs and plenty of fun, so settle back with a milder one. Sound off, for Chesterfield. Sound off, for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields and do it today. Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter, welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Palm Springs, California, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mayors, and Bing's guests, Miss Fran Warren and Mr. Jimmy Stewart. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, it gives me great pleasure to bring you Chesterfield's singing cowboy, Bing Crosby.
Hey, partner. Partner, I got to bring you up to date. I ain't no singing cowboy. I'm the real thing. I'm a genuine article.
You are, huh?
Yes, sir. Last night I slept away out in the desert with the stars for my blanket and a rock for my pillow.
Real rugged, huh?
Yep. Only cost me $25 a day, too.
That's a bargain. You must have a due bill or something. On the level, Bing, where are you staying?
No, I'm quartered out at the Rogers Ranch Club.
Oh, very swank spot. But I meant to ask you, did you hear that siren go off this morning?
Hear it? I certainly did.
What was that, an air raid warning?
No.
Fire alarm?
No.
What then?
Well, that's an alarm that goes off every time a tourist tries to sneak out of town without a box of dates. Got to have it.
Well, I'm okay. I got mine.
Oh, me too. I got the stuffed models. I got Well, let's do some music, huh, Ken? We got a little number here we're going to do now. It's an old-timer being revived in the current Warner Brothers picture, See You in My Dreams. Red Nichols is going to fill in the empty spots here. Well, it had to be you. Yes, it had to be you. I've traveled around and I finally found somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, could make me be glad just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be me, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they ain't gonna do, for nobody else gives me a thrill. You got your faults, but I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Yes, it had to be you. Oh, it had to be you. I've traveled around And I finally found somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, would make me be glad just to be sad, thinking about you. Some others I've seen might never be me, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they ain't gonna do, for nobody else gives me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. Oh, it had to be you.
The mask is off. Yes, the mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is the first to name all its ingredients, and here they are.
Chesterfield uses the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities, and kept tasty and fresh by the only tried and tested moistening agents, proved by over 40 years of continuous use in USA tobacco products as entirely safe for use in the mouth. Pure natural sugars and chemically pure, harmless, and far more costly glycerol. Nothing else. You can be glad if you smoke Chesterfields, because they give you every advantage known to modern science.
For you, this means that Chesterfields are much milder with an extraordinarily good taste, and no unpleasant aftertaste, all for your smoking pleasure and protection. They satisfy millions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure now of presenting a young lady who is known to all of you as one of our top girl singers, one of our top recording artists. She's out here in California making a picture with Abbott and Costello, and we were lucky to catch her, Miss Fran Warren.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bing.
Fran, what are you going to sing for us?
Well, I thought I'd do the old standard, I Hear a Rhapsody.
Oh, good tune. You got a good record on it, too, haven't you?
An MGM one.
Well, I know we'd boost the record. We'd plug everything here. Charlie Farrell, everybody. Step right over there, Fran, and take over. Now, you got it.
And when I hear you call so softly to me, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. And when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay, my darling? Hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I
That was brilliant. Brilliant, Fran, and thank you. Now ankling in is an old pal of mine. And he's one of our most popular and prominent picture actors. Matter of fact, this tall, lanky gent has been starred in some of the greatest pictures to come out of Hollywood. He's got a darn good Technicolor one out now, a picture called The Bend of the River. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Jimmy Stewart. Jim, it's nice to see you down here. Where are you living in Palm Springs?
Well, I'm staying in a very swanky place.
Oh, you are? Where are you bivouacked? La Paz, Biltmore, Horace Heights, Lone Palm?
No, I'm staying at Conky Conkright's Cozy Cactus Court.
Spell the whole thing with K's, I'll bet. Where's this place located, Jim? I don't recall it.
No, it's way out here in the desert.
Oh, yeah? They got a swimming pool there?
No, but they dug the hole.
Well, why don't they put the water in it?
Well, they do. The wind keeps blowing it out.
Jim, the wind is just going to blow way out there in the desert. Not in town, mind you, but out in the desert it's going to blow. Well, Jim, if you really want to dunk the body or go for a swim, come over to my place. Drop by, huh?
Well, I can't go swimming, Bang.
Why not?
Well, I forgot to bring the top piece to my bathing suit.
Get out. No one wears a top piece down here.
No one?
No.
I better get out of here.
I mean the men don't. Of course, that nearly goes for the women, I guess.
Oh. Well, then I'm not going swimming.
Oh, Jim, now you've got to go swimming to enjoy Palm Springs. You got to take in all the outdoor sports and everything. Listen, how about putting on a pair of shorts and we'll have a game of tennis?
Golly, isn't there anything you can do in this town with your clothes on?
Jimmy! Everybody comes here to soak up some sun.
Yeah, I was in the Chi-Chi bar last night. That wasn't sun they were soaking up in.
Oh, you were at the Chi-Chi, huh? Did you see Sally Rand do her fan dance?
No, not me.
No?
The minute I saw those ostrich feathers, I ran outside and stuck my head in the sand.
Oh, you're the shyest guy I've ever seen. Have you always been so bashful?
No, Bang. As a matter of fact, I wasn't the least bit bashful until I got to be about 8 years old.
What happened then?
Well, I was out in the yard looking at the birds, and I got stung by a bee. And so I started to ask questions.
And you were bitterly disillusioned now. But looky here, Jim, I just got to get you outside in the sun. I got to get you out in the air. It's wonderful. How about going for a horseback ride?
Well, I did an awful lot of horseback riding in Bend of the River.
Oh, what a thrilling picture that was.
Did you like it?
Gee, that scene where you crawled through the brush and you wiped out all those Indians, boy, that was really something.
Yeah.
I never figured you were such a rugged fella.
Well, with my clothes on, I'm pretty brave.
Say, what kind of Indians were those you had in the picture, Jim? I want to ask you.
They were the Shoshones.
Dagnabbit, I thought I recognized them.
You did?
Sure, I'm a member of the Shoshone Paiute tribe up in Nevada.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my name is Chief Running Deer. I'm very close to those Shoshones up in Oregon.
Yes, I know.
What do you mean?
Well, I got shot in the hip with an arrow that had Bing Crosby Enterprises stamped on it.
Well, of course, all the Shoshones, they do a lot of trading among one another. As a matter of fact, there's no business like Shoshone business.
It's like Shoshone business. I'm sorry. Excuse
Jimmy, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. I just sneezed. I'm sorry.
Never do that in Palm Springs. Man, that could lead to a jail sentence.
Why is that? Why?
Well, this is a desert resort. It's against the law to have a cold around here.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yes, this is very, very serious.
Oh, really?
You know, a fella sneezed in the racket club 10 years ago, and Charlie Farrell's hair turned snow white. You gotta watch it, boy.
Oh, well, that's what I'm very sorry.
Jimmy! Watch it now, will you? If the Chamber of Commerce hears about this, they'll ride you out of town on a 4-way cold tablet. Man, you get tired and Kleenex trying to get out.
Maybe it's an allergy. Maybe I'm allergic to ostrich feathers.
Yes, stay away from the cheese. No, you just got a cold, Jim, and you know what I'm going to do for you?
What?
I'm going to cure it.
How's that?
You need the healing waters. A mineral bath. And I'm going to take you over to the Indian Hot Springs right across the street here. That hot water and that mud will knock your cold in a jiffy.
Are you sure about that, Ben?
Certainly. These baths are sensational, and they're only right across the street here. Just take a move. Come on, we got to get outside. Come on along.
No,
Come
Bing.
on.
Now, every time I go someplace, I get into trouble.
How can anyone get in trouble taking a bath?
Well, look what happened to Lily St. Cyr.
No. That's nothing like this. Now, come on.
Okay.
Well, here we are, Jim. Here we are, Jim. Here's the famous Indian baths. The oldest historic spot in Palm Springs. You know that? The mineral water of these baths boils from the depths of the earth at 60 gallons per minute. Boy, this will really take the weight off you, Jim.
Well, I have no weight. If I lose anything, it'll just have to be skin.
Well, you'll get puckered up, I'll guarantee you that. Oh, there's a... Here now. Well, there's the Indian. He must be the fellow in charge here now. Just let me do the talking, Jim.
Okay, you go ahead. The only Indian words I know are how and out.
Well, your accent's bad. I'll handle it here now. How? Me Shoshone Paiute. Me running deer.
Me little white cloud.
Well, Chief, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to step inside. We're going to step inside and take our baths now, if you'll pardon us.
Okay. You like 'em sailboat to play with?
No. We don't want no sailboats.
Okay, let's go in.
Oh, no, wait. Not that door. That's the ladies' side.
I told you you always get me in trouble.
Nothing happened. You never got hurt. Now, come on in.
Gosh, look at that thing boil.
Of course, Jim. That's a natural hot spring. Come on now, peel off your clothes and get in there. Last one in's a rotten egg.
You know, it kind of smells like rotten eggs in here.
Oh, that's just the sulfur and the mineral. Oh. As soon as I get this off now, I'll be all set.
Gee, wait a minute. You sure are the dude.
What do you mean, a dude?
Wearing a money belt with garters.
Well, thanks for calling it a money belt. Come on, Jim. It's the best laughing band we ever had down here. Come on, Jim. Now help me off with this thing, will you?
Okay.
Oh, that feels better.
Say, they leave marks, don't they?
They sure do. Jim, what's that mark on your hip there? What is that, a tattoo?
No, that's where I got shot with the arrow.
Well, Crosby Enterprises arrows leave fancy marks. Well, I guess I'll jump in.
That mud's pretty thick. Suppose we get stuck in there.
I belong to the Auto Club. We'll get stuck to tow us out.
Okay, here I go.
I'm right with you. Isn't this living, Jim?
Yeah. This is... Holy smoke, Bing. You know what?
What?
We forgot to lock the door.
What are you worrying about? We're in mud up to our necks.
Whoops.
How, he says.
You like to cook 'em hot dogs in mud while you take 'em bath?
No, I don't care for that. I'm not hungry.
Me cooking pot roast in there right now.
You know something? I think I'm sitting on it.
Good. Now you chief sitting on bull.
By golly, White Cloud, that's a crackerjack.
Hey, where Big Chief Arrow and Bottom go?
Well, wait a minute. I'll be darned. I guess he ducked under the mud when you came in.
Okay, me leave.
Goodbye. Now I gotta pull Jimmy out of here now. Oh no, that's the pot roast. Wait a minute now. Well, this must be Jimmy. It's either him or somebody threw a golf club in here. One or the other. Up you come, Jimmy. Up we go. Here we come now.
Golly, Ben, you know there's a catfish down there a foot long.
I thought I felt something gumming my toe. Bobby guy, he's gone.
Say, I wish you'd lock that door.
Well, you don't have to duck every time someone comes in here. Now lay back, relax, cure your cold, boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there he goes again. Now come on up out of there, Jim.
All clear?
Relax. Will you take it easy and relax?
Gosh, Mabel, that water looks hot. Oh, you'll just love it, Agnes.
Gosh, Bing, it's girls.
Yes, but they're on the other side of the wall. We're on the men's side. They're on the women's side.
Well, as soon as I get this off, I'll be all set.
Gosh, do girls wear those too?
Oh, boy, that feels good.
Don't I know it, dearie?
Help me with mine, Agnes. Okay. Come on, Agnes, let's go.
I'm getting out of here.
Now, don't be silly. We got as much right here as they have.
Oh, my gosh, Agnes. Men! Oh! Yoo-hoo! Agnes.
Hey, what? Did you hear that, Bing?
Oh, we're safe. We're safe, Jim. Now, take it easy. Relax. Enjoy your bath. Cure your cold. This mud is the money, boy.
Hey, Bing, what was that mud song you used to sing all the time?
Mud song? Oh, how when the sun goes down, the tide goes out, the people gather around and they all begin to shout. Hey, hey, Uncle Duddy, it's street to beat your feet on the Mississippi mud. It's street to beat your feet on the Mississippi mud.
What dance do they do? Lordy, how I'm telling you. They don't need no band. They time by clapping their hands. Just as happy as a cow.
Chewing on a cud.
When the people beat the feet, when the people beat the feet, when the people beat the feet on the Mississippi mud.
The mask is off. Yes, the mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is the first to name all its ingredients.
And Chesterfield gives you every advantage known to modern science, supervised by experts in the most modern research laboratories. And Chesterfields are made by experts in the most modern cigarette factories. Outside independent consultants include scientists from leading universities.
For you, this means that Chesterfields are much milder with an extraordinarily good taste. And no unpleasant aftertaste, all for your smoking pleasure and protection. Sound off for Chesterfields and do it today. Much milder with a better taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield's the one to buy. Millions say they satisfy. Sound off for Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields and do it today. My Bureau of Musical Statistics tell me that this next song is definitely numero uno. Tell me why, though I try to forget. Tell me why I think of you yet. I
I know I'll never be free. What has happened to me? Tell me why. When we danced until 3, tell me why my heart couldn't see. I never dreamed of romance, never gave it a chance. When I think of how you looked that day in your gown of silk and lace, I should have known the day you came my way that this is the time and the place. Tell me why I keep fooling my heart when I know it was love from the start. Why don't we give it a try? If you know, tell me why. Don't we give it a try? If you know, tell me why. You know, please tell me why. Thank you, group. And now our thanks to Fran Warren and Jimmy Stewart, and also to Viola Vaughn and Jerry Hausner, Little White Cloud, that is, for joining us here in the Springs. And see you next week then, folks. And meanwhile, remember, Chesterfields are much milder with an extraordinarily good taste. And from the report of a well-known research organization, Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. They satisfy millions. Good night, folks, and thank you very, very much.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Palm Springs, California by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Miss Marilyn Maxwell and Miss Anna Maria Alberghetti.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people look upon their own everyday lives as being routine, without much excitement. But that shouldn't stop anyone from having an active imagination. This is why we make our escape from the humdrum with stories of adventure, mystery, and murder. Another mental activity most people enjoy is fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. The stranger the shapes, the more challenging that puzzle becomes. Our present puzzle concerns a young man who is called upon to use all his wits in figuring out the whereabouts of a string of deadly pearls.
Now, it's absolutely essential, Keith, that you understand the importance of this assignment.
I believe I do, sir.
If those pearls aren't recovered, and recovered soon, it's an established fact that someone else will die.
I understand.
And no matter what happens, no one on that island must have any idea who you really are or what you're doing there.
Check.
You better be a good actor.
I think I can manage that. What do I have to lose?
You could lose your life.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Pearls, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht and Kate Reed. Although the FBI and the Honolulu police were in on the case, because of certain peculiar circumstances, it was important that the criminal be apprehended by a private investigator. This hazardous assignment went to Keith Spencer, a young man who had proved his physical courage in wartime service. But other qualifications were required for the job, as explained when Keith had his final briefing in San Francisco with the head of the Gordon Investigating Service.
Afraid we've given you a rough time these past few days.
Oh, I didn't mind, sir. Only I am anxious to get going.
You do type, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to prove it, so let's do two things at once. Take over this typewriter, and I'll dictate some paragraphs.
Okay, shoot.
I, Keith Spencer, am unmarried, with no living relatives, and no dependents. From this day forward, and until the completion of this assignment, I have assumed the identity of Robert Keith Ryder, and under no circumstances will I reveal my true identity.
Is that all?
Yeah, if you'll sign it.
Sure, got a pen?
Here. Oh, I suppose you should have signed a statement about your ability to play bridge.
What?
You did assure us that you play at least an average game of contract.
Well, sure, but I didn't realize it was all that important.
It could be crucial. Our three suspects are avid bridge players, when they can find a fourth.
Okay. Now, before I leave, let's go over the basic facts once more.
All right. The missing pearls were cultured. A single strand, about 24 inches long.
So they'd hang down about 12 inches if someone was wearing them. They don't sound very spectacular.
Yeah, but they are. Jonathan Kohlmeyer, who bought them, was a partner in a watch company which made radium dials. And somehow he managed to have the pearls treated with radium so they would glow in the dark.
When he first thought up this scheme, did he have an ulterior motive?
Who knows? It was what happened later that we care about.
And you don't think he started out as a murderer?
Well, that's beside the point. He became one. And when he found out how easy it was, he did it again 3 times.
Now, clue me in. Who did he bump off first?
The first woman he gave the pearls to was said to be very frail. When she died in an accident, Kohlmeyer was in a state of shock. So no one accused him of complicity in her death.
Yeah, but apparently he did retrieve whatever presents he'd given her.
Oh, yeah. He was that type. Then he got married. He gave the pearls to his bride, who wore them constantly. She loved that string of pearls.
How long did she last?
Radium can be a slow death. But it caught up with her after a while, and when she was dying, the doctors suspected radium poisoning.
So why didn't they nail her husband right then?
It never occurred to anyone to suspect the pearls.
How could any smart murderer pull the same stunt again?
He fell in love with a young and brainless beauty. Must have really liked her because he didn't give her the pearls for a long time. Not till he retired and they moved to Hawaii.
What did she do to deserve such a present?
Started playing around with another man. That did it. Kohlmeyer gave her the pearls. She moved out, went off with the pearls and her new boyfriend to a scarcely inhabited island, a small one, well offshore from Oahu. And when she developed an unexplained malady, the boyfriend left her.
Big-hearted guy.
Well, after her death, there was an autopsy. And this time, no question. Radium poisoning.
Now, why didn't the police move in and confiscate the pearls?
There were no pearls to be found.
Now, isn't it possible that Kohlmeyer had been there and gotten them?
No way. Kohlmeyer committed suicide without returning to the island.
Without a confession about what he'd done?
Good Lord, no. He was a respected businessman.
Now, you think the pearls are still on the island?
We're sure of it. But more than that, Keith, we've narrowed down to 3 people who lived nearest the cottage where the last victim died.
So my job, then, is to make friends with these 3 people and find out quietly which one of them has the deadly pearls.
Well, you make it sound too easy. Each of these people is highly eccentric. The few people who come and go from that island are under constant surveillance.
Including me.
Naturally. The pearls were usually kept in a narrow box. It looked like an ordinary jeweler's box, but it was made of lead.
Protection against the radium, of course. Means it would be heavier than most boxes that size.
Well, that makes it seem more elegant. The box is covered with purple velvet and lined with satin.
How original.
I know. It won't look much different from any jewel box you've ever seen.
I can't help thinking how useful a Geiger counter would be.
That's totally out of the question. When you bring a Geiger near a suspected object, it starts ticking.
Sure, I know. No gadgets to make life easier.
Just your own ingenuity. And it better be damn good. Well, there's not much more I can say, except to wish you luck.
I did my homework, and the more I read about those 3 characters on the island, the more curious I was to meet them. The Honolulu police cleared me, and then I was completely on my own with a photograph of the cottage and a map that showed how to find it. I was given a putt-putt stocked with a supply of canned goods, stowed the typewriter and duffel bag, and at last I was off. It was a cloudless day, and I found the beaching cove on the island without any trouble. You couldn't see the cottage from the beach, but I knew how to follow directions. Lugging my big canvas bag, I headed up a steep and winding path. And there it was, a neat, modern cottage with an enormous deck from which there must be quite a spectacular view. But I had a spectacular view myself just then, because on that deck was a dazzling blonde, obviously sunbathing. She sprang to her feet in all her glory, and I would have been speechless, except I knew I couldn't be.
Who the hell are you?
This is the Kohlmeyer cottage, isn't it?
What business is that of yours?
I'm the new tenant.
This place is not for rent.
No, that's right, not anymore. I've signed the papers. It's mine, for at least a year.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Robert Keith, a writer in search of a quiet place to hang a typewriter.
I don't believe you. The last thing we need around here is a writer.
Lady, I am planning to live here.
Not if I can help it.
Okay. I've answered your questions. How about answering one for me? Who are you?
None of your business. Since you claim the house is yours, let's see you open the door.
Just what I was about to do. Now, I understand it takes 2 keys. And here they are. Both of them.
Where'd you get those keys?
Now, do you believe me?
Big deal. You opened the door. And now I know who you are. You're a policeman. They sent you here to spy on us. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. When the supply boat comes around tomorrow, I'll send a message back to my lawyer. No penny anti-flunky is going to be spying on me.
I assure you I'm not
Don't
going to
bother to unpack your things, Robert Keith, because tomorrow...
really, Miss...
Mrs. Walsh. Mrs. Barbara Walsh. And you'll find that I have protection against people like you.
The gorgeously suntanned Mrs. Walsh slipped her feet into sandals, picked up her beach towel from the deck, and started along the path which led from the north side of the cottage. You must understand that during our entire conversation, Barbara Walsh was completely in the buff. No bikini. Nothing. except around her neck and dangling in long loops over her well-formed body. Not pearls, but necklaces made of those decorative native seeds strung together. Ropes and ropes of them.
Robert Keith may have thought he was prepared for anything, but this introduction to his new home was an unsettling experience he hadn't counted on. He has now had a most revealing look at one of the three suspects. We'll be there for his encounter with the others when we return shortly with Act Two. Robert Keith found the cottage very much to his liking. He had expected something rather dark and sinister, but one wall of the living room had a big picture window, and in the bedroom there was a slanting skylight directly over the bed. It was certainly no place to hide, and Keith realized that whatever he did could be watched at close range, if anyone cared about what he was doing. He spent the first evening getting settled, and after a late supper of canned goods, he turned in for the night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was sleeping soundly when...
What the devil?
Hey, who's out there?
Well, bless my soul.
Hey, would you mind pointing that gun in another direction?
Not until I find out what you're up to.
Now, look, I was sound asleep. I'm living here.
No one lives in this house. Put up your hands.
Now, put down your gun, would you, sir?
Sir, I am a man of honor. Colonel George Madison's the name, Army retired. And no one sets foot on this island without reporting to me.
Yeah, well, I was sorry. I didn't know that, Colonel. And if you'll come in, I'll show you my credentials. What the hell's that? Is there someone else out there?
No. Wait a minute. I'll check you out later. Right now, I recommend you go back to bed. Oh. There's a wild boar under the deck, and I aim to get him.
When the sun came up, it was another cloudless day. And after breakfast, I decided to pay a visit. Not eager to encounter either the gun-happy colonel or the wild-eyed lady with no clothes, it seemed wise to seek a formal introduction to the third island resident. The path to her property was overgrown with luxuriant shrubbery, but it opened up into an area dotted with palm trees surrounding a small stone house. Squatting in the midst of a flower bed was a gnome of a woman wearing one of those loose garments the Hawaiians call muumuus.
I wondered when you were coming.
You were expecting me?
Of course. You're the writer who's moved into the death cottage.
Moved into the what?
Well, surely the rental agent told you that the 3 former tenants died there.
I think you're just trying to frighten me, but I don't scare easily.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Keith?
Oh, you know my name. Well, since we're going to be neighbors, perhaps you'll tell me...
I'm Nora Babcock. And if you'll help me up, we'll go to my porch where the coffee's perking.
I assisted Miss Babcock to her feet. The aging body was stooped and slow-moving, and her hands were badly crippled, yet she used them capably to pour the coffee when we were seated at a wicker table on her porch.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keith. I've lived on this island for a long time. That house was just a shack when the poor man, a writer like yourself, was stabbed to death in a ghastly pool of blood. The cottage was rebuilt before an unfortunate woman was strangled there. And then it was fixed up with all that glass to let the sun in. But nothing could save the last dear lady who simply wasted away.
Well, here's hoping I'll have better luck.
That depends. When were you born, Mr. Keith?
You mean what year?
No. The date. The day. The hour.
Oh, I was born in August. 14th of August.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
You certainly don't look like Leo. The lion. And I would have thought that a writer... but no matter. There may be other factors. You belong to the northern sign of the zodiac. The middle point of the magnet of the fire triplicity.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you'd better not laugh at me, Mr. Keith. I'll tell you right now that you and I are destined to be enemies. You belong with Sagittarius, Libra, or Aries.
Oh, come on, Miss Babcock. I'm really not so bad. Now tell me about your sign.
I'm Gemini, the positive people of the air triplicity.
You mean air and fire don't mix?
Dangerously, Mr. Keith, very dangerously. Your sign is governed by the sun, and your gems are carnelian and sardonyx.
Well, I wouldn't know a sardonyx if I stumbled over one.
My governing planet is Mercury. Emeralds, moonstones, and pearls are my sign. And I have a very special affinity for pearls.
Mrs. Walsh had obviously passed along word of my arrival, which was why the colonel had come trying to flush me out, and the reason Miss Babcock knew my name and occupation. So, that afternoon, I became a spy, hidden in the underbrush with binoculars trained on the three of them walking along the beach. I was darn sure they were planning some strategy to get me evicted. Then, Colonel Madison left the two ladies and headed up the trail toward my house. I went quickly to the typewriter and pretended to be busily at work.
Hello there, Mr. Keith. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, that it is. How are you, Colonel?
No, couldn't be better. Say, I'm sorry about last night. Wouldn't want you to think we're not hospitable around here. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please do. I was beginning to feel like an outcast.
I gather you've met the ladies.
Yes, they didn't exactly give me a warm welcome.
Pay no attention. Batty old Babcock won't be a problem. She's usually off in outer space, talking to the stars.
I gather she's hipped on astrology.
Oh, mad as a hatter, even though she does play a good game of bridge. You say you're also acquainted with Barbara Walsh?
If you mean, have I had a good look at her, you're darn right.
Stunning, isn't she?
You said it. Well, look, tell me, Colonel, what's a woman like that doing all by herself way out here?
Oh, but if this were a British colony, I'd say she's a remittance woman.
She's being paid to stay away?
Yeah, being paid very well. The big man in her life is a mafia type. They nabbed him. My guess is the family's afraid she'll talk unless she's kept well out of the way until he's released from jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, drug traffic, I think. I don't know. Dealing in stolen goods. Let's talk about you, Mr. Keith. You writer fellows interest me. What's your special subject?
I'm a novelist, science fiction sometimes, but mostly light stuff.
Know anything about pearls?
No, not much.
How'd you like to come over to the other side of the island and watch the pearl divers?
Pearl divers? Here?
Oh, well, it's not like Ceylon or the Sulu Sea, but they go through the motions here twice a week during the season. Occasionally they come up with a creditable pearl. Come along if you want to.
Well, I'd like that very much.
Fine. Oh, wear some stout walking shoes, and I'll pick you up in about an hour.
The colonel arrived in his old army uniform carrying a sturdy walking stick. We started off on a barely marked trail, and I marveled at the beauty of the place with its lush flowers and brightly colored birds.
Not that way, Mr. Keith. We take a sharp turn over here. Go up the hill.
Well, just a minute. This island must be more populated than I thought. I hear music.
Oh, that's just Barbara Walsh with her radio going. She has it on all day long. That or her stereo. Come along. Get ready for a steep climb.
The path went straight up, and I had to scramble to keep the colonel from getting too far ahead. But quite suddenly, all the lush greenery ended, and we came out on a rocky promontory overlooking the sea.
We made it.
That's quite a view.
Now, you see those small boats way out there?
Yeah?
Those are the oyster fishermen. The flat-bottomed boats are dragging nets.
Uh-huh.
And from those kayak-looking things, you may be able to see the young men diving.
Won't they come closer to shore?
No, not much closer. It's too treacherous for the tides are running as high as they are today. Go on, out on that big rock so you can get a better look.
Is it steady?
Oh, like Gibraltar. Go on, Mr. Keith, out further. Don't be afraid. Watch your step, Mr. Keith.
Hey!
Oh, merciful heavens.
Help me, Colonel! Help me!
Hang on, Keith, hang on.
I'm trying to get a foothold.
Here. Grab my walking stick.
I grabbed the stick because I had to, even though I knew it was the same stick that had been pushed into the middle of my back just a moment before.
I'll say you're a brave man, Keith. I like the way you handled yourself back there on the rocks.
I wouldn't say I had much alternative.
It was all the fault of your shoes, Mr. Keith. That's what it was. I warned you to wear walking shoes. I say, Mr. Keith, why don't we stop by to see Barbara?
Right now?
Why not? We need a drink. And she has a good liquor supply.
Oh, I think I better get back and tend to these scratches. Just take a look at my clothes. I'm in no condition to go visiting.
Well, as you wish. I'll leave you then at the foot of this hill. And, yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Keith. Do you play bridge?
Well, I'm not the world's best, but yes, I play.
Oh, splendid.
I'm rather out of practice.
Well, heavens knows, so are we. Well, let's say my house, Friday evening. Come for supper, around 7.
Well, thank you.
Dear me, Mr. Keith, you did get scratched up. Your hands are still bleeding. Perhaps I should go with you.
I'll be all right.
Yes. Well, I'm off then to tell the ladies the good news.
Good news?
Why, yes. The good news that we found a new bridge partner. And I might as well warn you to bring a fat wallet. Our stakes are high.
After a shower and some soothing applications of witch hazel and ointments, I rested on the big bed under the skylight. The front door was wide open for the benefit of a magnificent sea breeze. Suddenly I was on the alert. Someone was on the steps leading to the deck. Then there were slow, heavy footfalls and the tap of a cane.
Mr. Keith? Mr. Keith? Are you all right?
Oh, why, hello, Miss Babcock. Yes, come in.
Oh, I heard you'd had an accident, and I thought you might not be able to fix your own supper. So I've brought you some nice oyster stew.
Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of you.
There. It's one of my specialties. Just warm it up.
Oh, thank you very much. Sit down. Won't you share the stew with me?
No. I've had my dinner. Let me see your injuries.
They're nothing but scratches. I was lucky.
Could be serious. And you are not lucky, Mr. Keith. I looked at the stars last night, and the heavens do not bode well for anyone born under the sign of Leo.
But you see me alive and well. I could have crashed all the way down those rocks and into the sea.
Look out for more danger ahead. That was simply the first warning.
Miss Babcock knew what she was talking about, and it had nothing to do with the stars. I heated the oyster stew, and it was delicious. In fact, the best I've ever tasted. But about an hour later, I began to feel drained of all energy. I thought it was just a reaction from a rather strenuous day and decided the best thing to do was go to bed and sleep it off. It was a tremendous effort to get undressed, but I managed to drag myself, partially clothed, onto the big bed. In a prone position, I felt as though I were being suffocated, and panic was setting in. I'd been poisoned, and no one was going to save my life this time unless I did it for myself. Literally, I crawled into the bathroom for the well-stocked medicine kit. Yes, I was prepared with antidotes for poison, but time was too short to figure out which one would be appropriate. By now, my hands and feet were growing numb, and breathing was getting more and more difficult. I mixed up a heavy pink liquid in a glass of water, and just before blacking out, I was very, very sick. When I came to, I was lying on the bathroom floor, weak but grateful to find I was still alive. Very slowly, I got to my feet and staggered toward the bedroom, hoping at last to sleep off the effects of whatever had been in that poisonous stew. But my whole body sagged, and I knew I'd never make the bed, so I eased myself down on a narrow couch in the living room and fell instantly into a heavy slumber. Once again, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a sound which would have awakened the dead. The skylight in the bedroom, back flat against the wall. I waited for minutes that seemed like an eternity. No movement. Absolute silence. So I crept into the next room, armed with a flashlight, and cupping the beam, examined the bed. It was a mass of shattered glass. In the darkness once more, I moved stealthily to the front door, opened it without a sound, and stared into total blackness. Slowly I raised the flashlight and then snapped it on full beam. Pointing straight down the path, facing directly toward me, stood the statuesque Mrs. Barbara Walsh, fully clothed in a long, dark kimono. And over her breasts hung a necklace of gems which burst into life like 4th of July sparklers.
I must warn you not to jump to conclusions. If you imagine that Mrs. Walsh was wearing the stolen pearls, think again. Diamonds are the jewels that glitter when exposed to light. A pearl is sometimes a gem of great value, but it is not a precious stone. And one can scarcely say that pearls sparkle, while radium... Remember the dial on your watch or bedside clock? Radium glows in the dark. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Mercifully for Robert Keith, the next 2 nights and 3 days were totally uneventful. He dozed in the sun, occasionally pecked at the typewriter, and did a great deal of thinking. Keith looked forward eagerly to the evening of bridge, and as he approached the colonel's house for the first time, he found a charming, sprawling building with a table set out of doors on what the Hawaiians call a lanai. He was glad he had purchased a colorful sports shirt in Honolulu, although it paled beside the one Colonel Madison was wearing over his white slacks. Even Miss Babcock looked festive in her flowered muumuu.
Hi.
Ah, welcome, my boy, welcome.
You're looking much better, Mr. Keith.
Quite recovered, thank you. This island air will cure anything.
Anything but my arthritis. Where's Barbara?
Oh, always late. I suspect she's getting herself decked out, ready for the kill.
Oh, you expressed things so aptly, Colonel. If it's like old times, Barbara will come prepared for murder at the bridge table. Oh, I'm speaking...
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Barbara. Well, you've outdone yourself. Hey, dazzling. Simply dazzling.
Oh, Colonel. And, Nora, dear.
I believe you've met Mr. Keith.
My lawyer has verified that he exists.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Keith, you may have the right to live on this island, but that doesn't mean that I have to love my neighbor.
No, Barbara.
However, since we have so little opportunity for social occasions, I propose we declare an armed truce.
But I'm not at war with you, Mrs. Walsh.
Speak for yourself. Peace for the evening.
Dinner began with oysters on the half shell. 6 enormous oysters for each of us.
And I shall be interested in your opinion of these, Keith. Delivered by my favorite fisherman, fresh from the beds this morning.
Colonel, look. My horoscope said this would be a lucky day.
Well, bless my soul.
Oh, Nora has nothing on me. I found one, too. But I suspect you, Colonel. Come on, confess.
All right, I confess. Party favors. There's a pearl in every oyster shell.
You rogue. I must say this is rather a good one. Nice sheen.
Oh, I love them. Every one. They feel so good.
I thought the surprise was just for the ladies, but I see you've included me. Very pretty, Colonel.
Well, let that be the beginning of your collection. I hope you won't mind if some of them are already pierced.
You mean a pearl like this one has been removed from a string?
Yes, that's right. Part of my hobby. I seldom find a string that meets my standards for matching, so I rematch them and mix them. But come, let's finish our dinner so we can get on to the battle.
Afraid I'll have to pass.
I say 3 no trump.
Well, 4 hearts.
5 no trump.
Barbara, do you have a ring on every finger?
Only on 8.
Oh, I wish I could wear them. But my poor crippled hands.
Oh, shut up, Nora. You're just trying to distract me. I have a contract to make.
It was a cutthroat game, no question about it. Only, strangely, we were quite evenly matched. We played 3 rubbers, so I had my chance with each one as a partner. By this time, we were on a first-name basis.
Well, that's it. And as usual, top honors go to the ladies. In points, let's see. Barbara's first, then Nora, followed by Bob, and as is proper for a gracious host, I'm last. It'll take a minute to figure out who owes what here.
I think the prize should go to Robert and me for that last small slam. I wouldn't have dreamed that a Leo and Gemini could work so well together. And tell me, Robert, never Bob. Isn't there some way you could find out the hour of your birth?
What rubbish.
Well, if it would please you, Miss Nora, I suppose I could write and ask my mother.
Well, you do that. It's very important.
Oh, Nora.
Speaking of my mother, you've all given me a very good idea. Look, I'd like to send her a present.
A present for your mother?
You'll think I'm sentimental, but many years ago, my dad gave her a string of pearls as an anniversary present, and, well, they were her greatest treasure. Dad's been dead a long time now, and she was heartbroken when the pearls were stolen from her New York apartment.
Oh, well, say no more. I'll fix you up. How much do you want to pay?
Oh, now, just a minute, Colonel. I'm afraid you deal in merchandise that's too rich for my blood. I'm talking about a simple string of cultured pearls.
Couple of $100?
Now you're on the right track.
Ridiculous.
Excuse me, everybody, but I'm very tired. Time to go home.
Well, I'll be happy to escort the ladies.
Don't bother with me. Perhaps you're not aware that I spend most of every night wandering around the island alone.
Oh, go with them, Barbara. Or you'll have to help me with the dishes.
That does it.
Walking with Nora Babcock was a tortuous business, and I had a feeling she was in pain every step of the way. And we lost sight of Barbara, although she had an unsettling trick of appearing on the path, sometimes in front of us, sometimes behind. When we reached the door of Nora's house...
She's out there somewhere, and I don't want her to hear. If you'll come to my house tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to talk to you about those pearls for your mother.
Fine. What time?
Around 2 o'clock.
Okay, be seeing you. Good night.
And now you may have the pleasure of seeing me home.
Oh, yeah, this is a pleasure and a surprise.
You want to know what I have against you, don't you?
I am curious.
Well, come to my house for a nightcap, and I'll tell you. What do you think of my pad?
Exotic luxury.
You writers have a way with words. But you don't fit the pattern.
And what pattern is that?
Novelists, I despise them.
Oh, come on. We're no different from anyone else.
My husband was. A woman-hater who wrote about women and knew nothing about them. Oh, that man crucified me in his books. I know, you're different. I could tell from the way you talked about your mother. Come over here. Sit on the couch. That's better. Hold my hand. You know, it's been frightfully dull around here.
Pretty hands. But don't your fingers get tired under all those rocks?
Take the rings off. It'll make you feel any more comfortable.
Now, Let's see. Rubies, diamonds, sapphires. Suppose you'd never stoop to wearing something as simple as a pearl.
On the contrary, my most prized possession. I own a string of priceless pearls. Over there in that velvet box.
May I see them?
I don't put them on display for just anybody. If you're a good boy, I'll show them to you. Here, let me freshen your drink.
You have some fascinating things in this room. That Buddha, for instance.
It's carved from jade.
And, are these the pearls?
Put down that box.
Oh, you said you'd show them to me.
But it's locked, and I have to get the key. Oh, yes, Bob. I said I'd show you the pearls. If you're a good boy. And I will. Tomorrow morning. After you spent the night.
When I was having breakfast next morning in the sunshine on my deck, yes, I was alone. I had not spent the night with Barbara Walsh. In my line of work, it has to be business before pleasure. There was no need to accept a bribe. You see, when I picked up that purple velvet jewel box, it was light as a feather. But, as I was saying, while eating breakfast...
Well, good morning. You're a late riser.
Yeah, I went to a big party last night, Colonel. Come on, have a cup of coffee.
I brought you something. Don't pay any attention to the looks of the box. The velvet's worn. It's been around for a while. It's what's inside that counts. I'd be glad to sell you the pearls. Open the box.
Oh, they're beautiful. But these are not the ones we were talking about last night. I mean, this is a double strand. Obviously far more expensive.
I know. They can be sold for several $1,000s someday. But my price to you still stands.
Oh, no, Colonel. I just can't accept it.
My good man, I'm offering you the kind of bargain that comes once in a lifetime.
But it'll never do for my mother. Don't you have something else?
Yes, of course I do. I thought I owed you a favor.
Oh, you owe me nothing. Now, please, Colonel, if you'll let me go to your house, perhaps you could show me another string that would be...
I'll show you nothing right now. Good morning, sir.
The Colonel stomped off, and I knew I would have to change my approach if I wanted to look at his collection. Then I'd think about that later, because my next appointment was with Nora Babcock.
Come in, Robert. Didn't we have a good time last night?
You can be my bridge partner anytime.
That's very sweet. I meant to ask you, how did you like my oyster stew?
Oh, the taste was superb, but...
Didn't it help you to go to sleep?
Look, I'll level with you, Miss B. You put something in that stew, didn't you?
Oh, the usual dash of chili sauce and plenty of rich cream.
No. I mean something bad.
I don't understand.
That stew made me deathly ill.
Why, I wanted you to sleep well after your accident, so I did put in a drop or two of my sedative. The kind that helps me. From one of those bottles. Perhaps it shouldn't have been combined with the seafood.
Yeah, perhaps. I thought you were trying to poison me.
How could you have such thoughts about a poor old lady?
I take them all back.
Mm-hmm. When is your mother's birthday?
Oh, it's in June. Like yours.
Oh, I knew it. My pearls were a present, and nothing would please me more than giving them to a Gemini.
Oh, that's very generous of you, but
Please, get the pearls for me, Robert. On that cabinet over there.
Okay.
You'll find the box is rather heavy.
You say these pearls were given to you?
Yes. Yes. By the dear lady who lived in your cottage. I took care of her, poor thing. And before she died, she gave me her dearest treasure. Open the box and tell me what you think.
I think they're perfect.
Oh, you don't know the best part. These pearls have a magical quality. Just wait until you see what happens to them at night.
Uh-huh.
Pick them up, examine them.
Yeah. I like the way they look against the satin.
Oh, how I love them.
Nora, just when do you wear these pearls?
Oh, they're not for wearing. At least not for me. I like to fondle them. And before my hands got so bad, I used them the way the Greeks do. You know, worry beads. I've often taken them to bed with me.
Nora, these hands of yours...
Oh, it's not my hands. You see how hard it is for me to get around.
Yes, I know. Have you been to a doctor?
No use. I have my medicines, though they don't do much good.
I know a fine doctor in Honolulu. I think he can help you. Will you let me take you to him?
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Robert. It's not in the stars. How many times have I told you? I've been warned never to trust a Leo.
Look, Nora, for reasons I won't trouble you with, and that, of course, I wouldn't want the Colonel or Barbara to know, I'm not the person I've pretended to be. Would it make any difference to you if I told you I was actually born on January the 2nd?
Why, all the difference in the world. I should have known. We were destined to be friends from the very beginning, Mr. Keith.
Yes. Just Keith. That's my real first name.
I'll go with you wherever you want me to go.
Case closed. Miss Babcock's destiny was not written in the stars, even though she went to her grave believing it was. The deadly pearls were taken out of circulation, and Nora Babcock was given the best of care in a hospital, where they did what they could to ease the pain during the short time she had left to live. It was thought best not to shatter her dream, so she never knew that Keith Spencer was an orphan, or that her treasured pearls had been anything but a comfort. I'll be back shortly. Keith Spencer found a good deal more on that island than the missing pearls. He stepped into the lives of 3 people whose philosophies did not agree with his, yet with each he had at least one point of mutual understanding. Our mystery was solved with the apprehension of a victim rather than a culprit. Our cast included Kate Reed, Paul Hecht, Grace Matthews, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Welcome to Mexico Town. We are all mighty glad that you're here. Welcome to Mexico Town. We are here just to bring you good cheer. The curtain rises, the show has begun. And now surprises, we hope to bring you lots of fun. So welcome to Mexico Town. We're glad you're here so you can hear our mayor sing and sound. Welcome to Mexico
Good evening, and welcome from the 45,000 dealers who serve you with Fire Chief, the gasoline with police car pickup, ambulance speed, fire engine power, and passenger car economy. And now we present His Honor the Mayor of Texaco Town, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jimmy. Happy Easter to everybody. Happy Easter. Happy Easter to all of you. Here's a cigar. Take some cigars. Go ahead, hit cigars, boys. Take cigars. And don't forget, after the show, they go back in the box for the next show.
Gee, Eddie, you're all pepped up.
And why not, Jimmy? The weather is marvelous. Spring is in the air. And this morning I saw the first robin of the season.
You did?
Yes, I caught Ida going through my pants pockets, and that's the first robin of the season.
Say, listen, Eddie, who do you expect to laugh at a joke like that?
Only the married women in the audience. They know what I'm talking about.
Say, look, there's one man applauding there.
Well, one man, him. Either he's single or he's got no pants.
Well, stop fooling, will you? I guess it cost you plenty of money to outfit your family for Easter, didn't it?
I don't mind spending the dough, Jimmy, but the crazy styles that the women are wearing this Easter.
Say, how do you like those little flat pancake hats?
How do I like them?
Yeah.
This morning, Ida left her hat on the table. I poured maple syrup on it. Was halfway through before I realized it wasn't my breakfast.
Say, what will women be wearing next? Did you see the newsreels where they're showing dresses made of glass?
Dresses made of... Did I see them?
Yeah.
Ida wants me to get her one, but not me. Can you imagine her with a glass dress saying to me, Eddie, I'm going out. Please putty me up the back.
Oh, now, don't laugh. All the women will be wearing them soon.
Yep.
Why, Jean Harlow is wearing a glass dress worth $10,000.
Boy, that's worth looking into.
Seriously, though, Eddie.
What?
Do you think that these dresses made of glass will be practical?
Well, I know one thing, Jimmy.
What's that?
There won't be so many divorces.
Wait a minute. On account of glass dresses, no divorces?
Sure. No guy can tell a judge that he couldn't see what he was getting. No, sir. I'm willing to buy my family anything but glass dresses.
Well, you're always buying for your family, Eddie.
Yes, but this Easter they got me something, eh?
A real present?
Yes, sir. I won't forget it as long as I live. It's something that really got under my skin.
Say, I'm curious, Eddie. What was it?
Jimmy, my wife and kids chipped in and had my Social Security number tattooed on my chest. Look.
Hey, that's right. Boy, that's really original.
Isn't that original, Jimmy?
It is. I tell you, I'll bet Ida hopes you live to collect on it.
Yes, sir. This is Ida's hope chest.
Okay. Well, here's something that'll blast your hope.
What?
Jack Renard in a new Easter suit.
Jimmy, that's the first time I've ever seen a tent with patch pockets. Look at that man, will you please? Happy Easter to you. Happy Easter, Jack.
Happy Easter, Jack.
How do you like my new Easter suit?
Turn around, Jack, honestly. I want to... Just turn around. Will you look at that suit, will you please? I want to tell you, Jack, believe me, you'd make a perfect model.
Really, Eddie? I could be a model?
Yeah, for a two-car garage.
You know, they didn't have my size in stock.
No?
The tailor had to go outside to get the suit.
Outside? You're darn fool. He sold you the awning. That's what he did.
Awning? No wonder every time the sun goes down, the suit rolls up on me.
Go away, Jack. Here comes some little girls. Yes, girl. Yes? What is it?
Mayor Cantor.
What is it, little girl?
All the kids in Texaco Town are hunting for Easter eggs.
Yep.
And we want you to join us.
Oh, to join? No, kids. Look, I'd like to, but we're right in the middle of a broadcast.
Oh, that's all right. We've hidden eggs all over town. We even hid some here in the studio.
You hid some eggs in the... Oh, that's different. Come on, Jimmy, Renard, everybody. Let's be kids again and join the Easter egg hunt.
Well, where'll we look first, Eddie? Where do you think we ought to go first?
I'll tell you what we do. Let's look in the audience, Jimmy, and the first one who finds an egg will get $5. Shall we do that?
All right, be careful now getting down those steps.
All right.
All right, here we are out in the audience now. Say, Eddie, look. I found one. I found a big ostrich egg.
Take your hand off that man's bald head, will you please? You found an ostrich egg. Well, where will I look now? Oh, Jimmy, look, I found a pretty pair of rabbits. Pardon me, mister, I didn't know you had your shoes off. Oh, hello, Mrs. Collins. Don't tell me that you're here watching the broadcast. Are you hiding some eggs on me?
Mayor Cantor, you shouldn't be playing like this. Well, you should be home in bed. You're a sick man.
Sick man? I never felt any better in my whole life.
Well, you don't look it. I know the symptoms. You've got appendicitis. Now, you stay where you are. I'll get a doctor. You've got appendicitis.
Appendicitis? What are you talking about? I never felt better. What do you mean I've got
Oh, you may think you feel good, but you haven't got appendicitis.
You've got... Look at those bulging eyes.
What's the matter?
It's ptomaine.
Ptomaine?
Yes, I'll get a doctor. You've got ptomaine. Jimmy, how do you like that? I never felt better in my life. They said... Yes, ma'am.
Cantor, they're both right. You are sick. I'll go get you a doctor right away if you'll just hold my baby.
Hold your baby? Jimmy, look at the fix I'm in. First I had appendicitis, then I had ptomaine, and now I've got a baby! See what happened to me, girls in the audience? Now, I think you fooled me. You know, listen, there are no eggs in the studio. Did you fool me?
Well, we didn't mean any harm. It was the only way we could get on your radio program and sing a song.
Uh-huh, so you couldn't bother Jack Benny or Joe Penny. You gotta come and bother me. That's very nice. Tell me, how old are you girls?
I'm 12. I'm 10. I'm 8. And how old are you?
Yeah. How old am I? That's a very cute question. Well, I'm going on with this program the minute you kids get through singing.
Mr. Paganini, play my rhapsody, and if you cannot play it, won't you sing it? La-la-la-day. If you can't sing it, that means you'll have to. Come on, girl, let me sing it. If you can't sing it, then try to swing it. Mr. Paganini, we restlessly await your master for the tango. On and swing it. La-la-day. If you can't swing it, you simply have to swing it. I said swing it, I mean swing it and dong-ding it. We heard your repertoire, and that's the final bar. We greeted you with wild applause, and what a grand ovation, your interpretation of woe. La-da-lo-lo, Mr. Paganini, now don't you be a meanie. What have you up your sleeve? Come on and string it. La-da-day, if you can't string it, that means you'll have to swing through the air with the greatest of ease, so you're not the man on the flying trapeze. Oh, Mr. Paganini, now don't you be a meanie. What have you up your sleeve? Come on and string it. La-la-day, if you can't swing it, that means you'll have to. La-da-da-dee-la-day, 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 la. If you can't swing it, that means you'll have to swing it.
I want to tell you something, girls. It's hard to believe that you're 8 years old, you're 10 years old, and 12 years old. Think of it. 8, 10, and 12. Put together, you're even less than Renard, and he hasn't got half the talent. Believe me, will you please? I want to tell you something. You're awfully good, and look, call me at the City Hall tomorrow, and I'm going to do something for you, really.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Cantor. You bet we'll call you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, kids. Goodbye. And say thanks to Connie Boswell for sending me these cute kids.
Say, Eddie, we've got a trio here. Why do you have to use these children?
Wait, let me get this. I understand. Is that a trio?
Yes. I sing, Renard sings, and you can carry a tune.
Oh, that's fine. You sing a Renard, but I carry a tune. Go ahead.
Eddie, this is Easter. I'd like to do something different.
You want to do something different, Jack? Go lay an egg, will you please? Go ahead, will you? Wait a minute. What are you doing, Jack?
You told me to lay an egg.
Oh, you fool. That's just a silly expression.
Well, how could you lay an egg without a silly expression?
ahead. Look. All right, Mr. Wallington, back to the trio. What will you, Jack Renaud, and I sing?
This year's Kisses.
All right.
This year's crop of kisses don't seem as sweet to me. This year's crop just misses what kisses used to be. This year's new romance doesn't seem to have a chance, even helped by Mr. Moon above. Tweet, ta-twa, ta-twa, twa, twa. This year's crop of kisses is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's love. They call it love.
You and I are all right, Jimmy, but with Jack Renaud with it, it's a community thing.
Say, excuse me, will you, Eddie, for just a moment?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, someday you are going to get a new car. And naturally, you will want to get the best possible trade-in allowance on your old car. And so you should be interested in hearing that automobile dealers from all over the country consistently offer from $50 to $100 more for cars which have been regularly and properly lubricated. Lubrication with Marfac, the scientific Texaco chassis lubricant, will make this big difference in your car. Marfac is not ordinary grease. Marfac is made from heavy-bodied oils. Marfac won't wash out, melt out, or wear out. Marfac gives full lubrication protection, reduces wear and tear on chassis parts, and lasts twice as long as ordinary grease. Remember, don't just say grease it. Drive your car into your Texaco dealer and ask for a Marfac job. You'll drive out an easier steering, smoother riding car. A car which may be worth as much as $100 more when you trade it in.
Will you wait a minute, please? Will you hold the music? This, ladies and gentlemen, being Easter Sunday, we have such an informal broadcast that I feel I can take this next liberty. Sitting here in the audience is one of America's greatest singers. You've heard him on Hollywood Hotel every Friday evening, and so I wonder if we couldn't bring up here on the stage Igor Gorin. Here he is. Igor, I hope you won't think me too presumptuous if I ask you if you wouldn't sing a song for us, huh?
Well, you know, I have no music with me.
Oh, I've got that all fixed. I have Mr. Rosenstein here at the piano, and I'm sure he can play, well, he can play pretty near anything that you can sing. What would you like to sing?
Well, I'd like very much to sing, you know, the Lord's Prayer by my friend Albert A. Malone.
Well, we're waiting.
Our Father,
art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the
Igor Gorin, I need not tell you what an effect your song has had upon us. Now, Jimmy Wallington,
Yes?
you know, I asked those three little kids to call me up, but I'm worried that when they call, that telephone operator of mine will be talking and talking and talking, and they'll never get a chance.
Hello, Mayor Cantor's office. Oh, hello, Walpole. Oh, say, kid, did you get a new dress for Easter? Huh? You don't like the new high waistline? Well, neither do I. With the waistlines going first way up and then way down, my boyfriend says he's almost afraid to put his arm around me. Yeah, he don't know whether he's going to trip me up or choke me to death. Oh, say, Ma's going to have a new fur coat soon. You know, she's been asking for a new fur coat since Christmas. Well, Pa gave her 2 rabbits for Easter and told her to wait. Ain't he the one, though? This morning, you know, one of the rabbits got loose and jumped into Pa's pajama coat. Pa lets out a yell, and Ma says, "What's the matter? Are you crazy?" Pa says, "Yes, and you'd be crazy, too, if you had a wild hair on your chest." Yeah. You beat us? Say, kid, what'd you do this morning? Oh, you went for a drive in your new car? Well, I tried to talk Pa into getting one, but he says there's no use driving this year's car with last year's wife in the back seat. No. We can't keep our car much longer, though. Honest, it's so old, the hair in the upholstery is turning gray. Yeah. It's even starting to fall apart. The last trip we took, Pa tied a squirrel on the back end to pick up the nuts. Yeah. Huh? Oh, was that some trip? The car got out of control going down a steep hill. Ma hollered, "Put on the brakes." Pa hollered back, "This car ain't had any brakes for 2 years." It sure looked like we were going to crash, so Ma yelled, "Take off your glasses, Pa. You'll break them going through the windshield." What a family. Pa turned around and made a face at Ma. Then Ma hit Pa with her umbrella, and we crashed into a junkyard. The owner come out and says to Pa, "I'll give you $5 for your old wreck." Pa says, "Okay, it only cost me $3 to marry her." Oh, I got a call, Opal. I'll be seeing you. Goodbye now. Mayor Cantor?
retain this informality that we started on the program early this evening, here is a little Easter gift. A brand new song, hot off the press. Mr. Renard, wave your chubby arm at the boys of Local 47. Go ahead. What do the morning papers say? Another sit-down strike today. What if the strikers are right? What if the strikers are wrong? You refuse to marry me, and so I'm joining the throng. I'm on a sit-down strike of my own. I'm gonna keep on sitting till the cows come home. I offer you a romance, but you don't give me a chance. So here I'll sit till I wear out the seat of my pants. You'll have to join a union with me. The terms I'm not unfair, you must agree. Others may demand a lot, but heavens above, I just want you in my arms, a labor of love. I'll sit right here till I win. You've simply got to give in. I'm on a sit-down strike for love. I'm on a sit-down strike of my own. I'm gonna keep on sitting till the cows come home. All my demands I won't drop. I'll stick around till you flop. And when it comes to lovin', I must have a close shop. To hug and kiss my dear is sublime. For such a job I don't want overtime. Some want shorter hours and a raise in their pay. Just raise me 50 kisses and I'll work night and day. And when we sit cheek to cheek, who wants a 40-hour week? I'm on a sit-down strike for love. Happy Easter, Bobby.
Oh, it's not such a happy Easter.
Well, what do you mean? It's not. Why?
Daddy, is it true Deanna's in Philadelphia?
Yes, Bobby. Deanna Durbin is recording some numbers for her picture with the noted conductor, Leopold Stokowski.
I hope I never see her again.
Oh, you had a quarrel with Deanna at the station before she left.
Fine quarrel. She threw back the ring I gave her.
She did? And what did you do with it?
I took it back to the 5 and 10 and got 2 bags of popcorn.
I see. So Deanna Durbin is no longer your girl.
Oh, Daddy, it hurts me.
It hurts? You mean your heart on account of Deanna?
No, my stomach on account of the popcorn.
Bobby, you shouldn't have said that. Remember, Deanna's listening in tonight.
She is? Are you sure?
Yes, and if there's anything you want to say to her, do it now, Bobby. Do it now while you have the chance.
I'll try to explain to friendship the reason we two are apart. I know what to tell our friends, dear. But what will I tell my heart? It's easy to say to strangers that we played a game from the start. It's easy to lie to strangers, but what will I tell my heart? When I smile too hard, all the tears inside, what an ache it will bring. Then I wander home to a telephone that could promise how to ring. I could sail soon, be back here to fool the whole town, maybe smart. I'll tell them you'll soon be back here, but what will I tell my heart?
When day is done and wrapped in red, with twilight gloom, my lonely heart is sinking with the storm. A lightning
Bobby, I'll bet you'll be hearing from Deanna Durbin very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed our informal programming. I do want to say this to you, that judging by the thousands of letters and telegrams you've sent this past week, I guess you're all kind of anxious to visit Hollywood. Well, 2 of you will come as my guests, with all expenses paid. All you have to do is find a fitting name for the telephone operator of Texaco Town. Nothing to pay, nothing to buy, nothing to send in but the name you suggest for her and your reason for selecting this name. For instance, you could call her Flo because she talks in a steady stream. Be as brief as possible and do not submit more than one name. The judges are Rupert Hughes, Walt Disney, and Burns and Allen. The judges' verdict will be announced 2 weeks from tonight. Their decision will be final, and the name selected becomes the property of this program. Address your letters to Eddie Cantor, Mayor of Texaco Town, Hollywood, California. And until I hear from you, remember, I love to spend each Sunday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's through. Good night.
During the week, drive around to your neighborhood Texaco dealer. As he serves you with Fire Chief, he'll be glad to perform those numerous small services that add so much to the comfort and pleasure of motoring. In the meantime, whenever you hear the siren and bell, think of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. James Wallington speaking. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Nine p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball. Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. 2 people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, dinner is over and Liz is curled up in the living room, lost in a good book. George enters.
Liz, have you seen that book I was reading?
No. Why don't you look in the attic?
Attic? What's the book you're reading?
Now, George, you can read it later.
That's my book. Now give it to me.
No. Oh, sit next to me on the couch, George, and we'll read it together.
Well, all right.
Here, now, I'll hold it. All right, George, are you ready to turn the page yet?
No, I didn't read a word. You were mumbling so loud I couldn't concentrate.
Oh, well, there was nothing on that page anyway. Madge tried to poison Gordon, but he found out and ran her over with his car.
Nothing on it, huh?
No. Next page.
Liz, would you please stop mumbling?
I'm just reading.
Well, can't you read with your mouth closed?
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Here, you take the book. I'll read something else.
No, wait a minute. I have a good idea. I'll read it out loud to both of us.
I'm a fool, but go ahead.
All right, here we go. As Gordon drove down the highway, an idle thought crossed his mind. Why did I run over Madge, he wondered. Suddenly he heard a sound in the back seat.
It was Madge.
Yes, it was Madge. She was beaten and torn. Her clothes were in shreds, and blood poured from her many wounds. Their eyes met. Then, in a feeble voice, Madge said, "You don't like me, do you?" she gained strength. Go ahead, admit it, she shouted. You hate me.
Liz.
You hate me, don't you?
Liz.
Don't you?
Liz. You have to
I
shout.
can't help it. I can't help it, George. I get carried away.
Go on, but control yourself.
He started slowly toward her, climbing over the seat. Madge's eyes showed terror. Slowly he came closer, closer, closer.
I still think we should have called before we came over, Rudolph. It isn't polite to drop in on people unexpectedly.
Lotus Bud, these aren't people. These are Liz and George. They're our friends.
Well, Emily Post wouldn't do it.
Of course not. She doesn't even know them.
You know what I mean. Well, we're here. You might as well ring the bell.
All right.
No! You wouldn't knock me!
It's Liz, girl.
Yes. Yes, and apparently she's done something to annoy George boy.
Go ahead, you cad. Hit me, I dare you. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. Ow! Right in the eye.
She went one I dare you too far.
George hit her.
Yes. I wonder how he managed to hold off this long.
Rudolph.
Well, I guess it's safe to ring the bell now.
Don't you dare.
For their sake. When they hear the bell, they'll go to neutral corners.
You can't break in on them at a time like this.
Please?
No. We'll go down and phone from the drugstore and tell them we'd like to come over.
Oh, I thought you didn't want to go in at all.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to see how this comes out as much as you do.
Well, let's hurry down to the drugstore. Personally, I think George has the first round on point.
Later that night, Madge was crying softly in her room, waiting for the phone. They said they'd call if they found Gordon's body when they dragged the river. She waited and waited. Wouldn't that phone ever ring? They found Gordon's body.
That was our phone ringing.
Ooh. I'll get it. Hello?
Liz?
Yes?
How are you, girl?
I'm fine.
Liz, this is Iris.
Yeah, I know it.
Iris, your friend, whom you may turn to in a moment of crisis.
Iris, have you been nipping at the sherry again? What are you talking about?
All right, be close-mouthed. Rudolph and I are down at the drugstore, and we thought maybe we'd drop by your arena. House!
Well, that would be fine, Iris.
Unless you don't want to see us right now for some reason.
Why wouldn't we want to see you?
I don't know. I thought maybe something might have just struck you.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on over. We're just spending a quiet evening at home.
Oh, well, all right. Oh, anything we can bring over, girl? Ice cream? Candy? Bandages?
We don't need anything. Come on over.
All right. See you in a few minutes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did Iris want?
Help me clean up the living room, George. They're coming over.
What's the matter with the living room?
What's the matter with it? Well, look around you. Newspapers open, cigarette ashes in the trays. Oh, I'm glad they called first.
Oh, gracious, so am I.
All right, George.
How mortified I'd have been if they walked in and caught us wallowing in our pig pen.
Never mind, Porky. Now clean up.
Liz, this is the way a living room is supposed to look, lived in. Besides, the Atterburys are our friends.
Put your shoes on.
Why? They know I have feet.
George, put your shoes on and help me clean up. Now pick up those papers. I'll get this ashtray. Now, let's put that book away, too. Throw it to me.
Okay. Here, catch.
Go ahead. Oh! Oh, my eye!
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Did it hit you on the eye?
Yes.
Oh, I should have handed it to you.
Oh, no, it's my fault. I should have caught it. Oh, gosh, it sure hurts.
Oh, you better put something on it, Liz.
I'll get Katie to fix me a cold compress.
Let me see it. Gee, you really must have gotten a whack. It's starting to color up already.
Oh, that's all I need, a black eye. Oh, that's probably the Atterbury. You let them in, George. I'll go fix my eye.
All right. Hi, folks.
George boy. Liz girl?
What have you done with Liz?
Oh, she'll be right here. Come on in. Here, give me your coat. I'm glad you dropped in. We were just having a quiet evening at home.
He's a cool customer, isn't he?
Fast, too. He doesn't have a scratch on him.
Hi, Iris. Hi, Mr. Atterbury.
Liz.
Oh, huh. Oh, you poor dear.
What? Oh, my eye.
Yes.
Well, how did it happen?
Oh, George slugged me.
Yep, I finally let her have it.
What's the matter?
You come over and stay with us, Liz.
Oh, now, just a second, Iris.
Don't speak to her, you cad.
What?
You actually did slug her.
Oh, listen, I was just kidding.
Don't protect him, Liz. He isn't worth it.
Really? Nobody ever believes the real story of a black eye, so I made one up.
As we look in on the Coopers again, it's the next morning. Iris Atterbury has been waiting out in front of Liz's house. As soon as George leaves for the bank, she rushes in to console Liz.
Liz, girl, how's your eye?
Oh, it still hurts. How does it look? It's a real shiner, isn't it?
Ooh, that rat really gave you a mouse.
Rat? Oh, listen, Iris.
Look, now that the big brood is out of here, what really happened last night?
I told you. George tossed a book to me. I missed it, and it hit me in the eye.
Ooh, you're stubborn. Look, I know that's the story for publication, but what's the gory truth?
Iris, what do you think happened?
George got mad and popped you in the eye.
George popped me in the eye?
Well, at last you admit it. What are the details? I want a blow-by-blow description.
You won't be happy till you get a good juicy one, will you?
No.
All right, Iris. It seems George and I were sitting around after dinner, and we had a little argument.
Yeah?
Close your mouth, Iris. You're drooling on the rug.
George?
Where was I?
George pulled you across the table by the hair and slugged you.
Did I say that?
Yes. Well, go ahead. What did he do to top that?
You haven't left him much choice. He slugged me, as you say, and I fell down, and as I lay there, whimpering and cowering,
he kicked you.
All right, he kicked me.
Where?
Right between the living room and the den.
Did it hurt terribly?
Well, wasn't too bad. His shoes were off at the time. Oh. But he has sharp toenails. He's a slasher. Oh, our sheets don't last 2 weeks.
Go on, Liz.
Go on.
Well, yes, you haven't told me the real dirt yet.
I haven't?
No. What made him so mad?
I don't know.
You know?
No. We were talking about the weather, and I told him I was in love with somebody else, and he said, well, why...
Wait a minute. Back up, girl. You told him you were in love with another?
Yes.
Another man?
No, a Shetland pony.
Well, on, girl. You know what I meant. Who is this phony boy?
Well, oh, he's wonderful. We've been meeting secretly for years.
Oh, juicy. Is it anyone I know?
Yes.
Who?
Oh, I can't tell you his name.
It wouldn't be Cricket, would it?
No, it's somebody else. He'll just have to remain my mystery lover.
Someone I know.
Huh?
Oh, I hate you. I'm going to be up all night wondering.
Iris, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Don't blab this all over town.
Oh, you know me, girl.
Yes, that's why I say don't blab this all over town.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Atterbury?
Yes, I did. Come in and close the door, George.
Yes, sir.
George, boy, I want to tell you something.
Yes, sir.
I'm older than you are.
Oh, I know that, sir.
That's not what I want to tell you. I want to have a father-son, a man-to-man talk with you. In our civilization today, the art of fisticuffs belongs in the ring, not in the home.
Oh, now, Mr. Atterbury, please.
Huh? Now, I grant you that Liz is a very exasperating woman, and at times I've entertained the thought of striking her myself.
But, Mr. Atterbury...
Uh-huh. It's perfectly understandable that a man must discipline his wife once in a while. But a punch in the eye, as satisfying as it may be to the soul...
Mr. Atterbury, for heaven's sake...
Hush, hush. George, in the interest of your marriage, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone before.
What?
I struck Iris once.
You did?
Yes. And afterwards, I felt terrible.
You were ashamed?
No. She beat me to a pulp.
Look, Mr. Atterbury, could I please say something without your hushing me?
Proceed.
We were cleaning up the living room. I threw a book to Liz. She didn't catch it, and it hit her in the eye.
Are you through?
Yes. Do you believe me?
No. Now, why don't you send her some flowers, boy? At least apologize.
I won't send anything. There's no reason to send flowers or apologize. I'll be in my office.
You. Well, I'll just have to help him along. Oh, Miss Roberts, I'll be back in a moment. I'm going down to the florist. Good afternoon, Miss Benson.
Hello, Mr. Atterbury.
How's the flower business these days?
Oh, I've been busy as a bee all morning.
Yeah. Well, I'd like 24 roses, and I want them delivered this afternoon.
Oh, our truck's just leaving.
Oh, well, hold it up while I write a card.
Hold the truck. Hold the truck.
Okay.
I'll get the flowers while you write the card.
Yeah, here's the card.
All righty. I'll just put it in this box with the roses, close it up, and off it goes. Here, Bill. Got it. They'll be delivered right away.
Good, good. I want those flowers to get there before her husband gets home.
Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, you don't understand. You know Liz Cooper?
George Cooper's wife?
Yes.
I understand.
You do not. They had a little spat, and he won't apologize, so I'm sending flowers to Liz in his name. Wait till she sees the card.
What did it say?
Oh, well, if I do say so myself, it was sheer genius. It said, "Dearest sweetheart."
Oh, that is good.
There's more. Nothing that has happened can dim my love for you.
Oh.
Signed, adoringly, Rudolph.
Rudolph! You scared me.
Rudolph! Stop that truck. Get that card back.
It's too late.
Oh, I'll have to rush over to the Coopers and try to intercept them.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should be. It's all your fault, you bumbling... you!
Thank goodness the coast is clear. I don't see any flower boxes. Maybe he hasn't been here yet. Now, if I can just sneak in...
There's a man in the house.
It's not a man, Katie. It's me.
Mr. Atterbury, what are you doing sneaking in the front door?
I haven't time to explain now. Has Liz received any flowers today?
No, not that I know of.
What's the matter, Katie?
Nothing, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, are you ready to go, Iris?
Iris? Is she here?
Yes, sir. She's upstairs with Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, Gad. She must have seen me here.
Well, they're going out shopping in a minute.
Oh, good. I'll hide till they go. Then I'll get the card from those flowers.
But I don't know what it's all about, but you can hide in the hall closet.
Bless you, Katie.
Iris, do you think this veil hides my eye enough?
Pull your hat down a little more.
How's that?
That's fine. Liz, aren't you ever going to tell me who your mystery lover is?
No.
Why not?
Because you're a big blabbermouth.
I hate you.
Mrs. Cooper, you haven't told me what you wanted for dinner. Pork chop to eat and a steak for my eye. All right. I'll get it, Katie. Yes?
Flowers for Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, thank you. Flowers for me. I wonder who they're from.
Well, they're probably from ML.
ML?
Mystery lover.
Oh, Iris, they're from George.
They're from George.
All right, here, you read the card. Then if I'm wrong, you'll find out who my mystery lover is.
Okay.
What does it say?
It says, dear sweetheart, nothing that has happened can dim my love for you. Adoringly, Rudolph.
Rudolph?
Rudolph?
Rudolph? Rudolph who?
Rudolph who?
You think these flowers are from Rudolph Atterbury?
They aren't from Rudolph Valentino. My husband. My pitiful, fat old husband. Your mystery lover. It just doesn't seem possible.
It isn't. Why would I fall for a broken-down old goat like Mr. Atterbury?
How dare you talk like that about Rudolph?
Why, you said the same thing yourself.
I know, but I can rap him. He's my old goat. I'm going home. Where's my coat?
It's in the hall closet.
Wait till I see that Rudolph. Oh, there's coming in there.
Oh, there is not.
Rudolph Atterbury, is that you?
Don't be ridiculous, Iris.
There's nobody here but us galoshes.
If it isn't old mystery ghost.
Mr. Atterbury, what are you doing in there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, shut up.
Now, Lotus Bud, if you'll just give me a chance to explain.
All right, Rudolph. You get your chance. Step out of the closet.
Thanks.
Here. Now, you can explain, but there's something I want to do first.
What's that?
Oh,
my eye.
Katie, make that two steaks.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, George, you're just in time. This is awful.
Oh, what happened?
I'll tell you what happened. Iris came up and punched me in the eye like this.
Oh!
What was that for?
That's for starting this whole thing by hitting Liz in the first place.
Katie, make that three steaks. Now, look, let's get one thing settled right now. George did not hit me. I'll show you exactly what happened, Iris. He took a book like this and he threw it like this. Boom!
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's elementary that Sherlock Holmes is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to talk about an adventure myself, an adventure in good eating. It begins with a good wine, Petri California Sauterne. You just serve that Petri Sauterne the next time you have fried chicken. You like fried chicken? Cooked so it's crispy and a beautiful reddish gold color on the outside and just as tender as all get out on the inside. Ah, that's chicken. But wait till you try it with Petri Sauterne. That's a wine. That Petri Sauterne is a pale, delicate golden color. You can just look at it and you know it's going to be one of the most delicious wines you've ever tasted, if not the most delicious. Petri Sauterne is not only wonderful with chicken, it's great with fish or any kind of seafood, too. Get a bottle of Petri Sauterne. When it's a Petri wine, it's a good wine. And now I'm sure Dr. Watson's expecting us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Draw up your chair by the fire. That's it. The tobacco's in the jar beside you over there.
Thanks. Well, Doctor, all ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Though on this occasion I'm going to tell the story a little differently. You see, I didn't take part in it myself, so I shall act as a narrator and recount the adventure as it was told me some years after it actually took place.
Told you by Sherlock Holmes, I suppose.
Yes. At the time the story happened, the whole world, including myself, believed that my old friend had been dead for 3 years.
What did he do with himself during those 3 years, Doctor?
Wandered about the world, Persia, Egypt, the south of France, and 2 years of his time was spent in Tibet, where he disguised himself as a Norwegian explorer by the name of Sergerson, his object being to visit the forbidden city of Lhasa. The story began as Holmes stood on the outskirts of a tiny encampment, high in the Tibetan snows, disguised as the Norwegian Sergerson. Surrounding him was an excited group of native guides, their fur-capped faces and shaggy sheepskin coats making them appear like strange, wild animals as they stood there gesticulating wildly. The freezing wind whirled great clouds of snow away from the mountaintop that loomed above them. And Holmes told me that he felt a premonition of impending disaster.
Sir, my men will go no further. They say the goddess of the mountain is angry. If we climb further, she will swallow us up. She will bury us.
But we cannot go back now. We have come so far, 1,000 feet, 800 feet higher. We shall reach the pass. We shall be safe.
I will not go. We can stay back there in the tents until the goddess of the mountain tells us we may go further.
He is right. We can't go. We don't want to go anymore. It's too...
Fools! If you stay here in the wilderness, in the village, and the avalanche comes, you will all be buried. You will be swept away. The only road lies upward.
We will not go.
Back to the tent. The wind is rising.
Then I shall go on alone.
Holmes was the only one who survived. He struggled up the pass that led to safety, the icy gale whipping round him in a frenzy. A few moments after he reached the top, the avalanche occurred. The tents, the guides, and all their equipment were buried beneath hundreds of feet of hurtling, thundering snow. The way behind him was closed. He could only forge ahead. Alone, unaided, he descended the path that led to the plateau beyond. But the goddess of the mountain was still angry. Through the knifing wind and snow he battled on, without food and without, as he told me later, much hope. Even Holmes was helpless in that battle of man against the elements. What happened in that 36 hours he never really knew, except that the wind howled and the driving snow slashed at him without mercy. Finally, his mind began to wander. and he became delirious.
Watson, dear boy, hand me my violin, will you? Moriarty, I want to introduce to you the goddess of the mountain. I think you will have a lot in common. 221B Baker Street, cabby. For heaven's sake, get me as fast as you can. I think I've caught a chill.
Though his mind was wandering, great strength combined with instinctive urge for self-preservation must have kept on his feet. But finally he returned to normal consciousness to find himself jogging along a rough road in a primitive cart drawn by 2 oxen. The sun shining on him, and a white girl feeding warm broth from a cup. For a moment the girl looked at him with a comforting smile, and then she spoke.
No wonder you look puzzled, poor man. You can't make a mind whether you're in this world or the next.
Who are you? And how did I get here, please?
My name is Eileen Farley. I'm a medical missionary. I found you wandering out of your mind 2 days ago, and I've taken you under my wing. We're going to the monastery of Panchapushpa.
I'm most grateful to you, Miss Farley. You have saved my life. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sigerson, Olaf Sigerson. I'm a Norwegian explorer.
Oh, no. No, your name is Sherlock Holmes, and you're a famous English detective.
Please, I don't understand you.
Mr. Holmes, you've been delirious for the last 2 days. In your ravings, I was delighted to learn that great Sherlock Holmes did not die 2 years ago at the Reichenbach Falls.
I can see that further simulation is useless, my dear young lady. However, I must implore you to keep my secret. It's essential that for a while longer the world continues to think me dead.
You don't need to worry, Mr. Holmes. I'm a great admirer of yours, and I promise that no one will ever learn your secret from my lips. Try drinking a little more broth. You're dreadfully weak.
Thank you, sir.
Help me, please. Please, to give me help.
Another white man travels the road to Panchapushpa. Stop the cart! You need help?
Stop! My own cart has broken the wheel. You're going perhaps to the monastery of Panchapushpa?
We are.
Good. Fyodor Dmitrievich Borodin, Imperial Russian envoy, will travel with you. Please to make room. Spasibo.
Remember my secret.
The cart may proceed. Понимаешь? Your name, please, young lady.
Eileen Farley. I'm an American medical missionary.
I do not approve of missionaries, but you are very beautiful. So Borodin will forgive you. Who's this mujik lying on the floor? He looks half dead.
I am half dead, Господин Borodin. My name is Sigerson. I am Norwegian.
What is a Norwegian doing in Tibet?
I have been exploring the mountains. And what, may I ask, is a Russian doing in Tibet, Господин Borodin?
What is a Russian doing? You shall see, my friend. To Holy Mother Russia shall belong Tibet. But now let us be gay. We have some hours ahead of us. You like vodka, Miss Farley?
I'm afraid I don't drink.
Borodin will teach you to drink. Then he will sing you songs of his native Russia. We shall be happy. Ay, chiki, 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 gor, vashni, more,
Singing. Holmes told me that every note jarred his aching, weary head. After a few hours, the strangely assorted trio arrived at the gates of the monastery, an edifice, as Holmes told me, of great antiquity and of breathtaking beauty, and built in the shadow of a giant mountain. He was fed and bathed, and shortly afterwards he found himself together with his 2 companions in the presence of the head abbot himself, a man of great age and infinite wisdom. The faint chanting of religious music could be heard coming from another part of the monastery. As the old man spoke,
My dear Miss Farley, my dear gentlemen, I have welcomed you to the monastery, and yet each one of you has come to me separately and asked that he be given permission to go to the sacred city of Lhasa. I cannot give that permission, my children.
Borodin has traveled a long way. Russia will be most unhappy if he does not get the permission.
I am an explorer, Reverend Sir. Will not that fact entitle me to some consideration?
I, too, have traveled a great way, sir.
My children, I realize your claims, but the permission is not in my power to grant. Tibet is ruled by our Chinese overlords. In any case, I will ask you to turn your heads. The gentleman approaching us has preceded you in residence here. He also wishes to tread the road to Lhasa.
You have new visitors, I see.
Yes, my son. Permit me to introduce you. Sir Harvey Forrester, and this is Miss Eileen Farley.
How do you do?
How do you do, Sir Harvey?
Gospodin Borodin from Russia.
How do you do? One cannot travel the world without meeting an Englishman. God we push it, Watsy.
And Mr. Olaf Sigerson from Norway.
God dag, Sir Harvey.
How do you do?
Please be seated. My children, the Chinese ruler in this province has heard of your presence here. He has announced his intention of visiting you. Before he arrives, I should like to ask you each a question. 4 of you, all from different countries, have traveled here to the mountains of Tibet. At this monastery, I can offer you refreshment, the opportunity of acquiring wisdom and peace. What more do you seek in Lhasa? I shall ask you each that question in turn. You, Miss Farley, what do you seek?
I seek the opportunity to bring both God and health to your Tibetan people.
And you, Mr. Sigerson?
I seek to chart the true course of your mountains, and so to bring knowledge to the world.
And you, Gospodin Borodin?
I seek to bring about complete understanding between the great peoples of Tibet and Russia. If I succeed, Tsar and his family may consider turning to Buddhism.
Indeed. And you, Sir Harvey, as representative of the British government, what do you seek?
I shall not join in this contest of wishful thinking. I merely remind you, sir, that your government has signed a treaty with mine.
And was not that treaty forced upon us by our Chinese overlords? No, my children. You have advanced brave reasons, but I cannot help remembering that the streams of Tibet bear gold nuggets the size of hazelnuts. You foreigners, in your pitiful ignorance, esteem gold. That signals the arrival of Watson, the Chinese emissary. Your problems will be settled, my children. I will acquaint him with your request.
Why are you smiling, Mr. Holmes?
At the name of the Chinese overlord, Watson. Must avoid falling into old habits and saying, elementary, my dear Watson.
Shh. He's going to speak.
Silence! Silence! The abbot has told me your wishes. I will hold conference. American lady and Norwegian will not be allowed. Only Great Britain and Russia have treaties with my country.
I insist that I have prior right over the Russian representative.
Short wash me. I represent the Tsar, and Russia is your neighbor. I demand my diplomatic privilege.
Follow me. I will decide the things, not you.
I shall inform the British consul in Peking if proceedings...
This is an insult to the Tsar. Holy Mother Russia will never...
Well, Mr. Holmes, it looks as if you and I, at any rate, don't get to Lhasa.
No.
You look worried. Does the journey to Lhasa mean so much to you?
It isn't that. I'm worried about the potential danger that hangs over this monastery. Violent forces are at work.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
As you know, Miss Farley, I have some specialized acquaintance with these matters, and I tell you that I have rarely seen more clearly exemplified that emotional tension which leads to one thing, murder. That is what I'm afraid of, young lady. Murder.
That was what Holmes was afraid of. Later that day, as the sun was setting over the mountaintop, the old abbot walked slowly in the monastery gardens as he talked to the man who he thought to be Sigerson.
Mr. Sigerson, what can I do to help you? Our conversation has pleased me. You are a man of rare perception and knowledge. I grant you one worthy to enter Lhasa, but I can offer no hope. Mr. Wa has already rejected the applications of both the Englishman and the Russian.
He did that?
He did, my son. He told me they were both very angry and threatened him.
If anything were to happen to the Chinese emissary, would you have the right grant permission for the journey to Lhasa?
Yes, until the new envoy arrived Peking. But what are you suggesting, my son? This monastery is a haven of peace, a backwater far from the troubled stream of life. No violence has ever occurred here.
I hope it never will. Yet, the Chinese envoy was threatened, you say, Reverend Sir?
Yes, my son.
He has left the monastery, of course.
No, those who come here, even for a short visit, must break bread with us and sleep at least one night. Mr. Wah is quartered in the cell you see before us.
Then do you mind if we call on him, Reverend Sir?
Of course not, my son, though you will waste your breath in talking to him. He will not give you permission to take the road to Lhasa. He sleeps, my son. Let us not disturb him.
If you don't mind, Reverend Sir, I must waken him, if he can be wakened.
What can be wrong?
I think I know. I'm going in. There is your answer, Reverend Sir.
He is dead.
Yes, sir. Strangled with his own cue.
Oh, the poor misguided man has taken his own life, my son.
No, sir. Look at those marks on his shoulder. He has been murdered.
But what are we to do?
As it happens, Reverend Sir, I've had certain amount of experience with these matters in my own country. If I were to produce the murderer for you with certain proof of his guilt, would you authorize my going to Lhasa?
Yes, since for a few days that mission is mine to give, I will grant it. You fill me with a strange confidence, but how will you find this taker of life?
I can't tell you now, sir, but I shall find him. All that I require is a little assistance from you, sir.
Of course. What is it?
Let us both leave the cell, post a guard here, and give him strict orders that no one is to enter unless accompanied by me.
Very well. But, my son, where are you going?
Before very long, sir. I hope to be on my way to Lhasa.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story immediately, so I'll just take a second to remind you that hamburgers, hamburgers, are practically an all-American food. We all love a good hamburger, but wait till you taste a juicy hamburger together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Boy, that Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just the best friend a hamburger or steak or any kind of meat dish ever had. So remember, if you want a red wine for dinner, you want Petri Burgundy. If you prefer a white wine, you want Petri Sauterne. And if you can't make up your mind which you want, it's simple. Buy one, buy two. But always buy Petri. P-E-T-R-I, Petri. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Sherlock Holmes was in a tough spot. There he was, thousands of miles from England. A murderer was running loose. Holmes was in disguise. And he hadn't got you to help him on the case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bartell. I must say I think that I always was useful to my old friend. But I wasn't there. So this time he enlisted the services of Eileen Fibber, the American girl. Immediately after he'd left the cell of the murdered man, he'd gone to Miss Farley and told her of the tragedy. As they returned to the scene of the crime, he found that his instructions had been carried out and that a guard was barring the entrance to the dead man's cell.
There's a guard in front of the cell.
My instructions.
The abbot gave you your orders.
Yes, you may go in.
Please close the door behind us. I'm sure your nerves are up to this, Miss Farley. It's not a pretty sight.
I've seen sudden death before, Mr. Holmes. In any case, I would appear frightened. I'm so flattered that you asked me to help you.
You were the only one who knew my true identity. That's why I suggest that you take my old friend's place. I need, what shall I say? I needed a sounding board for my deductions. Wait a minute, here. I'll light a match. There we are. Now, here's a candle.
Oh!
I warned you it wasn't a pretty sight. Hold the candle, will you please, Miss Farley? Thank you. This isn't hard to reconstruct. Killer stood behind his victim, held him by the left shoulder. So, wound his cue around his neck and pulled back. Yes. The marks are self-evident. Hello. What's this on the floor at his feet?
A cigarette. Dropped as it was burning, I should think. And now it's nothing but ash.
Exactly, ash. Now, which of the visitors at the monastery smoke cigarettes?
Yourself, the Russian, and Sir Harvey, the Englishman.
I think we may justifiably omit myself from the list of suspects. So that narrows us down to two. Look, Miss Farley.
What is it?
There are clear traces here to the naked eye, not only of tobacco ash and paper, but of cardboard.
But what does that signify, Mr. Holmes?
The case is nearly solved. Come on, young lady. We must pay a visit to Borodin's cell at once.
Arguments. Always, Sir Harvey Forrester, you give me the argument.
But, my dear Borodin...
I am not your dear Borodin. I'm Pyotr Dmitrovich Borodin, ambassador of Holy Mother Russia. I'm no friend of yours. Come in. Ah, the missionary girl and the sick Norwegian. Come in. We will drink vodka, and I will sing Russian songs for you.
We haven't come here to listen to songs. The Chinese envoy was murdered tonight.
So we have been told, my dear. And Sir Harvey and I are very happy because of his death, are we not?
Well, I won't pretend I'm heartbroken.
Rasputin Borodin.
What is it, Norwegian?
You were in the cell tonight at the time of the murder.
Huh? That's a lie.
I can prove it. In that cell, I just found ashes, of totally burned cigarette ashes that included fragments of cardboard. Only a Russian cigarette has a cardboard mouthpiece.
What you can or cannot prove is of no interest to me, Sigerson.
He's very obstinate tonight, Sigerson. We've just been having a political argument. Couldn't agree on a single point, except on the danger of the common man. He was telling me of the most extraordinary revolution in his estates. Do you know they chop off one of his hands?
Dreadful.
Your hand, Borodin. Which one?
As God was merciful, my left hand.
The one beneath your glove?
He's made of wax, my good Norwegian. He's made of wax. Well, see for yourself. Extraordinary.
It's more than that. It is conclusive proof.
What do you mean, Mr. Sigerson?
I cannot tell you now. I must leave you here. Let me warn you, the three of you will be well advised to keep an eye on each other. Meanwhile, I must see the abbot.
Why, Mr. Sigerson?
Because now I know who murdered Vatsun.
Pink fingers of dawn are stealing across the mountaintop, my son. Soon you will be on your way to Lhasa.
Yes, Reverend Sir. You have kept your promise.
You kept yours, Mr. Sigerson. The Chinese soldiers have arrived, and the taker of life has been given into their custody. Before you leave, my son, I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Reverend Sir. What is it?
The hood figure in the corner is that of the monastery scribe. He keeps our annals. I want you to explain for our records how you knew which one of the three was the taker of life.
It was not difficult, sir. The killer had gripped Vatsun's shoulder with the left hand, while the right was used to strangle him. Therefore, the Russian Borodin could not be the killer, since his left hand was artificial.
Quite so. It was, as you told me, made of wax. Then...
But the clue of the cigarette pointed directly to the Russian. Therefore, it had obviously been planted there deliberately to incriminate him. Now, there is no trained police force in Tibet.
We need no police. There is no crime here, my son. But continue.
Why should the cigarette be planted to incriminate the Russian? Unless there was someone capable of making the deduction from a handful of cigarette ash. Therefore, the murderer was the one person who knew my true identity. Miss Eileen Farley, supposed missionary.
No missionary. As it transpired when she confessed, no American.
No, a Secret Service agent of German origin, seeking to reach Lhasa before the Russians, and infuriated by Vatsun's denial of passage. Any Secret Service is better off without such employee.
She will pay for her mortal sins. May she redeem herself in her next place on the wheel. My son.
Yes, Reverend Sir.
You are about to leave me, and I shall never see you again. Though evil and death came to Panchapushpa and to my monastery in the caravan that brought you here, I shall miss you, my son. I shall miss you greatly.
And I you, Reverend Sir.
Would you consider staying here? I can only offer you peace, a shelter from the outside world, and quiet companionship.
Three great gifts, sir. But I cannot take them. My work is not done. I must go on.
Of course, my son. It was an old man's dream. One last question.
What is it, sir?
You spoke of your true identity just now. Who are you, my son?
Reverend Sir, I cannot tell even you the answer to that question. One day, perhaps, but not now. Let us just say that I have wandered through a world of trouble, just as you have remained tranquil in a world of peace. I hope, sir, that we shall meet again.
I hope so, too. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, Reverend Sir. Goodbye.
Doctor, that was really an unusual story. You told it so well, I felt you were actually a part of it.
No, my boy, as I said, the story was told me by Holmes. I've never been to Tibet. Been to India, of course. I never really wanted to go to Tibet. Horrible mountains, terrible weather, lots of bandits on the roads. So dangerous place.
Doctor, you're not afraid of danger, are you?
10 years ago, Mr. Bartell, a question like that would be an insult. Today I realize that all of us, unless we're stupid, have some fear of danger. I would say that I'm definitely not a coward, nor am I a thrill seeker, but I've done with searching for something new.
Me too, Doctor. I'm through searching for something new also. Now that I've found Petri wine, I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Bartell, no matter what we talk about, when you say it, it always sounds like Petri wine.
Well, why not? I can't think of a more delicious wine. And no wonder. The Petri family has been making the fine Petri wines for generations. Ever since the 1800s, they've handed on down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can rest assured that the Petri family takes pride in doing a good job. They won't put that name Petri on any wine that isn't up to the high Petri standards. Yes, if it's Petri wine, you know it's good wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you plan to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started off in a very light-hearted way and ended on the same note. And yet it involved Sherlock Holmes and myself in serious danger and caused us intense humiliation. I call it The Adventure of the Pigeon Feathers.
Sounds swell, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much. And before you go, I want to remind the families of our returned veterans that their sons are more than heroes. They not only fought bravely, but in the armed forces they acquired new skills, learned or bettered themselves in some trade or furthered their education. Our men have returned with a new maturity and a new wisdom. They'll be more valuable to past or to future employers and more valuable to their country. The greatest assets America has at this moment are her veterans. Remember that. Good night.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Music is by Dean Foster. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. They are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday night on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art, northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Fibber and Molly will be with you in a minute. There is a serious problem confronting the American school system. Unless action is taken now, your child may be the victim of overcrowded schools, inadequate teaching, and a lack of facilities. This fall finds the highest school enrollment in America's history. In the next 5 years, more than 5 million additional pupils will be enrolled in our schools. This means that we must provide 128,000 additional elementary school teachers and 350,000 additional classrooms. If we do not begin to train these teachers and build these classrooms right now, the increased enrollment will plunge our schools into a chaotic situation. One way in which you can make certain that your child's career is not crippled by faulty preparation is by joining and working with your local civic school group. See to it that your community appropriates enough money for educational purposes. Encourage young people to prepare for the teaching profession. It's up to all of us to help improve the schools.
You, la da da da, you. Oh, good morning, dearie. I was just thinking about you.
Yeah, I heard you. Morning, kiddo. Oh, boy.
Well, breakfast is almost ready. Turn that bacon for me, will you? How'd you sleep?
Not so good.
You were awfully restless, rolling and tossing.
I'm wore out. Feel like I spent the night racing for the moon with Vaughn Monroe.
Well, what kept you awake, anyway?
That phone call from Washington that I kept missing connections with. 2 days they've been trying to get me now, you know.
How well I know.
Kept me awake, worrying about what kind of trouble our government is in that they're so frantic to get hold of me on the long-distance phone. This could be anything, Molly, anything.
Well, now we'll find out today. Operator 25 is the one you're to call. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp.
How did you sleep, Mr. Wimple?
I slept like a bird, Mrs. Magee.
A what?
A bird.
Bird?
That's a bird that lives at the North Pole and sleeps 6 months out of the year.
Well, that's certainly a strange name for a bird.
The bird got his name because he sleeps on a cake of ice, and when he wakes up in the morning, he goes...
I see, yeah. Well, breakfast is ready, boys. Sit down.
You two go ahead and eat. I'm going to trace that call through.
But, McGee, the food is all on the table.
I can't eat anything anyhow till I find out what Washington wants. This sounds critical to me, Molly. Our nation may be in danger.
Well, I looked out the front door this morning, and the nation was still sitting there. At least the part I could see from the front porch was still there. It'll hold till after breakfast. Let's eat first.
That would be my suggestion, Mr. Magee. Food is so much better when it's hot and...
Food? How can you two talk about food at a time like this?
Oh, dear.
Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. They're trying frantically to get me on the phone, right?
Frantically? They called once yesterday and once the day before.
Right. Suppose some emergency has arose. Suppose Eisenhower's out of town. Suppose they can't reach him. The situation is tense. They called Adlai Stevenson. He's too busy.
Oh, are you mixed up?
Disaster threatens. And then somebody gets an inspiration. What about that man Magee, they say? The man with all those great ideas that he's always writing to us. And they put in the call. To me.
And right after breakfast, you can call back. Sit down, will you?
Please, Mr. Magee, the eggs are getting cold.
I'm surprised at you two. What's happened to your patriotism? Have you so little concern for that grand old flag that you put scrambled eggs before Old Glory?
All right, I'll put your breakfast in the oven to keep it warm. Go ahead and start, Mr. Wimple.
I don't think I can eat now, Mrs. McGee. I'd feel like John Wilkes Booth. I'll wait for Mr. McGee.
Good boy, Wallace. Who do I call, Molly? Operator 25?
Yes, dearie.
I hope the phone is okay. That deal yesterday. Hello, operator. Give me long-distance operator 25. Yeah. Hello, 25. This is Mr. McGee, Fibber McGee. About that call from Washington you got for me. Oh? Huh? The War Department? Hey, Molly, the War Department. What did I tell you? How's that, sis? War Department's out right now? They're going to call me back when? At 1100, huh? Well, that'll be... all right. Well, I'll be here.
Did you say the War Department is calling you?
Isn't that exciting?
Boy, oh boy, I told you this was important, Molly.
My goodness, the War Department.
They're going to call me back at 1100, operator said. That's, that must be around about noon, ain't it?
1100, Mr. McGee, is 11 o'clock.
Yeah, 11 o'clock. Better synchronize our watches, men. What time you got, Molly?
Kitchen clock says 8:45.
I got 8:52. What time you got, Wimp?
My watch says 3:15. I must have forgotten to wind it. Pass the egg, somebody. I'm starving.
There's more fun with the McGees shortly. You can say Merry Christmas in almost every language this year by sending a special CARE holiday gift food package overseas. The nonprofit relief organization has a special series of these gift food parcels available for as little as $6.95. Or you may send an all-turkey package for $12 or a turkey and trimmings parcel for $18.75. The price covers all sending charges and includes guaranteed delivery. CARE packages may go to someone you know abroad or as charity to some worthy person CARE will name. The gifts may go in your name or in the name of someone on your Christmas list. Appropriate acknowledgement will be made. The CARE package you send represents more than food to some hungry person or Christmas cheer to some desolate home. It represents friendship and freedom. It represents your opportunity to share your holidays with those less fortunate abroad. All you need is an order and a check. CARE does all the rest. But the time is short and the supply limited. Send your order and your contribution now while there's time to CARE, New York.
It was so nice of you to help me with these dishes, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's the least that I...
Yeah, swell, Wimp. I'd have helped her myself, but I got to listen for that phone call. What time is it?
9:30. You've got an hour and a half.
Oh, well, I'll go back in there and sit down.
I don't mind the dishes at all, Mrs. McGee. I help Sweetie Face with them all the time.
That's nice. Do you wash or dry at home?
Yes. Both. Except some nights when I just don't feel like it. Then Sweetie Face lets me have the evening paper.
She does?
Yes. She rolls it up and lets me have it right in the head. Oh, that Sunday edition is just murder. Where'll I hang the tea towel?
I'll take it. Thanks. Now let's go in the living room and help McGee wait for his phone call because...
Hey, Molly, what time is it?
9:32, dearie. My goodness.
Just checking my watch. I better check the phone again, too. Make sure it's working okay. I don't want anything to go wrong this time because... Oh, my gosh.
What is it?
The party line is on. Listen.
And she had her sister with her, the one from New York that she talks about what beautiful clothes she has all the time. And believe me, this sister is just a mess. After all the talk I've heard about the money she has and the cars they have and the clothes she has, I almost laughed right out loud.
Heavenly days, listen to her
She had
talk.
on one of those big flat hats with a purple crown, and honestly, it looked like a manhole cover with a carbuncle on it. So I said to her, that's a lovely hat, my dear. And she said, oh, it's just an old thing.
Holy smoke. What a yak box. Wow.
Well, your call isn't coming till 11 o'clock, dearie.
That's an hour and 26 minutes, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, it's plenty of time. Nobody could possibly talk that fast for over 10 or 15 minutes, so I'll just relax.
My, this suspense is very dramatic, really. You're the first person I've ever known who got a telephone call from the War Department.
And even McGee hasn't gotten it yet. Let me listen a minute.
And I was never so insulted in my life. Believe me, I told her a thing or two, her and her ears, because...
Still at it.
That's one thing. When we move to Washington, we won't have a party line, Molly. I'll probably have direct wires from our apartment straight to the White House.
My goodness. Do you really think you'll be moving to Washington?
These days, you got to be prepared for anything, Wallace. Reminds me a lot of the situation in 1918, when I sat in on my first presidential conference.
Really?
Well, I've heard this one, so I'll go sort the laundry.
The president himself invited me, you see, and I says to him, I says, Woodrow, I says.
Woodrow? President Woodrow Wilson?
Yep, Woodrow Wilson Beeler. Best president the Peoria Packing Company ever had. Woodrow, I says, what this outfit needs is a guy like me to take charge, because with me running this outfit... You can take your dirty old packing plant and go jump in the river. That's what I said to Woodrow Wilson Beeler. What time is it?
I have 10:55.
My gosh, it's almost time for the War Department. I got so interested in what I was saying that I almost...
Hey, did you get your call yet, McGee? It's nearly 11.
Not yet, kiddo. 5 to 11. Yeah, I better check that phone again.
And she's the one who married that cab driver, you know. She was a clapperstrap, the Florida clapperstraps.
Oh, I got it clear.
It was her sister who won that contest they've been bragging about ever since.
Lady.
You know, the Orange Growers Association named her the Naval Queen of 1932.
Lady, would you...
Although how the Navy ever got in with the Orange Growers, I never quite understood, but there we were, partners.
Oh, lady.
Of course, the way the whole thing started was when my husband ran into him downtown, and you know how stupid men
Please,
get at a time
lady.
like that.
Hang it up, dearie. Come on, hang up.
But, Molly, what am I going to do? It's 3 minutes to 11. The War Department is going to call me at 1100.
I don't know what to do, dearie, but we can't butt in.
I couldn't butt in anyhow. That dame don't hear anything.
Let me try. Lady. Lady. Hey, lady.
Oh, you shouldn't.
Oh, she's sailing. That was sort of fun. I never hollered that loud at a lady in my life. Say, may I do it just once more, Mrs. McGee?
Please don't, Mr. Wimple. We can't be rude.
Oh, I can. The government is going to call me in 1 minute, and by George, give me that phone, Wimp. She's gone. Hung up. Oh, boy.
Thank heaven.
I probably scared her. I feel so strong.
Hang it up again quick, McGee. They can't call if you're on...
Oh, that's right. Ah, boy. At last it's coming through. The lines are clear, and I'm ready. 10 seconds to go.
I'm a little excited myself at this point.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. It must be a little fast up there at Washington. Hello, McGee speaking. Who? Who? Oh, it's for you, Wimp.
Oh, dear.
Me?
Yeah, it's her. Make it fast, because by gosh, I want to get
Hello? Oh, yes, dear. It's so nice. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
Come on, cut it short. Call her back. Hang up.
Hang up? On her? Are you mad?
Oh.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
But, Wimp, my call, the War Department.
This is my War Department, Mr. McGee.
Oh, sure.
Yes, dear. Oh, yes.
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. Every Friday evening on the NBC Radio Network, you'll hear stellar comedy entertainment by such popular comedians as Bob Hope and Phil Harris. Fridays for fun on NBC Radio, when Bob Hope is joined by song stylist Margaret Whiting, Les Brown and his band of renown, and Bob's special guests to provide you with 30 laugh-filled minutes of pleasureful radio listening. You'll really enjoy the Bob Hope Show each Friday night on most NBC stations. And then stay tuned for more bright comedy on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. To add to the hilarity, you'll be joyously entertained by regular cast members Elliot Lewis, Julius Abruzio, Brother William, and little Alice and Phyllis. The Phil Harris Alice Faye Show is one of the week's entertainment highlights on the NBC Radio Network. Be sure to listen each Friday evening for this mirth-filled program. Also on Friday, enjoy the lilting voice of Miss Dinah Shore as she brings you a quarter-hour program of the nation's most popular music. Be sure to hear them all Friday on the NBC Radio Network.
Gee whiz, Molly, I can't take much more of this. 3 days.
Now, don't you fret. Look, if you don't get to talk to those people tomorrow, I'll put you on an airplane with my own Christmas savings, and you can fly there and see what they want.
Oh, well, gee whiz, well, I wouldn't want to do that.
I almost forgot, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face said to give you both her regards.
Ah, shut up.
McGee.
Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program, transcribed with Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple and Natalie Masters as the neighbor on the party line. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Fill your kitchen with exciting drama. Keep your kitchen radio tuned to the NBC radio network.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time an old Spanish woman who cared, a red-headed mink who didn't, and a green suede button beside a corpse. All led me to a wounded man with a gun in his hand, cornered on a warehouse roof. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Man on the Roof.
You got him the last time. Yes, there he goes. There he goes, Mooney, up there. The iron line leads to the rope. What a minute. That's it. He's on the roof now. He made it, Lieutenant. He's on the roof. Should I go up the fire escape after him? No, he's got a gun, Mooney, and he's hit. Put in a call for tear gas launchers. We'll use them from the roof across the street. It'll take a half hour. He isn't going any place. Go ahead, Mooney. Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, here comes Marlowe. About time I want to talk to him. Mooney! On the roof. He's over the edge there. Fire, Mooney! Matthews, hold it. Mooney, don't shoot again. What are you talking about, Marlowe? He's a killer. He's armed and dangerous.
Listen to me.
What do you want us to do? Scold him and send him home without a supper?
Matthews, I'm going up after him.
No, you're not, Marlowe. Come here.
Let go of me,
Listen,
Matthews.
Marlowe, nobody goes up there. We're going to gas him out. Go on, Mooney. Call for lunchers.
Matthews, please, listen to me, will you?
No, why not? Tell me the whole story. We got nothing but time till we get here what we want.
Please, Matthews, quit kidding.
Nobody is kidding, Marlowe. That boy up there is a killer. Keep watching that roof, Becker. You make it curious. Well, Marlowe, the story you've got.
About 10 minutes ago,
At
Matthews.
the beginning, Marlowe. Go on, Phil.
I'm trying to.
We'll start at the front. I'm a sucker for detail. You got a half hour before the tear gas arrives.
Okay, Matthews, I'll start at the front and skip nothing.
Right.
I'll start where it started 4 hours ago at 5 o'clock this evening, some 15 miles from here on the outskirts of a little town of San Fernando. A telephone call from a woman whose voice had said that she was old and Spanish and very worried. It brought me out to the place. A woman named Senora Andrade who told me that her only boy was heading for a lot of trouble and that I had to stop it. The Andrade home stood out like a thoroughbred alongside the milkman's horse in comparison to the other houses squatting on the sun-baked soil. And the Senora herself, at maybe 60 and in a cheap black cotton dress, a lace shawl and homemade slippers, was the tidiest person I'd ever seen. When she bowed from the waist in graceful greeting, I saw a single small ivory comb was the only thing holding a mass of long gray hair in one neat bundle.
Senor Marlowe, you will excuse me if I do not extend you the hospitality of my house, but Pedro, Pete, he likes to be named, is already gone. There is no wasting time.
Of course. Pete's your son, Senora, huh?
And a good boy, Senor Marlowe. Here is a photograph of him. It is taken only a week ago on his 25th birthday.
Really?
He was so proud of that green jacket I made for him. It was suede and flashing, he said. Flashing like something the rich Mr. Alex Brucho would wear. He has it on every day since then, even today.
Alex Brucho, who's that, Mrs. Andrade?
Senor who owns the warehouse for furs in Los Angeles.
Oh?
Number 12 Commercial Street. It's where my Pete worked until 2 days ago, when the trouble started.
Well, what happened, Senora?
It was during his lunchtime. He was eating from a meal I made for him like he always does and talking to a stranger, how you say, senor, a man with no job all the time.
A bum, a hobo, a loafer?
Si, loafer, si. He was just telling me how he was telling him to find the railroad yards. That, senor, is where the trouble began. Oh, please, Senor Marlowe, you will have a chair there.
Oh, yes, thanks. Now, tell me, Senora, this trouble. Surely giving instructions to a loafer, as you say, didn't start it.
Oh, but it did. After the lunch hour, the foreman, Senor Connor, questioned Pedro about this loafer. And when my boy said that the man was only asking for the railroad yards, this Senor Connor said he was a liar, that Pedro was giving out information about the shipments of furs, that he was fired, discharged.
Just like that?
See, senor, after 2 years of good, hard work. You see, Senor Marlowe, Pedro tells me that Senor Alex Brucher has been having his shipments of furs stolen on the road.
Hijacked?
Hijacked. And it is this reason why Pedro is fired.
You want me to prove to Mr. Alex Brucher that Pete had nothing to do with his hijacking, huh? Get his job back, is that it?
No, senor. It is too late.
Why too late?
Pedro already went down there this morning to do that.
Oh.
He went and told Senor Connor that he had nothing to do with the hijack. And more. He told him, Senor Marlowe, that he was fired because of Helen Castile.
Who's that?
The pretty girl who for a short time now works in Senor Brucher's office.
Well, then I don't understand, Senora.
This Helen Castile and my boy are falling in love. But Senor Brucher also likes this girl.
Oh. What happened when Pete told this to Mr. Brucher?
He never did. Before he even got to speak to Senor Brucher, that devil man, Senor Connor, and some other men beat him. Cut his face, blood on his arms, his clothing torn. He came home just before I called to you. Almost dead, Senor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, how about now?
No, Senor Marlowe. Pedro has gone back. Revenge in his heart. That is why you must stop him. Senor, you must bring him home before he kills. Before it is too late.
Take it easy.
No,
take it easy, Senor. Don't worry. I'm sure I can bring him back. Positive.
Oh, gracias, Senor.
It's all right. It's all right.
Here, Senor, in this hand. I have money. 19, maybe more dollars here. You take it.
No. Not yet, Mrs. Andrade. I don't think it'll cost that much. We'll see, huh? Goodbye, Senora. It was an hour's drive to the Brucher Fur Company warehouse on Commercial Street in downtown L.A. I started up a long cement ramp that led to a glass cage in a far corner of the warehouse marked office. It was just about the end of a working day. And when I was next to the door, let it enter, a bell someplace said that the end had arrived. You could tell the way everyone's spirits went up. Everyone except the girl inside, half leaning on a file cabinet. I figured she was Helen Castile until I got closer. The on-fire red hair and green eyes with hat and shoes to match could have gotten by. But the coat she wore was mink. So was the attitude. That would never take shorthand for $40 a week. Things just couldn't get that tough.
Hello. You look like you lost something.
Oh, is Helen still here? Helen Castile?
Gone to powder her nose. Maybe back before she leaves for the day. May not. I don't know.
Oh.
You a friend of hers?
No, Pete Andrade's.
Never heard of him. Got a light?
Oh.
Please.
Sure. Now, tell me, Miss...
Haynes, Corey Haynes. You?
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. Miss Haynes, is Alex Brucher around?
Home packing is going out of town. It does every other week. Important business?
No, I just wanted to chat with him a while.
Oh, Connor, is Alice's car gas ready for me?
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready, Miss Haynes. Here are the keys.
Thank you. And, Connor, please, stop wishing I were dead, will you? I can feel it, and it gives me the creeps.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Haynes, but, well, maybe we won't be seeing so much you want to notice so soon.
If you mean Helen Castile, Connor, she's a great secretary, period.
Yeah. Now you, Mr.
Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe.
I'm a friend of Pete Andrade. Is that
You said enough, mister. Almost too much.
Now, wait a minute, Connor.
What for? A lot of hot air? Listen, Marlowe, we've been running into all kinds of trouble around here. Hijacking, short shipments, misdirected cargoes, it works.
So?
So it all adds up to somebody on the inside helping somebody on the outside, and that ain't good. Now, take my advice, brother. Get your long nose out of this place and keep it out if you don't want it bent.
It's the phone, Connor. If you lift it up, it'll stop that noise.
Very funny. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Brucher. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I got it.
Charming fella, isn't he?
He'll be down here in a couple hours and I'm to wait. Check. Check, Mr. Brucher. Goodbye.
His master's voice.
Very funny again. You'd better let me have the keys back, Miss Haynes. The boss isn't going out of town after all. He'll probably want his car.
And I'll probably give it to him myself after I've run a few errands I have in mind. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe. I hope we meet again in more pleasant surroundings.
You two go to rival schools, Connor?
Get out of here, Marlowe. Get out before you get the same treatment your friend Pete Andrade got.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You wouldn't do that to me, Connor. I'm not in love with Helen Castile. That goes for you, too, in spades.
Hey, you, Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Over here behind the crates.
I don't want Connor to see us. I'm Helen Castile.
How do you know who I am?
There's an intercom phone in the office you just left.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I knew Pete was in some trouble. I haven't heard from him in 2 days. Mr. Marlowe, what they've done to him is terrible. How do you know about it? Did Pete come to you?
No, his mother hired me. I'm a private detective, which, Helen brings up a sharp point. Are you sure you're not playing both sides, baby?
Well, you...
All right, save it. Save it. That's all I wanted to know.
What do you want? You mean you just said that to see how I'd act?
Well, I had to be sure. After all, you're still working for Alex Brucher.
Not anymore. I only stayed on before this because I didn't want Pete to be fired.
Hold it. I think we've got company.
It could be rats. There's some around.
Yeah, with and without brass knucks. Now, listen, honey, for everybody's good, I don't want Pete mixing with Alex Brucher. Now, before you get out of here, tell me fast, where does the boss live?
41 West Adams Boulevard.
41 West. Okay, now go. I'll cover you till you're clear of the place. Go on.
All right, my car's across the street. If you need any help later, Mr.
Get
Marlowe...
going. That rat may have friends.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Helen got to the front gate, out into her car, and away without anybody bothering her. And a couple of minutes later, I covered the same smooth course, and I was beginning to believe that the rats were just that, except that when I was in behind the wheel of my coupe and heading for Adams Boulevard, I picked up a pair of headlights in my rear-view mirror, which for the next 40 minutes had zigzagged, stuck like they were painted there. But finally, a traffic jam gave me all the brake I needed. And a sharp right turn, followed by a lot of speed, left me free and once again on my way to West Adams Boulevard. The place was turn-of-the-century stone-block mansion, but the rest of the neighborhood had gone slumming a long time ago. I was about to try the knocker when I noticed a thin slice of pale light that said the front door wasn't closed all the way. I started in, edging toward the sick light that came from a single lamp in what used to be called the library. And then suddenly I saw him. A man in a smoking jacket, lavishly monogrammed A.B., his face beaten raw, his clothing almost shredded, blood clotted thick on the back of his head. He was dead in the corner of the room. Next to the body was a heavy marble lamp base, also bloody. Inches from that, I found something that might as well have been Pete Andrade's calling card. A button made of green suede. I had it in my pocket just before the company spoke up.
Don't go for your gun, Marlowe. That'd leave us even. So the kid finally made it, huh?
Maybe. Maybe I did it, Connor.
Nuts. You just came in, I know. I was waiting outside. The jerk I had on your trail lost you. I figured I'd better leave the office, but quick. I figured right. But tell me, Marlowe, just so I score 100%, what's your angle?
The Andrade kid's mother. And a private detective was working for us. She was afraid of this.
Oh, no. Stop. The sentiment's killing
I
me.
wish something would. Well, let's call the police.
Not so fast.
What do you mean?
And I've already got the rest of my figuring done. About now, the kid should be at his girlfriend Helen's flat. I know where it is, and that's where I'm going. You see, Marlowe, I want to be a hero. I want to bring the kid in. Understand?
Oh, sure. Real easy. You want to bring him in dead. That way nobody even mentions the beating you gave him on Brucher's orders. Because he wouldn't stay away from Helen. That way you're clean.
Exactly. Clean as a whistle. Except for you and your big mouth. Now stand still, Peeper. I want to whisper something in your ear.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you're going to think the laughter of April Fool's Day came late when you listen to CBS this Wednesday night, for it's going to be one of the craziest, merriest, maddest nights of entertainment you've ever heard. Bing Crosby will be playing host to Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como. And even though lots of singing is promised from all three, who knows what's going to happen when the gags start flying? Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be on hand with their famous fun shows this Wednesday. These great stars will be here on most of these same CBS stations. Burns and Allen, Groucho Marx, and Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como as Bing Crosby's guests. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Man on the Roof.
When Connor started toward me with a .38 wrapped in his thick fist, I figured I'd better do something about him and do it fast. I waited until he walked around Bruce's body on the floor and it was out of his line of vision, and I pointed at it. Connor, look, he's moving.
What's that?
Hey! Don't wait, sucker. Now let's throw your gun out of the conversation. We'll start over. Come on, get up. Get your hands up. Get them off, you criminals. Look, Heavy, I'm going to get an answer out of you one way or another. Make it easy on yourself. Now get up. I said get up.
All right, Watch. You win this round.
That's better.
What do you want to know?
Helen Castile's address.
She's got her room. Number 4, 3200 Crenshaw.
So long, muscles. I knew there wasn't much more I could do for a desperate hothead named Pete Andrade. He'd already done too much for himself in the wrong direction. I drove down Adams until I'd cooled off enough to call the police. And I stopped at a phone booth and gave Homicide a fast rundown on Alex Bruce's murder. But I hung up before they could ask me Senora Andrade's address in San Fernando or Helen Castile's place on Crenshaw. Because there were two women I wanted to talk to alone before the police moved in. After that, I drove out to Crenshaw and found the number 3200. Room 4 was at the far end of a half-lit hall. And there were voices inside. One was Helen's. The other was Pete Andrade. I reached for my gun.
I went out of my head, Helen. I must have hit him 9 or 10 times. Hard.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. I've got to think.
It's a little late for thinking, Pete.
Who are you?
He's a private detective.
Yeah, I'm working for your mother. I was up until I left Bruce's place. He's dead, Pete.
Pete.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to kill him. But I'm not sorry.
I want you to come along with me, Pete. Quietly. Turn yourself in.
No.
Pete! Get away from me. Stop it. Oh, you little...
You gun!
Got it. Don't move, Marlowe. Don't move or I'll shoot.
You crazy fool.
I knew you wouldn't shoot me, Marlowe.
Next time you'll be surprised.
There won't be a next time. We're going to get away. It's our only chance now.
Haven't got a chance if you run. You'll be dogged every minute of your short lives. You'll wind up full of bullets in the dark. You'll be running down a blind alley, and it starts right there with that door. Don't be suckers.
Shut up. We're going to try it, Marlowe.
And we'll make it. We've got to have money, Pete.
Yeah, and I know where to get it, too. Brewster always kept plenty of petty cash in the office at the warehouse. I'll take that.
What about the watchman, Pete? Are you going to keep on killing?
Pete, listen. You can get in quietly with Butcher's keys. Corey Haynes has them. The office keys are on the same ring as the car keys. She always borrows them when she uses his car, and she's got it tonight.
Well, I'll get them from her. Where does she live?
Out on Orange Drive. 210, I think.
Will you listen to me a minute? You're heading for the original dead end, both of you. Why don't you give yourselves a break?
Now, what do you call a break, Marlowe? Pete rotting in some prison until we're both too old to care? I'd rather have the bullet.
Let's get him out of here. That closet will do. Go on, Marlowe, inside. Move!
Sure. What are you waiting for? Go on, close it.
I know what you tried to do for my mother, Marlowe, and for Helen and me. I'm sorry it couldn't work out. Thanks anyway.
Nuts.
I'm leaving, Helen.
I'm ready.
You're not coming. You're staying here.
What?
Marlowe was right. This is a blind alley, a dead end, and I won't take you into
No,
it.
Pete, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. Stay back. I mean it.
Please.
Stay back, I say.
Helen, unlock this door. We still may be able to stop it.
my way now, Marlowe. You can stay where you are.
Helen, don't you understand? I'm on your side.
I'm going with him whether he wants me or not. So long, Marlowe.
Happy landings, baby. The lock on the closet door gave up before I did, but only because it was older by several years. I got out of the house and kept ahead of the speed limit all the way to Orange Drive and figured for what it was worth that I'd cut Pete's lead down to a scant 10 minutes. I parked in front of a Spud Nut coffee shop on the corner and walked down to 210. By the time I got within knocking distance of Corey Haynes' front door, I could see that the only light in the place was spilling out of the sunken double garage that housed the new gray Nash. But when I moved closer, I knew that 10 minutes was all that Pete Andrade had needed. Corey was sprawled out on the grease-spattered concrete floor and very still. Very still. And standing limply against the wall was Helen Castile, staring down at the redhead with a pair of hopeless eyes that seemed already half dead. As I walked down the ramp, she heard me and looked up.
I knew you'd get here. I don't care now.
We're both late, is that it?
Yeah. I didn't see him. He was already gone when I got here. Found her like that.
Then he must have gotten the keys.
Yes, from her purse. See it over there.
Uh-huh. Why didn't you follow him? You knew where he was heading.
I couldn't. When I saw her there, I just couldn't because I think she's dead, too.
No. She isn't dead.
You mean she's just out?
Yeah. A long way out, but not dead. From the looks of things, she must have put up quite a scrap. Maybe she... Wait a minute. There's something screwy here.
Oh, Miss Corey! Miss Corey, what's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Corey's maid. What's happened to her?
She's unconscious.
Oh, this is terrible. She knew there was going to be trouble. I swear she didn't. Miss Corey, honey, speak.
How do you know that?
Because she was worried. She told me 4 or 5 times she was going to stay in all evening, like she was expecting somebody.
Sure. It figures all the way. Look here. Are you sure this is her purse?
Certainly is. Was she robbed?
Not exactly, but... Oh, yeah. This clinches it. Now, look, call an ambulance right away. Get Corey into a hospital and hurry.
Oh, yes, sir.
Helen, you stay here with her. Don't leave, understand? I'll see you. And that's it, Matthews. That's why I broke a few speed laws getting from Corey's garage down here to the warehouse. Because I had to find Pete and tell him before it was too late.
I'm still not sure you made it, Marlowe.
Look, this was dropped near Bruce's body. I just saw them. They threw it in Corey Haynes' garage.
Look, that's not conclusive.
No, but these are. The papers I pulled out of her purse. Take a look at them. Go ahead. One glance will tell you where they came from and why. You get it, don't you, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I get it. Certainly I get it. What a rotten setup.
Well, then you got to let me go up that fire escape and talk to him. He'll listen to me, Matthews. I know he will.
I told you once before, Phil, he's been hit and he's cornered up there. It's driven him haywire. It'll probably blow the top of your head off, but... Go ahead. Go on up and try it. I'll pass the word.
Across the street and started up the fire escape. I knew Pete Andrade from someplace in the shadows on the roof was watching me, every inch of the way. But I climbed up to the 4th floor before I spotted him. His head inched out over the ledge. My own .38 in his hand. I went on to the 5th floor and it started up the ladder to the roof when it came.
Stop there. That's close enough.
It's Marlowe, Pete.
I know. That's the only reason you got this far. You got lots of nerve, Marlowe.
Pete, I didn't bring a gun. Because I just came to ask you a question. Nothing else.
Question?
Yeah. A big one. Did you use anything on Brucher except your fist, Pete?
No. Why? What's the difference?
Plenty. I don't think you killed Brucher.
What? Is this a trick?
No. Look, Pete, no trick. Look at this. I found this green suede button near Brucher's body. I thought it came from your jacket, but it didn't. It was torn from a pair of green suede shoes that Corey Haynes had on tonight.
Corey Haynes? I don't get you.
It means, first, she's a liar. That she saw Brucher tonight. It means she got there after you did. Probably found him unconscious where you'd left him and finished the job with a heavy marble lamp base.
You're crazy. This is a trick. Why would she kill him? They were going together.
They had been. Until Brucher got interested in Helen.
Yeah?
After that, Corey was on the way out, and she knew it. She decided to get all she could out of him while she had the chance.
Go on.
Every time she borrowed his car, she used the keys to get into the office, steal information out of the files and sell it. She was the informer.
Let's see.
I'm coming up, Pete.
How do you know all this?
I found some papers to prove it in her purse. She was in a tough spot when Brucia changed his mind about leaving town tonight.
Yeah?
She had to get the papers back in the files or Brucia would discover they were missing. But Connor staying in the office prevented it. So she was trapped.
I see.
When she saw a chance to kill Brucia and have you blamed for it, she grabbed at it. Are you convinced, kid?
I almost shot you, Marlowe. Why did you take such a risk and climb up here?
Because your mother has some ideas that I wouldn't like to see her lose, Pete. Also, I wanted my gun back. Well, do I get it?
Yeah. You bet. Here. And thanks, Marlowe. I feel so good now. I guess I can.
Just how you feel, kid. I don't climb fire escapes like this every night. Believe me. It was a long, long time before all the scattered reports were in. Well, the doctor in the prison ward had said that Pete would be okay, and before Corey Haynes had put a wobbly signature to a full confession of murder. And still another hour went by as I drove out across the wide, flat valley to San Fernando, where the profile of the hills in the east had already begun to show against the gray dawn rising behind them. When I stopped in front of the little house and went up to the door, Senora Andrade was there on the porch. She waited all night. Her expression didn't change when I told her all that had happened. Didn't change, actually, until I was finally ready to leave. Then she put out her hand and took my arm. And the lines of worry in her face softened.
Senor Marlowe, last night I had but one son. Now this morning I have two. In my heart, you will always have a home. I am grateful. Gracias.
She was most welcome.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced, directed, and transcribed by Norman MacDonald, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Virginia Gregg, Jack Edwards, Lillian Bayef, Doris Singleton, and Jack Crucian. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a platinum wristwatch, a body on a lonely strip of beach, and a case of heart failure in a Beverly Hills garage. All added up to blackmail, 25 years old, and a killer who would never be caught.
CBS invites you to hear one of the great ad-libbers in show business, Groucho Marx, every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Groucho's show, You Bet Your Life, finds the master throwing quips and questions at oddly assorted pairs of contestants. And it's fast, merry, and bright. So, remember, be listening this Wednesday, won't you? When disaster strikes, the Red Cross is on the spot to give relief in the emergency. But its work does not end when the wind dies down, the fire is out, or the flood recedes. It goes on in many different ways, helping to restore people to their normal way of living. The Red Cross is a great humanitarian service in which you have a very direct part, because the funds which are used are the contributions which you make to the Red Cross, and they are funds used in a common-sense program that ensures the most good for the most people. Red Cross Disaster Relief and Rehabilitation is one of the great reasons why we must keep our Red Cross ready. All may help. Give now to the 1950 Red Cross Fund. Remember, whatever you gave before, this year, add a quarter more. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good evening, Matt.
Hello, Doc. I've been waiting for you. I'm all set up.
Well, might as well put away that cribbage board. We won't be playing tonight.
Oh, why not? You found an easier mark?
No, but you're going to hightail it up the street once you hear the news.
Yeah?
Matt, Belle's back.
Belle? Belle who?
Belle who? Belle Ainsley, that's who. You got a mighty short memory for a man who used to eat dinner out at her place 2 and 3 times a week.
Well, she was a good cook, that's all. Besides, that was 3 years ago.
Oh, Matt, you know doggone well you...
Why don't you forget it, Doc? Is Jess Kreider with her?
No. She's come back alone.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad? Why? Jess Kreider's no good.
That's just why. He was wanted 3 years ago when he left here with her, and he's wanted even more now. Here, take a look at this bulletin from Wichita. Hold up at the Stockman State Bank, wounding 2 bank guards. Santa Fe, 3 counts of highway robbery. Lordsburg, hold up at the Butterfield stage, driver killed.
All right, so Jess Kreider's a thieving killer. Everybody knows that.
Well, that's why I'd like to see him come back.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Guess who is back, Mr. Dillon?
I already know, Chester.
Yeah, but that ain't all.
Chester, if one more person comes in here and tells me about Belle Ainsley, so help me out.
You're what, Matt?
Belle. She was right outside, I was going to say.
Well, come on. Come on, Chester. I'll buy you a beer.
Well, Gosh. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
How are you, Matt?
I'm fine, Bill. And you?
Oh, a little older.
Are you visiting, or are you planning on staying?
Well, I'm staying. If the town will let me.
What about Jess Kreider? Where is he, Bill?
I don't know. And I don't care. I left him in Durango. I'm through with him, Matt.
I see.
I want to stay here with my father. He's getting old, and my kid sister, Phyllis, well, she's grown into a young woman since I went away.
And pretty bitter, I understand, when it comes to you.
She'll get over it. Everybody will, if you'll help me, Matt.
Help you?
3 months after I left, I came back, if you remember. And I found the good people of Dodge had already tried and condemned me. What could I do but go back to Jess?
Well, you chose to run off with him in the first place.
Chose. Who knew whether I had? Who bothered to ask? You? Anybody?
What are you saying?
Matt, I rode out of Dodge, thrown across the back of Jess Kreider's saddle, with a gag in my mouth and my hands tied.
Oh. Why didn't you tell somebody that?
Who'd have believed it?
Yeah, but he didn't keep your hands tied for 3 years, Bill.
Matt, a woman has to have somebody. Somebody who wants her. And nobody here did. As bad as he was, Jess was my man.
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Bill?
Just tell people, that's all. If you believe me. Just tell them how it happened.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Hello, Matt.
Evening, Kitty. Where'd you get all the crowd?
The trail herd's in. The bar Double D from the Panhandle.
No?
I understand an old friend of yours came back last week.
You know, a man tips his hat twice to a woman around here, and he's married.
Is that really all you did, Matt? Tip your hat twice?
Yeah, just about. Have you talked to Bill?
Well, in passing. I heard his story. You believe it, Matt?
That's possible. It's the kind of a thing Jess Kreider would do. That I don't know for sure.
Well, if it did happen that way and she's left him for good, then I guess maybe she's got some sympathy coming to her.
Yeah.
She sure didn't get much at home.
What do you mean?
Well, she moved back in at the ranch.
Yeah, so I heard.
It was all right with her father, probably on account of her cooking. You remember her cooking, Matt?
I remember old man Ainsley well enough. He worked both those girls half to death.
Well, anyway, I guess her sister really raised Cain.
Well, I figured that'd happen.
She's hated Belle ever since the night she ran away with Kreider was taken away. But I didn't think she'd carry it so far.
What do you mean?
Phyllis left the ranch yesterday and moved into town, Matt. She's got a room over at the Dodge house.
What?
Uh-huh.
A 15-year-old kid living here alone?
Yeah, I know.
I'll go see her and talk to her, Kitty. But I don't think it'll do any good.
Well, good evening, Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Dovey?
Some of my guests been kicking up their heels, have they?
Dovey, I understand that the youngest Ainsley girl, Phyllis, took a room here yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, she certainly did. Wanted to get away from that environment, I reckon. I can't say I blame her, Marshal. I know if my sister'd been cavorting around for 3 years with a cutthroat like Jess Crider,
Dovey, would you mind telling the girl that I'd like to talk to her?
And I can't very well do that, Marshal.
Oh, why not?
Because she up and left this evening.
What?
Yep. I've already let the room to somebody else. She said she was leaving the country and wasn't coming back.
Leaving the country? Well, was she alone?
Well, now, she walked out alone, but I kind of had the impression there was some man waiting for her outside.
And you let her go?
Well, there wasn't nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could have told somebody, her family or me. She's only 15, Dovey.
Well, that's growed up the way I look at it. Anyway, I figured it's just another case like our sister Belle. And it sure ain't none of my responsibility.
Chester and I saddled up and rode out to the Ainsley Ranch, or a homestead it was, actually. A broken back spread with a flinty range and short water. When we got there, we sat and talked with Belle and her father, all polite and formal-like, and nobody saying much of what they meant. Chester kept looking at me funny because I didn't mention young Phyllis, but I'd decided against that 2 minutes after we walked in. And I still hadn't said anything when we left. Belle came out into the yard with us.
It was nice of you to ride out, Matt and Chester.
Well,
Nobody else from town's even been near the place.
Now, they're slow people to change, Belle, and it takes them a while. I guess they got to get over feeling kind of awkward around you, I guess.
Well, it's not only the outsiders who feel awkward around me.
Oh?
Well, I guess you wondered where Phyllis was. She's moved out, Matt. She took a room in town.
Well, she'll get over it. A girl can be pretty flighty at that age.
I suppose so. Well, thanks for coming out.
Sure. You ready to ride, Chester?
Yes, sir.
We'll see you again, Belle.
I hope so. Good night, Matt. Good night, Chester.
Good night.
Mr. Dillon, you didn't say one word about Phyllis.
Wait a minute, Chester. We're going to ride away from here now, but we're coming back later tonight.
What?
Didn't you notice how they acted? Old man Ainsley was scared to death, and Belle was jumpy as a young colt.
Well, I did notice that, but...
Belle didn't come back home alone, Chester. Just Crider's around somewhere.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy a modern cigarette. L&M gives you the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the flavor you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
figure Crider was right there in the house tonight when we was, Mr. Dillon?
No, he couldn't have been, Chester. There's no place for him to hide. Probably holed up in the barn. We'll look there first.
Yes, sir. There's a lantern burning inside.
Yeah. Now, you wait here and keep me covered. I'll edge up to the door and then go in fast.
Yes, well, now, you be careful.
Crider? Jess? Come on in, Chester.
He ain't here?
No, but he has been. You see that blanket on that straw there? It's made up for a bed.
Well, maybe he's up at the house now.
I don't think so. The only horse in here is that old Spavin mare Ainsley uses on the buckboard. Just Crider'd have the best mount he could lay his hands on.
Maybe the two of them got spooked up and made a run for it.
Well, maybe, but I don't think so.
Get your hands up, man.
Well,
You too, Chester.
Oh, well,
Jess? Jess?
Forget it, Bill. He's too far away by now to hear you.
What are you talking about?
Well, take a look around. Didn't you have a couple of horses in here?
Well, sure we did. Now, don't move. Either one of you. They're gone. Jess! Jess!
You might as well save your breath, Bill.
He took both saddles and the packs. You know where he went?
Well, I can guess.
Where?
When's the last time you saw him this evening?
Just before dark. I brought him out some coffee, and he said he was going to try to sleep. Matt, where'd he go? Tell me.
There's not much point in holding a gun on us. Not now.
Stay back, Matt.
Let's have it, Bill.
No.
Thanks.
well, now, a man can breathe a mite easier without that thing staring him in the face.
What's happened to Jess? Tell me.
What do you care? You've left him, haven't you? You said you hadn't.
Oh, I only came and told you that so you wouldn't get suspicious. Jess caught a bullet in that hold-up at Elko. It was bothering him some, and we had to find a place to stay for a while.
So you brought him home to the family, huh? And in less than a week, your kid's sister ran away from home.
She didn't run away. I sent her into town.
And why?
What's the difference why?
Because Jess was bothering her, is that it?
What are you saying?
He's always been known for it, Bill. Was that the reason?
All right, that was the reason. She's my sister, Matt. And she's only 15.
And Jess is your man, huh? Isn't that what you told me when you came to my office?
Sure, that's what I told you, but never mind that now. I want to know what's happened to Jess.
The same thing had happened to Phyllis, I guess. She checked out of the Dodge house this evening, Bill. She said she was leaving the country for good.
What?
A man was waiting for her outside. And Jess Crider left here with 2 horses.
Get him, Matt. Go after him and get him.
You know where he might be.
Of course I know. I know everything about him. I've had 3 years to learn, haven't I?
All right, then where is he?
He'll only ride at night. He'll stop at sunup. There's an abandoned shack about a mile west of where Little Deer Creek runs into the Arkansas.
Yeah, I know the place.
Well, that's where he'll be. We've used it before. We stopped there on our way in.
All right, Bill. That business about your hands being tied, being thrown across the back of Crider's saddle.
That part was true, Matt.
All right, Bill. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
Come out of that shack all day, Mr. Dillon.
He will, Chester. They just got here. Those horses are still sweating. He won't leave them standing there saddled for long.
It wouldn't be too hard a chore to slip up through that plum thicket there at the back.
No. If he fights, I don't want the girl in it. We'll just wait till he comes out.
Doggone if I can understand women at all, Mr. Dillon.
I've had the same trouble myself a time or two, Chester.
But why would that nice young girl want to go running off with a murdering outlaw like Jess Crider?
Maybe it's more a matter of hitting back at her sister. She's let her hate for Belle build up till it's driven her half crazy, I guess.
Somebody's coming out.
It's him.
Yeah. Easy now. We'll just let him get clear of the cabin. You stay down now. All right, hold it, Crider. You're under arrest.
He's going for his gun.
Have it your way. Okay, Chester.
It looks like maybe he got out of hanging.
Yeah.
You killed him! Marshal, you killed him! Why? Do you know what you've done?
I know, Phyllis.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I do. I've kept you from making an even bigger fool of yourself than you already have.
Oh, what are you saying? I love him. We were going to be married. Well, we were.
Phyllis, you better go home and talk to Belle about that.
Oh, Belle, I'll never say a word to her again as long as I live.
Now, you listen to me, Phyllis. You got to get rid of that hate of yours. If you don't, it's going to ruin your life for good. Now, you go home and you talk to Belle and you listen to what she's got to say before you judge her.
No, I won't go back.
Yes, you will.
I can't. Not now.
Nobody will ever know about this, Phyllis. I promise you. Jess Crider was alone when I found him. Now, there's your horse. And he's still saddled.
I can't. I don't want to.
I know what you need, young lady. You see that plum bush over there? Well, I'm going to cut me a switch off of that, and if you're not out of here in 1 minute,
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't, huh? Well, you just watch me.
Marshal?
Yeah?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Maybe I'll go home after all.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Learn more now, earn more later. That's a motto CBS Radio wishes every college student would paste inside his or her wallet. A lot of those collegiate wallets are a good deal fatter than usual these days, thanks to summertime jobs. And as a result, quite a few young men and women are finding themselves tempted to forget about school this fall and keep on with that job. This isn't such a smart idea as it may seem. It's a plain and simple fact that dropouts from college are less likely to find and keep better-paying jobs. Quit school before you've finished, and you're not only cutting down on your chances for a really good job, you're also throwing away thousands of dollars of possible future income. Finish college, get all the education possible, and your lifetime income is many thousands of dollars higher. America needs well-educated young men and women, and the rewards are sure. So if you're wavering now that school's about to open, don't decide against your future. Go back. And remember, learn more now, earn more later. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when men on the frontier were able to prove up some good land, they were usually content. But next week, after building a prosperous ranch, two lifelong friends nearly lose everything, even their lives, because of some side meat and hominy grits. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Ralph Moody, and Sammy Hill. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosby poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of men who really know tobacco, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. Here's what the Crosby poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice over any other brand.
Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice over any other brand. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, since time immemorial, man has tried to achieve fame. We can't bring you a man who has left his footprints in the sands of time, but here's one who left his footprints on Truth or Consequences, the walking man, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Bing Bong Bell talking. And, Don, am I glad this contest is over. For 8 weeks, all I did was walk. Walking up and down again. Walk. Walking back and forth again. Boots. Walking day and night again. Boots. Walk. That's all I've been doing.
Jack.
Walking.
Jack, control yourself.
I wanted to break the monotony. I tried to run. They wouldn't let me. I tried to crawl, hop, skip, jump, anything. But no, I had to walk. I've got a bunion so big that next week it's going to have its own show. Stella Callis. Or Portia faces Dr. Scholl. Oh, Don, what I went through.
Well, Jack, what are you complaining about? It was a very exciting contest. Everybody had a lot of fun, and it certainly didn't cost you anything.
It didn't, eh? I wore a hole in my shoe and lost 80 cents. Some fun.
Well, what puzzles me is that with millions of people trying to guess who the walking man was, how did they manage to hide your identity?
Don, you'll never know the trouble we went through to keep it a secret. Every Saturday night when Ralph Edwards went on the air, they picked me up in a big black limousine with the curtains drawn and drove me to mysterious hideouts, the loneliest places they could find where I'd be all alone.
No.
Yes. Don, hey, it was good acting there. You know? I didn't know he could do it. Try, say that again, Don.
No.
Oh. For 1 week. No, Don, you've never seen. Come here. You've never seen such mysterious hideout. One week they took me to an old deserted house at Malibu Beach. Another time they took me to an old abandoned stable. One night they even took me to a theater that was showing The Horn Blows at Midnight. I mean, what eerie places. I've never had 8 weeks of
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Don about the walking man contest, what experiences I've had.
Did you tell Don what happened last night when that lady guessed who it was? How you tried to kill yourself?
Mary.
Tried to kill himself? Why?
Well, Jack misunderstood the rules. He thought he was supposed to get all those prizes.
I didn't want all of them. I would have been satisfied if they'd just given me that diamond ring. That $1,000 diamond ring. But what prizes? A ring, an airplane, a boat, an automobile, a three-room trailer. I tell you, Mary, it's a good thing the contest ended last night.
Why?
Because next week they were going to give away the Golden Gate Bridge, Boulder Dam, and Judy Canova. Believe me, Mary, these last few weeks have certainly been hectic. You know, I've not only been the walking man, but I've had to make speeches at a lot of dinners. The Al Jolson dinner, Kay Kaiser, Luella Parsons.
I know, Jack. I was at the Parsons dinner with you.
Oh, that's right. You see how mixed up I am, Mary? I don't know.
Mary, I saw pictures of that affair in the paper, and I want to tell you that was a beautiful evening gown you were wearing.
Well, thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
Mary, I'm the one who complimented your dress. Why did you thank Jack?
He made it.
Yes, sir.
Why, Jack, I didn't know you could sew.
Oh, he's a dinger on a singer.
You're darn right. Just give me a pattern, 2 yards of material, oil my bobbin, and watch me go. But you're right. You're right, Don. Mary really did look beautiful at the Luella Parsons dinner.
And, Don, you should have been there. Georgie Dessel was master of ceremonies, and he made the funniest speech.
Funny speech when it got 2 laughs. Little ones yet.
Then Eddie Cantor got up, and he entertained for 20 minutes.
Gee, was it that long? I fell asleep.
And then Bob Hope got up, and he was a riot.
Some riot. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob talking at the Luella Parsons Dinner Hope, telling you if you don't go to your druggist and buy Pepsodent, you'll have to go to your dentist and buy Cuspid. Then he took out Eddie Cantor's teeth and explained the joke. What a night.
Well, Jack, I don't care what you say. It was still a very swanky affair.
Well, Mary, if it was such a swanky affair, you'd think they'd serve something better than bird's nest soup.
That wasn't bird's nest soup.
What?
When you bent over to take a bow, your toupee fell in it.
Oh, so that's what it was. I thought that... Hey, Mary, here comes Dennis. He seems to be mumbling to himself.
Yeah.
I wonder what...
Bing bong bell, it's 10 and only one can tell. The master of the metropolis fits his...
Dennis.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you doing?
Promise you won't tell anybody?
No.
I think I know who the walking man is.
You think you know who the walking man is?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Sophie Tucker.
Dennis, what in the world makes you think it's Sophie Tucker?
Well, she's the last of the Red Hot Mamas. Bing bong bell.
All right, she's a red hot mama. What's the bing bong bell?
Fire engines.
Dennis, look, in the first place, the walking man is a man. In the second place, it was guessed last night by a woman. Let's see, what was her name again?
Sophie Tucker.
No! It was won by a lady in Chicago named Florence Hubbard. And the walking man is me.
What's the second name?
Whose?
Me's.
Cut that out! Then, if you'd have been here at the start of the program, you'd know what I'm talking about. Where were you?
Oh, I'm sorry I was late, but I was out buying myself a car.
A car?
But, Dennis, you just bought a new car last month.
I know. I traded it in for a used car.
Wait a minute, kid. Why should you trade in a brand new car and drive around in a used car?
Oh, I want people to think I have money. Oh, boy, did I put it over on that dealer. He gave me a 39 Plymouth, and I stuck him with my 47 Cadillac.
Dennis, what was wrong with the Cadillac?
It was out of gas.
Well, Dennis, you sure did put it over on him.
Yeah, and all I have to pay is $40 a month.
$40 a month? How long do you have to pay them?
1,200 months.
Oh, perhaps. Dennis, 1,200 months, that's 100 years. By the time you finish paying, you'll be over 120 years old.
Well, that's not bad for a kid my age.
Yeah. Now, Dennis, before you sing your song, I want to ask you... No, forget it.
Go ahead and sing.
Jack, what are we going to ask him?
Well, I was going to ask him. No, go ahead and sing, kid.
Jack, I don't know what it is, but go ahead, ask him.
Oh, all right. Dennis, in this deal you made with that used car dealer, what happens if you fail to keep up the payment?
Well, then my other program will be called A Day in the Life of Honest John.
I didn't want to ask him.
You better sing, Dennis.
Okay.
You think after 8 years I'd know enough to keep my mouth?
What'll I do when you are far away and I am blue? What'll I do? What'll I do when I am wondering who is kissing you? What'll I do? What'll I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true, what'll I do? What'll I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true, what'll I do?
That was What'll I Day, sung by Dennis Dew. I mean, what'll I... So mixed up today. Dennis, you may be kind of silly sometimes about the things you say, but when you sing, your voice is simply beautiful. I mean, it has a quality that seems to improve week after week.
That's awfully nice of you to say that, kid.
Kid?
I'm 120 years old.
All right, sit down. That kid gets on one subject. I don't know, you can't get him off of it for... Oh, hello, Phil.
Never mind that hello, Jackson. I want to have a little talk with you.
Why? What's the matter, Phil?
Plenty's the matter, Jackson. How you live? Well, what? You listen to me.
Yeah?
Last week you gave me that cross-examination about that's what I like about the South, and now I want...
Phil, we're doing a program. That can wait till we're finished.
No, it can't, Dad. Last week you kept picking on my song and picking on it and picking on it, and when I went home, well, I did something I haven't done in a long time.
What was that?
I cried.
Well, the last time you cried was in 1920 when they voted prohibition.
Say, would you two mind telling me what this is all about?
Mary, it's nothing.
No, it ain't, huh? You weren't here, Livy, but last week Jackson told me that the words to That's What I Like About the South didn't make sense, and then he even had the nerve to say that there wasn't a town called Do-Wah-Diddy.
No.
Hey, you're as good as Don Wilson. Look, Phil, after the program...
We're going to talk about it right now. Now, I had Alice look Do-Wah Diddy up in the encyclopedia, and she wrote down the whole history of the town. Now, here, Libby, read it to him.
Well, why don't you read it yourself?
This is in handwriting, Liv. I'm only a print man.
Okay. I'll read it. I went to college. I can read both.
Yeah, look, Mary, we haven't got...
Quiet, Jack. You've got this coming to you. Do-Wah Diddy, Mississippi. Do-Wah Diddy is a town located in the southern part of the state, at the foot of the Wah-Doo-Diddy Mountains, and on the banks...
What?
And on the banks of the Diddy-Wah-Doo River.
Diddy-Wah-Doo?
This river is famous because it runs backwards.
Oh, now let's get on with the program.
Now, wait a minute. Let her read it, Jackson. Go on, Libby.
The principal industry of Do-Wah Diddy is the manufacturing of box-back coats and button shoes. This town also plays an important part in American history. It is famous because the Seminole Iroquois battles were fought there. Abraham Lincoln opened his presidential campaign there. And the town is also mentioned in that famous folk song, That's What I Like About the South.
Folk song?
Hey, Jackson.
What?
Nah.
All right, Phil, all right. So there is such a town. But how did you happen to pick Do-Wah Diddy to put in your song?
Frankie, my guitar player, was born there. He told me what a wonderful place it is.
Well, it's such a wonderful place. How come Frankie left it?
Well, Jackson, he didn't exactly leave. You see, one dark night, they took him to the city limits, put him on the main highway, faced him towards the west, and gave him a hint to leave town.
A hint?
They said his pants on fire.
No.
He went through Kansas like Haley's Comet.
Phil, that was 15 years ago. I know that tar is hard to get off, but at least Frankie can remove the feathers. He looks like a seagull sitting there. Now, come on, let's get on.
Wait a minute, not so fast, Jackson. Take it easy. Now, look, Alice told me to say that unless a retraction is forthcoming from you, our association must be terminated.
Alice told you to say that?
Yeah. What does it mean?
It means that I have to apologize to you, and this whole silly thing started out
Jack,
with a...
why do you and Phil keep arguing over that song? It's such a simple thing to settle.
All right. Phil, if you want to me to apologize to you, I do. Do you accept the apology?
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Look, we're not getting married.
Think of the children.
Oh, shut up! And Phil, now that I've apologized, I hope you're satisfied.
I'm happy if you are, walking man.
Oh, you heard the truth and consequences last night.
What do you mean last night? I knew it was you the minute I heard your footsteps. You know, there's only one thing that threw me.
What?
I couldn't hear your cane.
Well, I've got news for you, Phil. They wanted you to be the walking man, but they could never find you in that position. Now, come on, Don. We've got a play to do tonight, so give us the introduction.
Wait a minute, Jack. Don't you think we ought to do the commercial first?
The commercial? Oh, yes, I forgot.
Well, I have the sportsman right here.
Oh, the quartet? Good, good.
And you'll be happy to know that when they heard you were the walking man, they stayed up all night preparing a number especially for you.
For me? Is that right, boys? Well, fine, fine. Let's hear it.
He walked alone, and he was lonesome and blue. No one knew him. No one ever spoke to him.
Just imagine my plight each Saturday night.
He walked alone and thought that someone would surely soon guess him. No one ever said, yes, that's him. When they guessed L.B. Mayer,
I tore my hair.
They thought it was Churchill. Eddie Cantor was named. Bing Crosby got a call. They guessed Harry Truman.
Petrillo was blamed.
Then Richard Dix. And that's not all. Jack walked alone. He traveled lonesome and flew by the hour.
From La Brea to Gower.
He walked alone. He walked alone, and both his feet were so tired from those marches.
Needed starch in my arches. How my tootsies did swell. Oh, bing bong bell.
He walked alone and wished he had Effie Boone right there beside him. Speedy Riggs there to guide him. Lucky Strikes in his hand.
My favorite brand.
With men from Kentucky who know them the best. It's LSMFT. Jack's not from Kentucky. No, he's from the West. But still he likes those Lucky Strikes. He walked alone. They told him he mustn't rest on the benches.
It was truth or consequences.
He walked alone.
Very good, boys, very good. Don, that was a cute idea.
I thought you'd like it.
I didn't say I liked it. I said it was a cute idea. What I mean is I appreciate the fact that the boy... Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here, boy, here's something for you.
But, Mr. Benny, this shoe's got a hole in it.
Just shake it. There's 20 cents in the lining there. Now go. Mary, who's the telegram from?
Fred Allen.
From Fred Allen? What does he say?
Dear Jack, you may be happy to know that when the contest first started, I knew it was you. I can recognize a heel whether he's talking or walking.
How do you like that?
Oh, wait a minute, there's more.
Yeah?
I have something else I can call you, but if I put it in the telegram, they'll fade your program.
2 jokes in a row. He must have called in a writer. You know, Mary, the only reason Alan sent me that wire is that he's jealous of everything that happens to me. Anything I do, he makes an issue out of it. He doesn't like the way I play my violin.
On that issue, even the Democrats are united.
Democrats. Some
Hey,
joke.
that's it.
What?
If it isn't Sophie Tucker, it's Henry Wallace.
Oh. Dennis, I try to tell you that the walking man has been guessed already. It's me. Now, you don't have to try and guess it anymore. The whole thing is over. It's finished. Oh, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Master. This is the Metropolis.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want, Rochester?
I was worried about you, boss. You didn't come home last night.
Well, I couldn't help it. Because of the contest, I had to stay up all night with my writers and rewrite my program for today.
Did you write in a part for me?
No.
Then what am I doing on the phone?
I don't know. You called me.
Okay, then I'll hang up.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Rochester. Are you listening to the program? Well, we had to stay up all last night and write it. How does it sound?
Do you want the truth or the consequences?
Look, never mind. I'll find out after the show. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, wait a minute. Have there been any phone calls for me today?
Boss, the phone's been ringing all day. All day long, people have been calling up to congratulate you.
For being the walking man?
Or for being able to walk.
Now, stop with the joke.
By the way, boss, I got the garage all cleaned out, the furniture moved out of the living room, and the front door wide open. When does the truck come?
The truck? Oh, Rochester, we were mistaken about that. I found out that I don't get those prizes. You see, they go to the winner of the contest.
You mean we ain't gonna get that airplane?
No.
Or the boat?
No, I'm afraid not, Rochester.
The trailer?
No, I'm sorry.
And we even gonna spend those 2 glorious weeks together in Sun Valley?
No, all those prizes go to Florence Hubbard of Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, then that explains the letter I found on your dresser.
Letter?
Here it is. It's in your handwriting, and it says, "My dear Miss Hubbard, I'm 6'2", have broad shoulders, blonde wavy hair, blue eyes, and friends compare me with Van Johnson.
Rochester.
I'm single, congenial, companionable, and dance divinely.
Rochester.
We'll meet you at the train. Understand you already have the ring."
Rochester.
Say, boss.
What?
You want me to finish this for you?
How would you know what to say?
Oh, I'll take out some of the things you wrote in that other letter.
Which letter?
The one you wrote to the lady who won the Irish sweepstakes.
Rochester, it won't be necessary to send any letter. Florence Hubbard, the winner of the Walking Man contest, is going to be on my program next Sunday, and so is Ralph Edwards.
Good, good. By the way, boys, those contests are wonderful. Why don't you have one and give away prizes?
Oh, I don't know, Rochester. What kind of prizes could I give?
Well, you could give away your car, your violin, an old toupee, and 2 glorious weeks at Do-Wah Diddy.
Say, that's a pretty good idea. I'll think it over. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye, boss.
Gee, I hope Florence is cute. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to join Ralph Edwards in thanking the millions of people who entered the Walking Man contest and contributed so generously to the American Heart Association. These contributions totaled over $1.5 million, and this money will be used for scientific research to combat heart disease, America's #1 killer. Even though this contest is over, fundraising campaigns will continue because the need is still great. I also want to congratulate Ralph Edwards for the wonderful job he's doing and thank him for inviting me to participate in such a worthy cause.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice over any other brand.
That statement is backed up by an impartial Crosby poll just completed in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among tobacco experts, reveals the smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. Yes?
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice over any other brand.
These are the experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. And we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what Mr. S.M. Cutts, ace tobacco auctioneer from North Carolina, recently said.
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco, right prime leaf. I've smoked Lucky 17 years.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show on Sundays and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day on Wednesday. And on my program next week, our guests will be Florence Hubbard, the winner of the Walking Man contest, and Ralph Edwards. Mary, I've done so much walking with this contest. How about you and me going for a ride up to Mulholland Drive? And, you know, and park.
No, thanks. The last time I did that, I became the walking lady.
Oh, yes. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Join the adventure with Frank Rice up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Shanghai Incident.
My seat was a park bench that overlooked the oil-scummed waters of the East River. Everything considered, it wasn't what you'd call a glamorous atmosphere. But I was drowsy. The sun felt warm on my back. I didn't want to move.
Hey, Race!
I flinched. The voice belonged to Mark Donovan. Never exactly a soothing influence. I hunched my shoulders, closed my eyes.
Hey, I got a guy who wants to see you.
I'll tell him I'm out.
He's waiting in the cab. He said to tell you his name is Breslin.
That brought my eyes open. Matt Breslin, one of the best blocking backs that ever scythed his way through a broken field. I know him. I carried the ball behind him on more than one of his jaunts. Hadn't seen him for years. I got up and we went to the cab.
Well, it's good to see you, boy. Been a long time.
Too long, Matt. What are you doing for yourself?
Well, I guess you can say I'm in the same rank that you are. Insurance. I'm running the American branch of Gloyd's.
And when you say insurance, you mean insurance. You underwrite everything from weather to the possibility of triplet.
That's us. And we've got a job for you. I was after you about a month ago, but you were in Europe.
Matt, I promised myself I wouldn't do a thing for a month. I've still got 3 weeks to go.
You remember Chuck Howard, don't you?
Chuck Howard? Oh, of course. Very decent guy.
When we couldn't get you, we turned our assignment over to Chuck.
He did all right. He's a good operator.
He's a dead operator, Race. He was murdered on the job 3 days ago.
You're ribbing me, Matt.
I wish I were.
Chuck Howard had 3 kids.
I keep thinking of that.
How did it happen? Why?
We thought you might want to find that out for us.
What was the assignment?
Did you ever hear of South China Transport?
Yeah, it's an airline. I know some of the boys that fly the freight.
We indemnify them against cargo loss. And lately, there have been nothing but losses. They've been strewing valuable cargoes all over the countryside.
Well, it's a great countryside for such goings-on. Who shall I contact over there?
A lad by the name of Jack Stacy. He handles operations. Used to be in the Navy. You'll probably find him pretty sick. He was badly wounded in the fracas that killed Chuck Howard.
Where will he be?
In Shanghai.
It was raining in Shanghai. I got the feeling that all of China was weeping. Maybe I was thinking too much about Chuck Howard.
What do you know? To think that when I was 16, I tried to join the Marines just to see China.
What kept you out? Were you underweight?
Nah, under the thumb of me old lady. She wouldn't sign the papers. Well, what's the pitch on this, Race? What do we do next?
I have to see a man named Stacy at a hotel called the Killarney.
Killarney, huh? Probably run by a Lithuanian who calls himself Clancy. What do you want me to do? Go along with you?
Mark, whenever you ask a question like that, I always know you have a project in mind.
Well, they tell me there is a place here in Shanghai where you can get tattooing done, which will knock your papers out.
Ah, that's kid stuff. Don't you have enough of those things on you?
Oh, I want just one more. This guy does a dancer which they say will keep you dreaming even after you're too old for it.
Ah, go on then. Get your tattooing done.
Good, I'll see us early enough so we can have supper again.
The lobby of the Hotel Killarney looked like the breakup of a Rose Bowl crowd. I spent 15 minutes at the desk just getting the number to Jack Stacy's room. Then, as I turned away, I felt the grip of fingers on my arm and the nudge of something sharp against my side.
There is a divan at the far corner of the lobby, Mr. Race. It would be discreet of you to accompany me there so that we may talk.
He had the face of a Buddha. He wore the clothes of a New York broker. Sensing that the sharpness against my side came from the point of a knife, I went with him. As we sat down, 3 other Chinese closed in around us.
I am Lin Wan. Would you care for a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You are naturally wondering why I took such pains to converse with you.
Naturally.
It is because I wish to give you a warning, and at the same time offer you a sum of money.
Oh, that's interesting.
I am going to ask you to forget your assignment, Mr. Race, and to accept from us an amount that will soothe any abrasion to your pride.
Just like that.
On the other hand, should you choose to be difficult, I can promise you trouble of that exquisite nature for which we Chinese are noted. Besides, what can you really accomplish, Mr. Race? Your investigation will take you into the open country of China, where you will find no worthwhile law enforcement authority.
We've run across that problem before, Mr. Lin.
Indeed.
When we lack local means of breaking up a racket, if you're familiar with the term.
I am thoroughly familiar with it.
We break it up ourselves.
Mr. Race, I still have the point of a sharp blade pressed against the most vulnerable part of your person.
I'm quite conscious of the fact.
It would be simple for me to drive it into your body. We would simply leave you sitting here.
And the point of that being that I should carefully consider your proposal.
Carefully. I shall give you until this evening to assure me that you will efface yourself. Until 6 o'clock this evening.
There's one factor about all this that piques my curiosity.
Yes?
Well, as you pointed out, it would be such a small matter to murder me. What keeps you from doing it?
Perhaps, Mr. Race, because I dislike violence. But that will not keep me from acting should your decision prove unsatisfactory.
I found Jack Stacy propped up on a couch in his room, his arm in a sling. His disposition a match for the weather.
It's a mess, Race. Somebody's trying to force us out. That's the size of it. We've been doing well. Too well, I guess. So now they're moving in.
You've no idea who killed Chuck Howard and crippled you, huh?
The only thing I know about it is the bullet they took out of my arm. I really knew about that. They were short on anesthetic.
That's it? The slug in the mantle?
That's it.
38. But over here, that won't mean much. How do they know when you're going to fly those cargoes? Can't you keep it quiet?
I've done everything but make my people wear muzzles. Gets out somehow. They never miss.
What about your pilots? Could I talk to one of them?
Well, there's one of them in the hotel right now. I'll get him here for you in a few minutes.
Pilot showed up in about half an hour. Tall, weathered-looking Westerner.
Yeah, sure. They try to pump us. Try it all the time. They're cute about it, too. They use women. Mighty nice-looking women.
Chinese?
And not the one I ran into. Might have been Russian. I'm not sure. Whatever she is, it's an awful exclusive pattern.
What's her name?
Lisha Vronsa.
I don't suppose you know where she stays.
Mister, the day I slip up on finding out a lady's address, I'm going to be ready for that old rocking chair.
All right, Brian. You just relieve yourself of that information right now. Hello, Miss Bronson.
Who is it?
The name is Race.
How did you get in here?
The practice of bribery will do wonders in any part of the world. May I suggest that you turn up the lamp?
What is it you want?
I couldn't answer for a moment. In the greater light, she was, as Brand had said, of an exclusive pattern. Tawny of skin and hair. The look of her gave me that odd feeling in my chest, one reminiscent of my first deep drag on a cigarette.
You stare at me. Why?
You must be used to it.
What do you want?
Last week, a friend of mine was murdered in Shanghai. I thought you might be able to tell me something about it.
I'm sorry. I can tell you nothing. Who was your friend?
A man called Charles Howard. You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I knew him. A nice person, gentle and kind. Had nothing to do with his death race.
Not directly, perhaps.
Nor indirectly. I told them nothing about Charles Howard.
Why does a girl like you have to become involved in such an affair?
Do you know what China's like for a woman who has no nationality? A woman who comes from a group of people who have no place in the world.
You're White Russian.
My father was White Russian, and my mother. What I am, I don't know.
Well, let's get back to Chuck Howard. How long did you know him?
A week or two. He was lonely here. He would talk about America, about his family. He was a nice person.
Who killed him?
I don't know, Race.
I took hold of her, pulled her close to me. Her body felt lax and responsive. Suddenly, she stiffened in my arms. Her head turned. Her eyes stared at the balcony that opened into the room.
Race.
A dark, bleak figure had etched itself inside the frame of the window. Figure with arm drawn back, with knife poised. I beat the throw by a hair, ducking as he let go. The blade grunted with regret as it went by me and bit into the door. Twisting for the window, I got hold of the thrower and...
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks to you. I won't forget it. Come with me.
Where?
I'll tell you in a minute. Come along. Hold it.
What are we doing, Race?
There. Look up at the building.
Oh.
Our knife-throwing friend is climbing down from the balcony.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Now you can go back. I brought you out here to keep you safe.
Why did you let him go, Race?
He's small fry. I want to follow him to where the big ones are biting. My shadowing act ended in a run-down section of the foreign settlement. Here, the knife thrower disappeared into the recesses of a bleak-looking structure with all its windows boarded up. I strolled casually alongside the place, giving the heavy timbered door the once-over, when I became conscious of shadowy figures around me. A familiar voice spoke out of the night.
Good evening, Mr. Race.
Lin Wan, this your place?
For you, Mr. Race, that can have no importance. I warned you that your time would be up by 6 o'clock this evening. It is now 9.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There must have been 6 or 7 of them. The one nearest me I put out of action with a fast backhand to the Adam's apple. But this threw me off balance for Lin Wan, who stepped in, gripped me with a hard wrist lock, and spilled me against the wall of the house with a judo hold I hadn't been prepared for. On my back, I caught the first one with my feet and gave him the taste of a fall. But Lin Wan came in, again catching me off balance, twisted me with a toe hold, getting me face down. There came the sweet, compelling smell of chloroform and... I got back my senses, of all places, on a train. A Chinese train, no mistaking that. From the position of the sun, I knew we were heading north.
We just can't seem to stop traveling, can we?
Mark, what are you doing here?
It's what I get for knocking around with you. How do you feel?
Like a first-class case of suspended animation. Yeah. Must have had me out for quite a while.
All night. I think they give you some kind of a shot.
Oh, we seem to have this compartment to ourselves.
They got a guy outside the door. And there's a glad boy who drops in on us every once in a while.
Tell me, how'd they take you?
With a sash weight from the feel of it. I am right now thanking me old man and me old lady for giving me this thick Irish skull.
How'd you get your tattooing done?
Did I? Will you see? Wait a minute. Let me get my sleeve up. Yeah.
Yeah, a remarkable piece of art.
Yeah, wait. Now look, see? I wiggly old muscle like this. Ain't that terrific, Ray? Just like Minsky's burlesque on Broadway.
We kept rolling north while the sun reached the zenith of midday, and until its glare mellowed into late afternoon. It was at this time that a man opened the door and motioned for Mark to leave the compartment. Then I had company, Lin Wan. He came over and sat down beside me.
I trust you are feeling no ill effects from your experience, Mr. Race.
I'm suffering from curiosity more than anything else.
Indeed.
You murdered Chuck Howard. Why hold back where I'm concerned?
Then the insurance company would send another man, and we would have to do it all over again. It is our opinion that we should just take you out of circulation for a few months. Besides, too many murders could bring unfavorable scrutiny from your government.
I'd say it was your government, too.
I do not comprehend.
Why don't you relax, Lynn? You can cut it with Americanese as good as mine.
What gives you such an impression?
Your clothes, for one thing.
Purchased in London, Bond Street.
Purchased in Los Angeles, Spring Street. I'll give odds on that.
All right, Race. But you must admit my way of handling myself is completely oriental.
Your judo? That's good.
To learn it, I had to come to China.
You could have gotten in the States, I did.
But your judo is, shall we say, just a little tired. Smoke?
We were slowing down for some reason. And as he lit his cigarette, the train lurched, causing the light to go out. He handed me the cigarettes and the small box of safety matches. I looked at him and grinned.
Why do you smile?
I was thinking what a difference it makes to have an advantage. Shanghai, you had your boys to tip me off balance. At this moment, you're the one who's behind the 8-ball.
You will explain, won't you, Race?
With gestures. Now, this box of matches you've handed me, I simply roll my fingers around it, and... Oh! Fast clout to the temple with a box of matches in your fist. It's always a good trick. The matches triple the impact. I was a little surprised he hadn't been hip to it. But we were even. He had a Colt 45 on him, the old Army model. This I confiscated, figuring that he owed it to me. Mark and I had to get off the train. There was still another lad to handle on the far side of that door. Unfortunately, he stood facing me. We both fired at the same time.
Race!
I'm all right. Get his gun.
You're bleeding. It's all over your face.
Crease me. Get that gun.
Hey, there's more of them coming.
Now, get back in the compartment.
Hey, they're gonna break in.
Yeah, we'll have to jump for it. Break the window.
We're moving too fast.
We'll have to try it. Break the window. All right. Let's go. China is rough these days, particularly when it comes to travel. But you can get around if you carry weapons and money, and show a disposition to use both. So we made it back to Shanghai, taking 4 days to do it. And at the Hotel Killarney, I found not only Jack Stacy and Brand the Flyer, but also Matt Breslin, who'd just flown in.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. When I heard you were missing, it was too much for me, so I came over.
I wish I could report a little progress, Matt.
How about this fellow who's been giving you so much trouble?
Lin Wan? He's an American. Part Chinese, but an American just the same.
Which probably means that he's plenty smart.
I see you've got your arm out of the sling, Stacy. How's it feel?
Good as new.
Yeah, he needed it good as new this morning. He had to swim with it.
What happened?
Oh, Brand and I went out in a fishing junk, and like a goof, I fell overboard. Nothing serious. Brand flipped me a life buoy, and that's all there was to it.
Race, what about this Lin Wan? How are we going to handle him?
I don't know, man. I imagine we'll just have to wait until he pries into the picture again. Late that evening, Just after Mark had slipped out for a nightcap, I had a visitor.
Hello, Reyes.
Come in.
I've been afraid for you, Reyes. That is the reason I cabled your company in America.
You did what?
I cabled
So you brought Matt Breslin over here.
Matt Breslin?
You're a friend of mine. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm glad to see you back, Reyes.
Are you? We left something unfinished the last time we saw one another. Remember?
I remember. It was this.
She put her arms around me, tilted her mouth up to mine. And when they tell you that such kisses taste like wine, they're crazy. Wine doesn't even come close.
I'm very fond of you, Reyes.
Happened in a hurry, didn't it?
You think it is impossible for it to happen in a hurry?
No? No, I don't think it's impossible. But you might do something to prove it.
How?
Tell me who asked you to talk to Stacy's flyers.
You know the man, Reyes. Lin Wan.
Do you ever say anything about others being tied in with him?
No. He just gave me a group picture of all the men who work for the airline.
Picture? Could I see it?
Wait, I may have it here in my purse. Wait.
What are you doing carrying a clip of 38s around with you?
The bullets? They came from Chuck Howard's gun.
Chuck Howard's gun?
I was one of those who found him. He was still conscious. And he seemed to want me to have it.
Sort of a grim bequest. Where do you keep the gun?
At my place.
Could I have it?
If you like. Oh, here. Here is the picture.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Well, does it tell you anything?
Tells me a lot. That gun may tell me more.
Do you want it tonight?
Not this late. I'll come by your apartment tomorrow. Do you keep the gun in a safe place?
Where no one would ever find it. In the center of a sack of salt.
I went there next morning. And as soon as I got to her door, I knew that something was wrong. The door stood half ajar. Inside the room, everything was chaos. Chairs overturned, broken, tables on the sides. I found the gun all right, where Alicia had said it would be. But Alicia was gone. I knew I'd have to move quickly, so I found a phone and called Jack Stacy.
Stacy speaking.
This is Race. Gonna need your help.
Sure, Race.
Do you know where to find Matt Breslin and that pilot of yours, Brand?
No, not right now, but I can probably locate him.
I told him to let it ride. We couldn't afford to wait. Gave him the location of the place in the foreign settlement. The house where I'd bumped into Lin Wan and company. Stacy promised to be there in an hour, and as good as his word. He looked curiously at Mark and me as we met him in front of the heavy door of the structure.
This the headquarters?
It seems to be. And I think they're holding a girl here. Girl who's been helping us. You willing to go in?
Well, sure, if you'll show me how.
I thought we might go in by way of this door here.
With that lock to open, we'll need TNT.
I thought possibly you might have a key for it.
You thought that... I don't get it.
Neither did I. Till I remembered that you were supposed to have been in the Navy.
Well, I was in the Navy.
No, Stacy. Or whatever your name really is. No Navy man would ever say life boy. Pronunciation's optional, but you call them buoys in the Navy. Always. Move ahead of us and open the door.
Oh, brother. This ain't no great white way.
Turn the flashlight straight ahead, Mark.
You're making a big mistake, Race. How could I take the place of another man?
By murdering him. And firing the men who'd been close to him. I saw a picture of the regular pilot group last night. The ones who were in it before you installed your own boys. Besides, the bullet that wounded you in the arm was fired from Chuck Howard's .38. I checked the ballistics.
Door, Race.
Over to Mark.
Oh, you came to see us again, Race.
Race, they've got guns.
So have we. So that makes it even up.
Try to even this up.
Race!
I'm okay. But Stacy took one of Lin Juan's bullets.
Yeah, he took it all right. Right between the eyes.
How about you, Alicia?
I'm all right, Reyes. Thanks to you, I'm quite all right.
Oh, brother, what a finish. Hey, how's that Lin Juan character?
I shot him in the thigh. He should recover in time.
Yeah? In time for what?
To be executed. And over here, they do that in a rather sharp manner.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Ted Von Eltz, Bert Holland, Barney Phillips, and Charlie Lung. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Adventure awaits with the Lord of the Jungle, Tarzan, up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' astounding book. Tarzan tightens his grip. A scream dies in King's throat. Below, his mate stands fascinated, hypnotized, frozen with fear. Tarzan looks down upon the group. In awful silence, his toes gripping the rough bark of the broad limb, inch by inch he moves toward its tip. With one quick movement, he draws the sailor to him. The mighty forearm flexes, tenses, and like a stone shot from a catapult, King shoots down upon the heads of his comrades. The sight of King, one of his mates, hurtling from the tree, shocks Snipes, the leader of the pirates, into action. He reaches for a gun. He fires. The shot rings and echoes through the jungle. The bullet with a piece of spat buries itself in the tree. Before Snipes can press the trigger again, Tarzan, swift as a leaping panther, flashes upward and is lost in the black shadows of the towering caucasus trees.
King, what happened? What? Was he an ape? Let me get away! Let me go! Let me get away! Don't let him get near me again! Come off it, King. Pull yourself together. Blimey, you ain't dead yet. Well, we'll all be dead. I tell you, we'll all be dead if we hang around here. King's doing. He goes through the trees like a monkey. He's as strong as an ox. I won't stay around here for all that time.
I'll stay here as long as I says you will. See? Now come on with you. What's happened?
I was going to put out that light there in the professor's cabin like you told me to. But all of a sudden, out of the trees whips a rope. Hangs me around the neck. And first thing I knows, I jerk into the trees.
Blimey. Rope, eh?
I don't know what he is. Ties a rope about me arms, and here I am, masked eye above the ground, tight in the guy's arms. What will you do? Go on? Go on, breath. Let me give me breath. He takes a knife out of his belt or whatever he wears, points to the yacht, and signs to me that he'll cut me throat if I goes near the place. Then he ups and carries me back here and chucks me down at you. Didn't he say nothing? No, he didn't, and what's more, he don't have to. Them eyes. I won't never forget them.
Well, mate, all we've got to do is slide this here chest into the hole, fill it up, and blow.
Can't be too soon for me.
That's it, mate. Now, cover it over with a bit of brush. Then we'll get... Tarzan, from his hidden perch, watches Snipes and his murderous crew bury the treasure in a new hiding place and hurry toward their beached boat. Their one idea is to put as much distance between themselves and this jungle terror as possible. Swiftly, silently as the night itself, Tarzan drops to the lower terrace and, squatting on a limb, stares curiously at the spot where the men have buried the box. If the men did not want the box, then why didn't they toss it aside? Tarzan understands burying the portion of a kill which he cannot eat, but the box, what do they want with that? Perhaps the men are going to return. That must be it. Tarzan swings to the ground. He bends over with his hands thrust aside the underbrush covering the spot. His hand strikes metal. It's the spade carelessly flung aside by one of the mutineers. Tarzan takes it into his hands as he has seen the men do, and guiding it with untrained fingers, he pushes it into the ground. He digs. But Tarzan is not used to such a tool as this. The spade hurts his bare foot. His hands will not guide it as he wishes, yet the ape man goes on. He digs and scrapes away. The loose dirt yields to him. The spade strikes the chest. Tarzan casts the spade aside. He peers into the hole. He runs his fingers over the chest, examining it. Abruptly, he reaches down, and as though that great box were an empty packing case, he pulls it from the hole. He hangs the spade over his back with a brass rope, picks up the chest, that great treasure chest, which taxed the combined strength of 4 men, lifts it to his shoulders, and plunges into the brush. He follows one of the ape trails and makes for a spot deep in the jungle. Nimble, lithe as any of the big cats, he pads silently, swiftly along the trail. He knows nothing about the contents of the treasure chest. He only knows that he does not like the cruel Tarmangani to whom it belongs, and that he wishes to annoy them so that they will leave his jungle. His pace slackens. He pauses for an instant, tense, listening. Satisfied, he flings down the chest and begins to dig with the spade. Tarzan learns quickly. The little practice has taught him a great deal about its use. The hole deepens rapidly. In the surrounding trees, sleepy monkeys wait, blink their eyes, gaze down at the ape man, and scold. The first golden fingers of the coming dawn tinge the eastern sky. Tarzan works fast. The hole is big enough. Quickly he dumps the chest in, scrapes the earth over it. Bending, he smooths the dirt, covers it with twigs, leaves. A perfect concealment. Vastly different from the brush piled on his clumsy hiding place by Snipes and his mates. With one last backward glance, Tarzan catches a vine and swings into the trees. Leisurely he makes his way toward the little cove, beside which stands the hut. The sun glints over the distant mountains. The jungle wakes to a new day. Tarzan glances down into the clearing. He stops, fascinated. There before the hut stands S.H.E. Quietly he lowers himself to the branch and sits, swinging his feet. While Jane is outside the hut preparing breakfast, Professor Porter, Philander, and Clayton are inside discussing their escape from the mutineers.
Rather a novelty for us, isn't it? To be able to sleep all night without the possibility of waking up with our throats cut.
Now, Archimedes, you know that one can't wake up with a cut throat.
Tut, Philander, I was speaking metaphorically. One who is so lax in his mode of expression, you are much too meticulously particular.
Metaphorical or not, I endorse the sentiment. This is the first time for a week that I've had both eyes closed while I slept.
Where is Jane?
Outside, learning how to make coffee without a percolator.
Do my senses deceive me? Or do I really smell bacon?
Most emphatically, you smell bacon.
Most amazing. Here we are on the west coast of Africa, miles from civilization, and yet we have bacon for breakfast.
There's nothing amazing about it. I carried that bacon ashore myself.
Breakfast? You want it served in the hut or outside?
Outside, I'd say.
Most assuredly. Why eat in the hut when we can eat out under the trees with the birds singing and
the flies, Professor.
What?
Now, you sit here, Daddy, on this packing case.
And me, Jane?
You sit here, so you can reach the coffee. That will be your duty.
Right. I'll pour it now. Give it a chance to cool in these tin mugs. Jane?
Thank you.
And you, Professor? Thank you. Mr. Philander.
Thank you.
And now, myself.
Can I do anything to help, James?
Yes. You may open that can of jam there.
Of course. This one?
That's it. You know, I'm really enjoying this.
Of course you are. Why not? Have I not always been an exponent of the much-debated theory that the simple life is the only solution of the conditions resultant from our chaotic existence of today?
Just the same. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not being pessimistic. But the outlook here is not of the brightest. In the first place, we deliberately came to a place off the beaten track. Hence, our chances of being picked up are, well, remote.
Then you think that we are here for the rest of our lives?
Oh, no, not necessarily. The loss of the ship will result in a search. But we can't build too much of it.
Really, I don't know that I care much.
Possibly. But what about Jane? She's young. She doesn't have your interest in things archaeological.
Yes. I spoke without thinking.
A very delightful breakfast, Jane. Truly delightful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Now, to get busy. First, a stronger bar for the door. A separate room for you, Jane, and some other things to make us as comfortable as possible.
I feel the need of a little exercise. I shall take a walk. Join me, Philander?
Of course.
Now, as I was saying, last night when you dozed off to sleep, by the way, Philander, that is most undignified.
What? Falling asleep?
Now, don't deliberately misconstrue my language. I refer to your falling asleep while I was talking to you.
Sorry, Archimedes, but despite your most enlightening remarks, I was beastly sleepy.
Professor Porter and Philander, intent on their discussion of things scientific, wander deeper and deeper into the jungle. Night falls. Oblivious to everything except their discussion, the two friends wander on and on. From the matted mass of underbrush, Numa's cruel yellow eyes watch. And Numa roars.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the season for colds is just about over. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, managed to have one that hung on all last week.
The cold didn't bother me as much as the fact that it put me a full week behind in the pursuit of my favorite extracurricular activity, a biology teacher named Philip Boynton. For while I was steaming myself with an inhalator, Mr. Boynton was being steamed by another female English teacher, one Daisy Enright. And as far as I'm concerned, one Daisy Enright is one too many. But by last Friday morning, the cold at least was licked. And as I sat down to breakfast with my landlady, she complimented me on my appearance.
You look fine, Connie, the picture of health. You really have the bloom of youth in your cheeks.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. I feel a lot better. But these rosy cheeks aren't all the bloom of youth. There's just too much starch in the face towels.
Sorry, dear. I'll limpen them out a bit.
Yes, they could use a little limpening.
Now, go ahead and drink your juice, dear. We can talk later.
What kind of juice is this, Mrs. Davis?
It's a combination. I take the juice of an orange, some lemons, and a grapefruit, and then I whip them all together.
But this color, why is it so red?
I guess maybe I whipped them too hard. No, I know what it is. This morning I added some tomato juice.
Tomato juice?
I figured I might as well use it up. There wasn't enough to pour on my farina anyway. It's very healthy, Connie. Now go ahead. Get it down.
That isn't the big trick. Which reminds me, have you planned dinner for tonight?
Not yet, Connie.
Good. I wonder if you'd do me a big favor.
I'd like to, Connie, but I'm rather short this week myself, and
It isn't money this time. I just thought it'd be nice if you went over to your sister Angela's house for dinner. You see, Mr. Boynton has invited me to a barbecue.
He has? Where, Connie?
Here in our backyard. He knows we've got a portable barbecue wagon, but in return for the use of our grounds and equipment, he's consented to let me furnish the food also.
How very generous of him. But I suppose you want me to visit my sister so that you can be alone with Mr. Boynton.
You've guessed my secret, Mrs. Davis. I haven't had one date with him all week long. And he's seen Miss Enright 3 times.
Well, she's nothing to worry about, Connie. My goodness, no normal man would look at her cross-eyed.
And believe me, that's the best way to look at her. But you know, Mrs. Davis, she's insidious. She has a way of clinging to a man like a piece of lint.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Boynton will brush her off when he spent the evening alone with you, Connie. I'll call Angela on the phone and tell her I'm coming over tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. I knew you'd come through for me.
By the way, how did you make this date with Mr. Boynton?
Last night. He called just after midnight.
Oh, isn't that rather late for him?
Oh, he apologized for calling at such an hour, but he had taken Miss Enright to a movie, and after he took her home, he felt awfully restless. Just couldn't sleep, he said.
What movie did they see?
Vaughn Monroe in Singing Guns. Mr. Boynton said the picture was fine, but every time he dozed off, the guns stopped singing and Vaughn Monroe started.
Well, let's hope tonight is the start of a new Mr. Boynton. Romantically speaking, that is.
Mm-hmm.
With the two of you alone in the backyard, sitting under the moon. Who knows what primitive instincts may stir in him?
Perhaps you're right. I remember last year about this time we were sitting in the yard and the moon was very full.
Yes, Connie.
The stars were out, too, millions of them. And as a soft breeze rippled through my hair, Mr. Boynton turned and looked right into my face.
And what did he say, Connie?
He said, "Isn't this a keen night for trapping gophers?"
Here's some mail you forgot to bring from home, Daddy. I thought you might want to read it before school starts.
Thank you, Harriet. Just put it on my desk, right behind the little neon sign that says Osgood Conklin, Principal.
Okay. Oh, Daddy, before I forget, how about inviting Miss Brooks over for dinner tonight?
What? Me invite Miss Brooks to our home for dinner?
Yes, Daddy, I think it would be sweet. After all, she hasn't been too well during the past week, and you've been rather severe with her.
I've been severe with her? Do you realize that in the past week she has twice dropped a typewriter on my left foot, broken my glasses, and spilled ink all over my newest tie?
But those were all accidents, Daddy. By inviting her over, it would show that you forgave her. Besides, Mother says we owe Miss Brooks a dinner since last Thanksgiving.
That's nothing to be thankful for.
Mother's making codfish balls tonight, and I thought...
Codfish balls? Again?
Yes, Daddy. I've asked Walter Denton to come, but Mother always makes plenty, so...
Just a minute, Harriet. You say we owe Miss Brooks a dinner?
That's right.
Well, this might be the perfect night to get it over with. Between the codfish balls and that lame-brained dunce Walter Denton, it's a wasted night anyhow. Yes, Harriet, I'll invite your Miss Brooks to dinner.
Thanks, Daddy. But I wish you didn't feel that way
Don't mention his name again. Now, tell me, has Miss Brooks arrived at school yet?
That's a timely question, Daddy. She's just coming up the walk. I can see her through your window.
Good. Now you run along, child. I'll attend to everything.
All right, Daddy. See you during lunch period.
Codfish balls. Now, let's see. I have to meet Miss Brooks in the corridor accidentally. Don't want her to think I'm running after her. She should be coming in the front door about now. That's approximately 8 paces to my door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, now. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Oh, Mr. Conklin, forgive me for screaming. I thought you were leaping at my throat.
What an odd notion. Yes, well, let's not dwell on it. Will you step into my office for a moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, sit down, Miss Brooks. As you know, I'm not much given to fraternization with faculty members. However, my daughter Harriet and my dear wife have put the heat on me to see... they've suggested... that I invite you over for dinner tonight.
Oh, how charming. But I'm afraid I couldn't make it tonight, Mr. Conklin.
We're having codfish balls.
That isn't my reason for refusing. But I've planned a barbecue for tonight. This May weather is so lovely.
A barbecue. What are you going to barbecue?
Miss Enright. Spare ribs, probably.
Barbecued spare ribs.
With plenty of savory hot sauce.
And potato salad.
And those wonderful juicy frankfurters.
Smeared with mustard.
And sweet corn.
Dripping with butter and salt.
And homemade biscuits.
Loaded with honey. And a tossed green salad.
Yes, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Conklin.
Where are you going?
To the infirmary. I've made a pig of myself. It was very nice of you to ask me over, Mr. Conklin, but if it's all the same to you, may I have a rain check?
Indeed you may, Miss Brooks. I shall invite you to my outdoor barbecue the very next time it rains.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but I'd like to talk to you for a moment before your first class.
Oh, come in, Miss Brooks. I was just grooming one of my guinea pigs. Had to cut his nails and comb his hair.
Why don't you just let his nails grow? Then he could comb his own hair. I just stopped in to confirm our date for tonight. The backyard is all ours.
Tonight? Don't you mean tomorrow night, Miss Brooks?
Well, no. When you spoke to me on the phone last night, you said tomorrow night, which means tonight.
Oh, but I've got a tentative appointment with Miss Enright for tonight. You see, it was after midnight when I called you last night, and I was thinking of it as being today. So when I said tomorrow night, I meant tomorrow night from today, not tonight.
Put a zither behind that, and you could open at Grauman's Chinese. Look, Mr. Boynton, just between you and me and Miss Enright, don't you think you've been seeing enough of the lamppost lately? I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, if you mean I've been seeing Miss Enright too much, it hasn't been my idea at all. It started when you and I had a date last Tuesday night. Miss Enright came to me Monday and told me I might as well forget about it. She said she had an idea you were going to catch a cold.
She had an idea I was going to catch a cold?
Well, she mentioned something about transferring a student to your class who had a very bad cold.
How do you like that germ warfare? Well, you'll just have to postpone, Miss Enright, I'm afraid. I've made all arrangements to hold our barbecue tonight.
Well, it isn't the gentlemanly thing to do, but if you insist, I'll put her off.
I insist. Shove her off. What time can I expect you, Mr. Boynton?
Well, it doesn't do to start too early. That is to say, it's more fun when it's dark out.
Now you're talking.
The fire looks so much prettier at night. I love cooking out of doors. I used to be a Boy Scout, you know.
What do you mean, used to be?
You're right at that. I'm still a scoutmaster. But as I was saying, once I get my fire started...
That'll be the day. I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. Please continue.
Well, I cook my ribs first, then I cook my frankfurters, and after eating, I just like to sit around in the moonlight with something in my arms I really care for.
Oh, you're cooking with more than charcoal. But what, may I ask, is the something in your arms that you really care for?
By my ukulele, of course.
Of course. The better to slug the gophers with, my dear.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. 2 years' research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, shows that when used as directed, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, exhaustive tests show the Colgate way best to prevent decay, better than any other home method of oral hygiene known today. Based on both clinical and X-ray examinations, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in all dentifrice history. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Think of it, not even one new cavity in 2 full years. No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not, no other dentifrice has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, when lunch period arrived, Mr. Boynton had to stay in his lab and groom some more guinea pigs. So I headed for the school cafeteria by myself. It was pretty crowded when I got there, but fortunately Walter Denton had saved a place for me at a corner table. I set my tray on it and sat down. There we are. Very nice of you to keep this place for me, Walter.
Glad to have incurred your pleasure, old Cletus Ashley. I count the day well spent, during which, by some slight act of thoughtfulness...
Thanks very much.
Yes, in fact... my cup of joy is running over, and
Walter, quick, get a napkin.
Oh, what happened?
Your cup of joy was joined by my cup of soup. Luckily, I got out of the way in time.
Oh, here, I'll mop up the table. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess the spring weather's making me more poetic than usual. And besides, my romantic affairs have taken a rather surprising turn.
Good for you, Walter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to eat what's left of this soup.
Now, go right ahead, Miss Brooks. But while you do, I've got a problem to thrash out. I simply cannot understand Mr. Conklin.
Give that boy a brand new Hudson.
He's an enigma, Miss Brooks. You take the night before last, for instance. I was sitting on the porch of his house with his daughter, Harriet. About 10 o'clock, he came out for a smoke and caught me holding her hand.
What did he do?
Well, all I can say is I wish I'd been holding his foot instead of her hand. Yeah, he almost kicked me down the porch steps.
Almost?
Fortunately, I dove over the side. But today, Harriet invited me over for dinner.
Well, that's no problem. Take your diving helmet and go.
You know, I never could understand Mr. Conklin's antipathy towards me, but today he didn't seem so bad. In fact, when I met him in the hall and told him I was having dinner at his home, he was practically civil to me. And Oh, but here I am babbling about me, and I haven't even asked about your recent ailment. Are you all over your cold?
Yes, Walter, I am.
Oh, good. Colds can lead into dangerous things.
Oh, I know. Laryngitis, bronchial trouble, Miss Enright.
Oh, no, I get it. While you were sick, she had a couple of dates with Mr. Boynton, huh?
She had 3, but who counts? Don't get me wrong, Walter. Miss Enright's a very fine English teacher, and as a fellow faculty member, she's entitled to go out with whomever she pleases. It's none of my business.
Until she goes from English to biology.
Now, Walter.
No, I don't blame you for getting annoyed, Miss Brooks. Miss Enright's pretty corny when the way she flirts.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I can only say she's about as square as they come. The device she employed yesterday proves that.
What device?
When she saw Mr. Boynton leaving school, she dropped her handkerchief.
No kidding. But why should that get you so sore, Miss Brooks?
It landed right on top of mine. What am I saying? Let's finish lunch, Walter.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Mr. Boynton, I guess you and Miss Enright would get along a lot better. She really likes you a lot. I can tell by the way she talks about you. Why, only this morning she said something very complimentary about your hair.
Miss Enright did?
Yes, ma'am. She said you've got the loveliest blonde hair she ever saw on a brunette.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. And then she said her hair was absolutely natural.
That's very true, Walter. It's one of the most natural wigs I've ever seen. I'm sorry if I sound bitter, but I guess I'll snap out of it after tonight.
Oh, you got a date with Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Walter. We're having a barbecue in my backyard. You know, spare ribs and romance, moonlight and mustard.
Oh, that sounds dynamic. Uh-oh. Look who's headed this way.
Oh, the cafeteria certainly is packed today. Oh, hello, Walter.
Hi, Miss Enright.
Do you mind if I sit here with you and your mother?
His mother?
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Forgive me for taking you for Walter's mother, darling. My eyes must be playing tricks on me.
I guess it's still too light out for you. Pull up a sturdy chair and sit down, Miss Enright.
Thanks. You're a dear.
You're an antelope, but sit down anyway.
Oh, dear, I forgot to bring my coffee along. Would you go get me a cup, Walter?
Okay, Miss Enright. How do you want it? Cream and sugar?
No, just sugar, please.
Never mind that either, Walter. I've got some lumps for her right here. I took some extra cubes, Miss Enright.
Oh, how thoughtful. But then you always were considerate of others. Take this past week, for example. You didn't interfere at all while Mr. Boynton was dating me.
Nobody knows better than you do, Miss Enright, that I was home every night with a cold.
Well, that shouldn't depress you, dear. At least it proves there's something you can catch. Of course, I felt a bit guilty about taking advantage of your indisposition, but after all, you were cooped up in that stuffy little room of yours, and Mr. Boynton does love the great outdoors, and I am the outdoor type.
I'll say you are. Nobody ever invites you in. Look, Miss Enright, my cold is better now, and I think it only fair to warn you that Mr. Boynton and I are going to take up our relationship exactly where we left it.
Oh, poor Mr. Boynton. And to think for 5 whole days he hasn't had to wear his track shoes. Tell me, dear, has he granted you an evening in the foreseeable future?
In the very foreseeable future, Miss Enright. In fact, before I leave you to your black coffee and thoughts to match, there's something I think you should know. Mr. Boynton's coming to a barbecue tonight in my backyard.
Oh, how wonderful for him. He'll need all the fresh air he can get. That is, he does seem to enjoy himself in the open spaces. Take the evenings he spends in my backyard. We dine under the stars. Then Mr. Boynton strums his ukulele, and I sit in the hammock and sing.
In the hammock? That's very unnatural.
Unnatural?
When you sing, you should be sitting on a fence.
Walter? Oh, Walter Denton.
Oh, hi, Harriet. Gosh, I thought school would never end today. You want me to take you home? We might as well spend the afternoon there if we're going to have dinner with your folks.
I'm afraid that's all off, Walter. There isn't anything to eat at our house.
What?
It seems Daddy went home for lunch, and Mother asked him to fix the vacuum cleaner. Well, he fixed it all right, only he did it in the kitchen.
I don't quite follow you, my sweet.
Mother had everything for dinner laid out on top of the stove, and before Daddy knew it was fixed, the vacuum sucked up all the codfish balls.
Are you sure that was an accident?
Who can tell? Daddy never was very fond of codfish. But Mother was so upset she just picked up and went over to Grandmother's for the rest of the day. We're on our own as far as dinner's concerned.
Gee, that's too bad, Harriet. Wait a minute. If I can't be your guest tonight, how would you like to be mine?
Walter, that sounds just like a proposal.
What does? Oh, how would you like to be mine? No, I meant, how would you like to be mine for dinner? You understand, my guest for dinner, I meant.
But, Walter, you can't afford to take me to a restaurant.
Oh, you're very right, lovely one. But I won't have to take you to a restaurant. I'll take you to a dandy-free outdoor barbecue.
Where?
At Miss Brooks' place. She's having Mr. Boynton over for dinner.
But won't they want to be alone?
Well, she'll want to be alone, but you know how bashful he is. As soon as he's in the presence of a member of the opposite sex, he just dummies up. Now, we'll be doing Miss Brooks a favor to go. Oh, don't you see, Harriet? We'll save her hours of groundwork trying to warm him up.
But we haven't been invited, Walter.
What's that got to do with anything? Look, we'll only stay until we've got the ball rolling. We'll leave as soon as Mr. Boynton is nice and relaxed. And we're full of ribs and frankfurters.
Well, I've got the charcoal all laid out and burning. I set the barbecue up right under that big tree. Oh, it's a nice night for a barbecue, isn't it?
It's a nice night for anything.
You know, Miss Brooks, seeing you here so close with the shadows playing softly about your face, the moon shining on your hair as the firelight dances in your eyes, you'd be amazed at the thought that occurs to me.
No, I wouldn't. Where are the gopher traps?
Now you're teasing me, Miss Brooks. I haven't seen you all week, and I want you to know that...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
That I brought along a quart of oil with me.
That seems like enough. Kind of oil.
It's a special brand for making the charcoal burn faster.
Well, what will they think of next? But before the oil, Mr. Boynton, you were saying?
Well, I was saying that it's nice to be alone here, just you and I.
Oh, it certainly is, Mr. Boynton. And we're really alone here. There's no way in or out of this yard except through that big wooden door in the fence.
Which wooden door?
That one. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Boynton.
No, okay. I'll go put some ribs and franks on the grill.
I can't imagine who this is.
Hi, Miss Brooks. It's me.
That's obvious. What do you want, Walter? I thought you were dining with the Conklins.
We couldn't. Their vacuum cleaner sucked up the codfish balls. So I took the liberty of dropping in on you for some sustenance.
Well, here's a quarter. Sustain yourself at the drugstore.
Miss Brooks, I can't leave until my guest arrives.
Your guest?
Sure. I invited Harriet along. She's just checking with her dad. She'll be here any minute.
Oh, fine.
We just thought we'd get the party warmed up for you, Miss Brooks. You know, Mr. Boynton.
For your information, Walter, before you knocked on that door, Mr. Boynton was coming to a slow boil.
Oh, hello, Walter. Glad to see you.
Oh, same here, Mr. B. Nothing like a few friendly faces to help a tay-to-tay along, eh, what?
Oh, quiet.
Oh, that must be Harriet. I'll open it.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late.
That's all right. We played games till you got here.
Come on in, Harriet. I'll go put some more ribs and stuff on the grill.
Thanks, Mr. Boynton. Gee, this backyard of yours is adorable, Miss Brooks. Just a perfect setting for outdoor dining. Daddy'll get a big boot out of it.
Yes, I'm sure that... Who will get a big boot?
Daddy! He didn't want to horn in, but when I told him how Walter and I were just planning to enhance your evening with Mr. Boynton, he consented to come.
Your father is coming here tonight?
That sounds like Daddy now.
What can I put against that door?
I'll get it, Miss Brooks.
Good evening, Denton. Harriet.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Conklin.
Greetings, Daddy.
Nice of you to ask me over, Miss Brooks.
Did I? Come in, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, in a moment. I took the liberty of bringing somebody with me. They gave me a lift over here, as a matter of fact. She's just parking the car. Charming person.
But, Mr. Conklin, who
else but me, darling?
Miss Enright.
Miss Enright.
Well, let's not stand around the door. Let's go over by the barbecue. And dear Mr. Boynton. You, Mr. Boynton.
Why, it's Miss Enright.
Good evening, Mr. Boynton. Well, we're all here now, aren't we?
You're all here. But Mr. Boynton and I are having dinner someplace else.
Someplace else?
But where, Miss Brooks?
Where we can be alone, in the Conklin's vacuum cleaner.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a luster cream shampoo.
Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Opportunity is an American word. To Americans, it has special meanings, like education for everyone. And the college education of 1/10 of the country's population depends on the private, accredited colleges and universities that are training the majority of the nation's Negro youth. Today, the United Negro College Fund appeals to you for help. Your gift to the United Negro College Fund is your contribution to community progress and interracial goodwill.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Joe Quillen, and Lester White, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All right, here it is. It is time for the question of the day. And today's question is, what is your favorite movie about the American Civil War? For me, it is the film Gettysburg. No other film has come close to it. And if you have a chance, watch the extended cut. I know it's even longer than the original, but it adds so much historical context. There was such attention to detail in this movie. It is just great, and you can tell that they let the volunteer Civil War reenactors really help them ground this movie, and everything about it just makes it one of the best movies about war and one of the best historical movies I have ever seen. You really have to admire what they did on what was really a very small budget for the type of movie that it was. If you haven't seen Gettysburg, watch it. And if you have a chance, watch the director's cut, which I think is the cut that's available on Vudu right now. But anyway, Gettysburg is my favorite. What's your favorite movie about the Civil War? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, listeners. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse presents Orson Welles in his own radio version of that great sea story, Mutiny on the Bounty. But first, a word from our sponsor. Any day you look on the lunch or dinner menu of the most popular restaurant in town, you will likely find that one dish featured is chicken. Ask the proprietor about this, and he'll tell you that chicken is a best seller, not only with the regulars, but with people who are eating out in style. And it's true wherever you go. Chicken is usually first choice when the meal is to be something specially fine. I mention this because it seems to me the widespread liking for chicken is one reason Campbell's chicken soup is enjoyed so eagerly by families everywhere. You see, this soup is chicken through and through, so that as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. In the aroma that drifts up as this soup is set before you, there's an unmistakable promise of chicken. There's deep-down chicken flavor in each spoonful as you taste it, and tender pieces of chicken meat, too. That's what makes this such a grand soup, the lavish emphasis on chicken. Why don't you surprise your family with Campbell's chicken soup for some meal this weekend?
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. On the 12th of September, 1792, there occurred in England the most remarkable court-martial in maritime history. 7 naval officers and men were on trial for their lives before the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty on charge of high treason. Revelations at this trial of conditions prevailing on the ships of the British Navy came finally to exert a powerful influence in humanizing the administration of the world's navies and making more tolerable life at sea.
Roger Byam, midshipman.
Here, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Here, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Here, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Here, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Here, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Here, sir.
You are here to be tried by a special court of naval inquiry assembled aboard His Majesty's flagship Duke under Article 19 of the Naval Articles of War, which read as follows. If any person in or belonging to the fleet shall make or endeavor to make any mutinous assembly upon any pretense whatsoever, every person offending herein, being convicted thereof by the sentence of the court-martial, shall suffer death.
First witness to the Crown, Captain Bligh.
Captain Bligh?
Yes, my lord. Captain Bligh, have you any statement to make to this court concerning the mutiny aboard His Majesty's ship Bounty while under your command in the great South Seas?
I have, sir. I have prepared a statement which I now beg the court's permission to read.
The court will hear your statement, Captain Bligh.
I respectfully beg to submit to the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty the information that His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty, under my command, was taken from me by some of the superior officers and men on the 28th day of April, 1789, in the following manner. A little before sunrise, Fletcher Christian, who was mate of the ship and officer of the watch, together with the accused and certain others of the crew, came into my cabin and while I was asleep seized me in my bed and with cutlasses and bayonets fixed at my breast threatened me with instant death if I spoke or made the least noise. I was hauled on deck in my shirt and without a rag else. The boatswain was ordered to hoist the launch out, and the officers and men who remained loyal were ordered into the boat. We then veered astern, all 19 souls. The boat was so lumbered and deep in the water that it was believed we should never reach shore. The size of the boat was 23 feet from stem to stern, rowed 6 oars. After considering our melancholy situation, I was earnestly solicited by all hands to take them toward home. Therefore, after commending our souls to God, I bore away for New Holland and Timor, across a sea but little known, in a small boat laden with 19 souls, without a single map of any kind, and nothing but my own recollection and general knowledge of the situation of places to direct us. After enduring dangers and privations impossible to describe, we sighted Timor on the 12th of June, and on the morning of the 15th before daylight, I anchored under the fort of the Dutch settlement at Kupang. This voyage, in an open boat, I believe to be unparalleled in the history of navigation. One thing I wish to add, that on the night preceding the mutiny, coming up on deck during the middle watch, according to my custom, I discovered Fletcher Christian, the ringleader of the mutineers, in earnest conversation with Roger Byam, midshipman, one of the accused. In the darkness of the deck, I was not observed by these men who were standing on the starboard side of the quarterdeck between the guns. Nor had I any apprehension at that time that their conversation was not innocent. But as I approached unseen, I saw Roger Byam shake hands with Christian. And I distinctly heard him say these words, "You can count on me," to which Christian replied, "Good. That's settled then." The moment they discovered me, they broke off their talk. I have not the slightest doubt that this conversation concerned the forthcoming mutiny. It is all, my lord.
Roger Byam, stand forth.
Roger Byam, you have been accused with others of mutinous and piratical seizure of His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty. You have heard the Crown's witness. Roger Byam, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
My lord and gentlemen, I declare before God and the members of this court that I am innocent, that I have never been guilty either in thought or in deed of the crime of which I am charged.
Roger Byam, the court is now ready to receive whatever you may have to say in your own defense.
My lords, I joined His Majesty's Armed Transport Bounty as a midshipman on the 21st of December, 1787. We were off Spithead, lying to for stores and crews to come aboard. I remember my first sight of the Bounty. The crew crowded in the afterdeck around the huddled form of a man, lashed to the capstan spar, and Captain Bligh reading from an Admiralty order.
If any person in or belonging to His Majesty's fleet shall strike or endeavor to strike an officer, he shall be flogged in turn on board every ship of the fleet. Master Downs?
Yes, sir.
How many lashes are due from our ship?
2 dozen, sir.
Very well. Mr. Morrison?
Yes, Captain Bligh.
2 dozen lashes.
One moment, Captain.
Yes, Surgeon.
The prisoner is dead, sir.
Lucky devil, we were only the 5th ship. Well, Mr. Morrison, what are you waiting for?
But the man is dead, sir.
Yes, I heard the surgeon's report. Come, my dinner's getting cold. 2 dozen lashes, Mr. Morrison. 2 dozen lashes, dead or alive.
2 dozen it is, sir.
On the morning of the 23rd of December, with 45 officers and crew aboard, and as the guns of the fleet fired a farewell salute, the Bounty set sail for Tahiti and the great South Seas.
Lieutenant Christian.
Aye, Captain Bligh.
Take charge of raising anchor, sir.
Very well, sir.
Fryer, the topsails.
Aye, sir.
Berthel.
Aye, sir.
Tinkler.
Aye, sir.
Surgeon Hoggan.
At your service, sir.
Surgeon Hoggan, you'll moderate both your voice and your rum rations. At your post.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Morrison, we're ready, sir.
Aye, sir. All hands out or down here. Lash and carry. All men to their stations. All men to their stations.
Hold short, men.
Loose the top
on the foretop's! The main topmen are off the yard! Are you alive, you crawling caterpillar?
Way anchormen! Yo heave ho! Yo heave ho! Hold the foreground! Ho! Get the mainsail on it! Ho! Heave hearty! Ho! Heave hearty! Ho! Heave ho!
Toward the main tack, be lively!
Ho! Heave ho! Ho!
On Christmas Day, we passed Land's End, and the Bounty headed away to sea with topgallant set. She was a small ship, as you know, of little more than 200 tons. And the great cabin aft was rigged as a garden for the transportation of breadfruit trees from the island of Tahiti to the West Indian plantations. Thus, the ship's quarters were more than usually crowded, a circumstance which undoubtedly affected the temper of its company. The officers messed in a screened-off space on the lower deck, aft of the main hatch. At the captain's table sat Mr. Fryer, this ship's navigator, an elderly man long in the service of His Majesty's Navy, and Mr. Christian, the mate, a man of only 24, of fine presence, from a good English family.
Don't you talk to me about seamen, Mr. Christian. I know them better than you, curse them, a lazy, incompetent lot of scoundrels. Heaven knows the captain has trials enough with such a crew. Dregs of public houses. They don't know a sheet from a tack.
I venture to differ with you, Captain Bligh. I should call Ellison and Mills first-class seamen. Even Burkett, though he may be willful...
Willful, eh? Burkett's an insolent hound. I have my eye on him. Slightest report of misconduct, I'll have him seized up and flogged.
If I may express an opinion, Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
Burkett's a man to tame with kindness rather than with blows.
La-di-da, Mr. Christian. On my word, you should apply for a place as master in the young lady's seminary. Kindness, indeed. A fine captain you'll make with such ridiculous notions. Our seamen understand kindness as well as they understand Greek. Fear is what they do understand. Without fear, mutiny and piracy would be rife on the high seas.
There's some truth in that, sir. I can't agree. Seamen don't differ from other Englishmen. There are some, the best of them, who will follow a fair and kind officer to the ends of the earth.
Rot. As far as I trust them as the end of a yardarm. If you have to talk such nonsense, Mr. Christian, don't do it in my mess where I have to listen to you.
Very well, Mr. Bligh. In the future, I shall dine where my opinions are more acceptable.
From that day on, and for the rest of the voyage, Captain Bligh took his meals by himself in his cabin. In latitude 39 degrees north, just off the coast of Tenerife, we ran into heavy weather. A huge wave stove in 3 of our longboats, carried away our cases of beef, and spoiled a large part of our stock of bread. We laid into Santa Cruz for fresh supplies of water and beef. The meat that was taken on ship was so tainted the men threw most of it overboard. Captain Bligh kept the men at work, repairing the ship's boats from morning till night.
Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Fryer.
Men are asking when they can start shore leave, sir.
So they can get drunk in the taverns, I suppose.
We've been at sea nearly 8 weeks, sir.
Maybe 8 months before they set foot in land, and might just well get used to it. No shore leaves, Mr. Fryer.
Aye, sir.
We left Santa Cruz at the end of February. We carried no purser. Bligh filled the office himself, assisted by Samuel, his clerk, a smug, tight-lipped little man who was believed to be the captain's spy. On Monday of every week, he and Captain Bligh opened up the casks and checked over the supplies in the storeroom.
18 pounds salt beef.
18 pounds, sir.
What's wrong with that keg bucket?
Seems like it's been opened, sir.
Oh, so it has. Mr. Fryer, come here at once, sir.
Mr. Fryer, Captain Bligh calling you, sir. Yes, Captain?
One of these casks has been opened and 2 cheeses are missing.
Well, they may have been short-weighted when we were provisioned, sir.
They were not, Mr. Fryer. I checked them. These cheeses were stolen.
Well, perhaps you'll recollect, sir, that while we were at Spithead, a cask was opened by your order and the cheeses carried ashore.
Hold your tongue, Burkett. Boat is manned by a pack of thieves.
Surely, Captain, you don't think that
You're all
I...
in collusion against me, officers and men. But I'll tame you, by heaven I will. I'll make you eat grass before I'm done with you. Samuel!
Yes, sir?
If the allowance of cheese is stopped, and the officers too, mind you, until the deficiency is made good.
Yes, Captain.
And Burkett, if I hear another word out of you, I'll have you seized up and flogged to the bone. Samuel, you lock the storeroom. Bring the keys to my cabin.
So help me. Bly ordered those 2 cheeses taken out at Spithead.
I can back you there, Burkett. I carried them myself. 2 cheeses and a cask of vinegar to Blythe's house.
So that's the game, is it? Lining his pockets by starving us.
Curse his blood. I'll be hanged if I do any more work on this ship. If he puts back our cheese rations. I'm with you, lads. No more work by any in this mess.
And I'll give the word to Quintal's Nest, and he'll pass it on. No more work.
No more work. No more work.
No more work.
No more work.
Come in.
Captain Bly.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
As officer of the deck, sir, I feel it my duty to make a report.
Well, what is it?
The grumbling in the forecastle, sir. It's becoming serious.
Ah, is it? What are the scoundrels grumbling about now?
Many things, sir. Chiefly the food.
Well, they're not satisfied with the rations, sir. By heaven, they'd better make up their minds to be satisfied.
Captain Bly, as second officer, I am in a measure responsible for their conduct. If I may suggest, sir, I think it would be wise to listen to their grievances.
You may keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Christian.
I think it only right that you should hear what the men...
I am the only judge, sir, of what's right and wrong on the ship. I'm tired of their bloody complaints. Since you seem to be their advocate, Mr. Christian, you can tell them this. The first man to complain from now on will be placed in chains.
About 100 leagues off the coast of Brazil, the wind chopped around to north and northwest, and the Bounty lay becalmed. Here another incident occurred to aggravate the resentment of the men. We'd been at sea 6 months, and for 10 weeks now, outside of the officers' mess, there had been no fresh food of any sort on board the Bounty. Taking advantage of the calm, the crew employed themselves with fishing for shark, with pieces of rotten pork for bait.
There goes, look, the shark!
Right under the bows.
Give him the bait there. Strike the line.
He's thinking of lads. Look smart.
Got him, Burkett?
Hook, by heaven.
He's on.
He's a big one.
Go to the moon tower horns on deck with him. Heave ho! Heave ho!
Here he comes.
Heave
He's a big one, all right.
Heave ho! That'll settle him. Straddle him now.
At him, boys. At him with your knives.
Slice him up, men.
Careful there, Mills. With that cutlass, watch where you're cutting.
Shark meat's good eating. It's better than dried dog's meat any day.
Look out.
Someone's coming. It's Samuel. Samuel. Captain's spy. He doesn't get a scrap of the shark's meat. You hear, men? Not a scrap.
A fine catch, eh, men? I say it's a fine catch of fish you got there. I must have a slice, eh, Mr. Burkett?
So, you must have a slice, Mr. Samuel. Well, I must have a glass of grog and a stiff one, too. If you eat shark today...
Come, my good man. You have enough fish there for a dozen.
You have enough grog stored away for 1,000, by heaven.
It's for the captain's table I want it.
Catch him a shark yourself. This is mine. He gets the best of the bread and the pick of the junk cask as it is.
Forget yourself, Burkett.
Come. Give me a slice. That large one, and I'll say nothing.
Devil with you. You take your slice right in your sneaking face.
Burkett spent the night in irons. His messmates saved in their entire allowance of grog to fortify him against the flogging they knew to be inevitable. At 6 bells, Mr. Bly came on deck.
Christian?
Yes, Captain Bly?
Call all hands on deck to witness punishment.
Yes, sir. All men on aft deck, Forson.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
All hands out on deck. All hands.
All hands, sir. All hands.
I report all men on deck, Captain Bly.
Very good, Mr. Christian. Rig the gratings, Mr. Purcell.
Gratings are rigged, sir.
Thomas Burkett, step forward. Anything said?
No, sir.
Strip! Norton, seize him up.
Seized up, sir.
Thomas Burkett, for mutinous conduct, I sentence you to 3 dozen lashes. Morrison.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morrison, see that you lay on with a will. Report to me at breakfast when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Burkett when they cut him down? Black in the face he was.
The bone showing through the flesh.
And now the old devil's got Purcell in irons. I say, Mr. Fryer and Bly ain't speaking no more.
Pretty past that, for a ship what's got half the world between her and England.
Wait till we get back. It'll be a day of reckoning for old Bly.
Aye, and maybe before we get back.
What are you saying, Mills? We gotta get back to England, don't we?
We could get back without Bly if we had to. There's a man that could take the bounty home. I ain't a better man than Bly.
Christian, you mean?
Christian. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Christian.
Fortunately for Captain Bly, a gale blew up that night, and all hands were kept busy keeping the ship from being swamped. Day after day, we scudded before strong westerly to southwesterly winds, carrying only the foresail and close-reefed main topsail. At last, on the 20th of November, we rounded Cape Horn. 5 weeks later, we sighted the first coral reefs and saw the great mountains of the island of Tahiti.
Land ho! Land to the starboard! Land to the starboard!
Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Taking sounding.
Yes, sir. Mills.
By the Mark 8, by the deep 7, water shoaling.
Fair anchor.
Yes, sir. Morrison, all men to their stations.
All men to their stations!
Well, there it is, Mr. Christian. The Isle of Tahiti. Long, hard voyage. By heaven, there it is at last.
Looks like a beautiful island, Captain Bly.
It is. Captain Cook, under whom I sail these waters, loved it. Only next to England. Were I an old man and my work done, I should ask nothing better than to end my days under its palms. Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Sounding.
Mills.
By the deep 5, 1/2 less 5, sir, and shoaling fast.
Lower away.
Lower away there.
Aye, sir.
Natives coming aboard, sir.
Lower the line.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Set a watch. See that those thieving yellow devils don't steal anything when they come aboard.
The next day, the crew went ashore. The danger of the mutiny seemed past. The hardships of the voyage were soon forgotten. We lived on the fat of the land, amongst affectionate native friends. Those were the happiest weeks I ever spent. Our host was the chief of the island. He had 2 daughters, Hina and Tahani. Mr. Christian and I used to visit them often. The 4 of us would go swimming, sporting in the breakers or lying on the white sand of the coral beach. Hina.
Yes, Byam.
The tide is high. Swim with me out to the reef underwater. How about it, Christian?
Oh, Byam, you're not lazy enough for the South Seas. I'll stay here with Tahani.
Ready, Hina?
Ready?
Come.
You English, you swim like frogs.
I'll show you when we get to the reef.
Christian,
Yes?
are you a chief in your own land?
Small one, perhaps, darling.
I knew you must be. And have you no wife?
None.
I have no husband.
Tahani.
Why do you stop? Tahani is listening.
When the ship sails, Tahani, I must go with it.
But it will be 2 moons before the ship sails.
2 moons will soon pass, Tahani.
We have a legend, Christiane, here in Tahiti, that time is a long lizard that sleeps with its tail in its mouth. And to those who keep their hearts within its circle, no harm can come.
No harm will come, Tahani. What are you doing with those flowers?
Tahani make a wreath to go around your neck.
White flower, a long stem. What do you call it?
This one? The tafano.
Looks like the lotus. In my country, we have legends too, Tahani. In my country, they say a sailor who once tastes the lotus never goes home.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a minute or two, we will resume our presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles. Meanwhile, may I say a word or two about mutiny in another form? Over many years, modern genius has been showing women the way to give their families better food with less kitchen time. And call it mutiny or call it evolution, women have been quick to take full advantage of these benefits for their families and themselves. No longer does the good housewife feel she must spend long hours each week making her own bread and churning her own butter. To give her family their favorite dishes, it is no longer necessary to spend so many hours in her kitchen. Her household shelves are laden down with many of these foods, ready prepared for her and of a quality equal to her own good homemade kind. Among these fine foods are soups, Campbell soups. If you have never tried them, I invite you to try a can of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow. I cannot think of a finer way to introduce you to Campbell's soups than that. Once you've tasted Campbell's chicken soup, I feel certain you'll be convinced that soup making at home is a task you can well turn over to Campbell's chefs. And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles.
Roger Byam, midshipman.
Yes, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Yes, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Yes, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Roger Byam, have you anything further to say in your defense?
I have, my lord. Toward the end of March, it became evident to all hands that the Bounty would soon sail. More than 1,000 young breadfruit trees in pots and tubs had been taken on board. The relaxation of discipline now came to an end. Captain Bligh ordered Samuel to seize all the gifts which the friendly natives had given the men. With abundance around them, the crew were again put on slender rations. 2 of them, deserted to the hills, were caught and severely flogged. On our last visit ashore, Mr. Christian was more than usually silent.
Christiane, you are going to sail. Is that not so?
Yes, Tahani.
When?
Tomorrow. Sunrise.
Oh,
Where will you be, Tahani, when we sail?
here on the shore, waving my hand.
I'll watch for you.
Christiane, will you think of Tahani sometimes in your own land?
I will shall not stay in my own land. I shall come back to honey.
Here, Christian. These are for you.
Black pearls. To honey. Where did you get these?
I swim very deep one morning off Coral Reef. Our people say pearls make man never forget.
Your people say right to honey.
And I shall wait, Christian. I shall wait for you to come back. And every moon I shall watch for your ship. Me quiero Paoli, Christian. Me quiero Paoli.
Mr. Christian, Mr. Byam, you're late, both of you.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize...
Is that no definite time for our return, Captain Bligh?
Lie to me. Sure to be back by 4 bells. What you got there, Mr. Christian?
Some gifts, sir, from our friends on shore.
Mr. Samuel?
Yes, Captain.
You will take charge of these Indian curiosities which may be useful for trading in other islands.
Yes, sir.
One moment, sir. These things were given me as gifts for members of my family in England.
Mr. Samuel, who heard my orders.
Your bundle, Mr. Christian. Captain's orders.
Very well, then. Take it.
Mr. Christian, you still have something in your hand. Come, let me see what it is. Well, a pair of pearls. They appear to be remarkably fine stones.
Yes, sir.
Give them to Mr. Samuel, please. Black pearls are highly prized in the Friendly Islands where we shall do some trading.
Surely, sir, you won't take these. They were given to me by a very close friend.
Hand them over to Mr. Samuel.
Captain Bligh, I've obeyed every order you've given me, and some of them with the utmost distaste. But this I refuse. I intend to keep this gift, sir, as long as I live.
Very well, Mr. Christian. I accept your refusal, and I shall remember it.
On the 4th of April, 1788, the Bounty with her cargo of breadfruit trees set sail from Tahiti. All went quietly enough until the evening of April 14th. That morning we left the island of Numuka in the Friendly Archipelago, where we did our usual trading with the natives. A great many coconuts had been brought aboard and piled up on the quarterdeck between the guns under the captain's eye. At about noon, some of the coconuts were found to be missing.
Mr. Morrison.
Aye, sir.
Are all the officers assembled on deck?
Aye, sir.
Gentlemen, attention. I regret to inform you that several coconuts have been stolen. I expect you to help me find the culprits. Well, speak up. Speak up! Some of you must know the guilty party. Mr. Christian, step forward, please. I wish to know the exact number of coconuts you purchased for your own use, Mr. Christian.
I really don't know, sir.
How, you don't?
But I hope you don't think me so mean as to steal yours.
Yes, I do think so. You must have stolen some of mine, and you'd be able to give a better account of your own. You may be officers, but you're rascals and thieves. The lot of you! I'll break the spirit of every man of you. You'll wish you'd never seen me before we reach the Indies. Mr. Samuel!
Yes, sir.
You'll stop the officers' grog until further orders. And instead of a pound of yams per man, you'll issue half a pound to all the messes. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And by heaven, I'll reduce you to a quarter of a pound if I find anything else missing. Make you crawl on your bellies for that.
It was feverish hot below deck that night, and there was an uneasy stirring in the forecastle. I couldn't sleep and went up on deck. It was then about 1 o'clock, and with the exception of the watch, there was no one on deck but Tinkler, curled up asleep under one of the guns. Mr. Norton, the watch, was standing at the rail on the opposite side of the deck. I could make out his form standing in the starlight. Someone appeared at the after ladderway. Who's that?
Oh, it's you, Byam.
Oh, hello, Mr. Christian. Have you seen Captain Bligh tonight?
Did you know that he invited me to sup with him? Why? Can you tell me that? After spitting at me, wiping his feet on me, sent Samuel to ask me to his table.
He didn't go?
After what happened, I should say not.
Maybe he's got a conscience, Christian. His invitation might have been a way of letting you know he was sorry.
I might have believed that once, but not now. By him, we're in his power, officers and men alike. He considers us so many dogs to be kicked or fondled as he pleases. There can be no relief, none, not till we reach England. Heaven knows when that'll be. Heaven knows if I can stand it till then. Heaven knows if the men can stand it.
Yes, Christian?
Something I wish you'd do for me. On a voyage like this, one never knows what may happen. If for any reason I should fail to reach home, I'd like you to see my people in Cumberland. That'd be too much trouble for you?
Not at all, Mr. Christian.
Just before I joined the ship, my father asked that I make such an arrangement with someone on board. In case anything should happen, he said that it would be a comfort to him to talk with one of my friends.
Well, you can count on me, sir.
Good. That's settled, then.
Well, Mr. Christian. You're up late.
Yes, sir.
And you, Mr. Blythe. Can't you sleep?
It's very warm below, sir.
I've noticed it. A true sailor can sleep in an oven if the case requires, or on a cake of ice. Good night, Mr. Blythe. Good night, Mr. Christian.
Smith, wake up. It's 3 bells.
Burkett, where's the other lads?
Thompson's gone to the arms chest. Come with me and be quick about it.
Aye, that and I will.
Coleman. Oh, Coleman.
Huh? What do you want, Thompson?
The key to the gun locker. Hurry, man.
It's hanging above the hatch.
Thompson, is that you?
Aye, Burkett.
What did you get, man?
10 muskets and a brace of pistols.
Pass them around, mate.
Smith?
Aye, I'll take one.
Quinto?
Aye, give me one with a bayonet.
Ellison? Thanks. Churchill?
Aye, I'm with you.
Where's the rest of the lads, Burkett?
On the aft deck. They see Mr. Christian.
Aye, we need Christian, we do. He's the man that'll rid us of that swine.
Aye, Christian. Mr. Blythe! Mr. Blythe, get up!
Yes? Yes?
Put on your clothes.
There's no time about it. Oh, what is it? Have we been attacked?
Have we been attacked? No. We've taken the ship.
Captain Bligh is a prisoner.
What?
Burkett, are you mad? Have you any idea what you're doing?
We know what we're doing. Blythe brought all this on himself. Now, by heaven, we'll make him suffer.
I'm going to shoot the dog.
Don't you try any of your young gentlemen's ideas on us, or we'll murder some more of you. Seize them up, Burkett.
They're not to be trusted.
Hold your tongue. Mind the gun locker. Come, gentlemen, hurry into your clothes. Oh, Quiddle.
Yes, Burkett.
Stand fast by that door there. No one's to come forward without my orders, you understand?
Come on,
now then,
come on,
get
boys.
going. Up the ladder way. On deck with you.
Captain Bligh.
Stand back. Don't move a step.
Isn't there a loyal man among you?
Will you hold your tongue, Mr. Bligh?
Or shall I shove this bayonet into your ribs?
Go ahead, Christian. Murder me. Go on ahead.
I'm master of this ship now, Mr.
Master
Bligh, and
of
by
this
heaven,
ship?
I'll stand no more of your
Christian,
abuse.
you traitor! I'll see you hung. I'll have you flogged.
Hold your tongue or you're dead this instant.
Let the dog's throat.
Let him have it.
Quiet. Quiet, the lot of you.
I'll give the orders on this ship. Beckett, get the other officers on deck.
They're fetching him up, sir.
Mr. Christian, think what you do. Release me. Lay aside your arms. Let's be friends again, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian, I give you my word that nothing more shall be said of this matter.
Your word is of no value, Captain Bligh.
What do you mean to do with me?
Shoot you swine.
Seize him up at the gratings, Mr. Christian.
Give us a chance at him with the lads.
Silence!
We'll give you justice, Mr. Bligh. Which is more than you've ever given us.
What's your plan, Mr. Christian?
We've a right to know.
Aye, that we have.
Mind what you're about, Thompson. I'm master of this ship.
You're a mutinous swine! That's what you are, Christian. They'll never listen to you. They're...
Maybe that'll teach you to hold your tongue.
Mr. Christian.
Stand back, Bam.
Think what you're doing, Christian.
This is my affair.
Up the steps with you.
Fryer,
Put down the
Purcell.
gun.
Over on that side of the deck with Byam and Morrison.
Mr. Christian, are you in this?
Yes, Mr. Fryer. I've taken the ship. None of you will be hurt unless you resist.
What are you going to do with Captain Bligh?
Kill me! That's what the villain's going to do.
No,
Kill
Mr.
me!
Bligh, no, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to put you adrift in the longboat.
Longboat?
That's right. Turn him
Let the
adrift.
shots turn me loose in that rotten little boat, will you? 3,000 miles from land.
What else is that but murder?
It's giving you a chance, Mr. Bly. It's more than you'd give me. Mr. Mills.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
Clear the launch and be lively.
Aye, sir.
Ellison, Quentin, give me a hand with the davits.
Now, gentlemen, you have your choice. The rest of the men who haven't joined us, you stay on ship with me, or you go with Bly.
I give you warning. Come with me and I'll see you hung.
I'll stay. I'm with you, Mr. Christian.
Stand on this side.
I'm going with the captain.
Not me.
Over here, then. Mr. Fryer.
Mr. Christian, listen to
I've
reason.
no time, Mr. Fryer. Answer my question.
I've sympathy for you, the wrongs you've suffered, but none whatever for what you're doing now.
I have not asked for your sympathy, Mr. Fryer. Mr. Byam, what's your decision? Mr. Byam.
I shall go with Captain Bly.
Very well. Over here, then. On that side. Purcell?
No matter what I think of Mr. Bly, I know my duty as an officer.
Mr. Purcell, I shall remember that.
All that are going. Mr. Bly, ready to man the launch?
She's ready to lower, sir.
In the boat, men. First, Mr. Bly.
I'll never leave my ship of my free will.
Very well. Carry him, men.
Into the longboat with you.
Stand back. Stand back, gentlemen.
Beckett, keep your musket ready if anyone makes a move. That's it. Into the boat, men.
Keep him in, lad.
Now, the rest of you, Fryer, Purcell, Nelson, all of you that are going, keep moving. Ellison's up in the supplies. In you get.
We can't take any more. Christian, we can't take any more. Don't send it anymore. She's overloaded, Christian. She's overloaded with swamp. No more men. Don't swamp the boat, men. I'll see that justice is done you.
Very well. Back the rest of you, Byam. Get back.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
Lower away, men.
Aye, sir.
Lower away.
One more chance, Christian. One more chance to surrender.
Too late for that now, Mr. Bly.
You'll pay for this, every one of you. You'll pay.
Give us some cutlasses at least, Christian. Some mats.
Ellison, throw down some cutlasses.
Aye, sir.
You cowards! Are these all the arms you'll give us?
You'll get a belly full of lead.
They're off and turn around the swivels on him.
Give him a whiff of grape.
I'm exactly where.
Wait from that gun, Quiddle. I'll put you in irons. Cast off there below.
You scoundrels! Murderers! Traitors! I'll have vengeance on you. I'll see you swing in a yardarm before 2 years have passed. If I have to go to the edge of the earth to get you.
The launch was soon 100 yards from the ship, with Bly and 18 men crowded aboard. There was no chance of my joining them. A northeast breeze freshened and the Bounty began to gather way. Under Christian's command, we put back to Tahiti. There we parted. It was his intention to turn his back forever on civilization and settle in some remote island in the South Seas. The rest of us well determined to return to England. With him aboard the Bounty went 8 members of the crew, 8 native women, and Tahani, his wife. The last I saw of the Bounty, she was standing off the shore of Tahiti, with all sails set, heading north into uncharted waters, where the light easterly breeze had been.
Prisoners, stand forth. Roger Byam.
Here, sir.
James Morrison.
Here, sir.
William Musprat.
Here, sir.
Thomas Burkitt.
Here, sir.
John Mills.
Here, sir.
Thomas Ellison.
Yes, sir.
Do any of the accused have anything further to say in your defense?
No, my lord.
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 Having heard the evidence produced in support of the charges made against you, and having maturely and deliberately weighed the whole of the evidence, this court is of the opinion that the charges have been proved against you. It doth therefore judge that you shall suffer death by being hanged by the neck on board any of His Majesty's ships of war not later than 1 month from this date, and at such a time and such a place as the commissioners for executing the office of Lord High Admiral of Great Britain and Ireland shall, in writing, under their hands, direct.
Our story tonight is the true account of an adventure at sea. It is not fiction. It is history. And history seldom accommodates us with a happy ending. The boundaries of fact reach farther than the boundaries of romance. And even when the last of the principles of any action have died, it cannot surely be said that any human event has ended in the sense that a story ends. If our hero tonight was Captain Bligh, then our story concludes with the fulfillment of his promise. For Captain Bligh, sailing without charts or instruments, against thirst and hunger, against heat and cold, after 41 perilous days on the open sea, brought the launch of the Bounty with its crew of 19 souls into the Dutch port of Timor, 3,618 miles from where they had been set adrift. He kept his word, returned to England, brought 7 of the mutineers to trial and saw them convicted to treason and condemned to death. If our hero was Roger Byam, then the story still has a happy ending. For in spite of Captain Bligh, and quite in keeping with the best traditions of melodrama, he was reprieved from hanging at the 11th hour and lived to marry a girl and to become a captain in the British Navy. As to Mr. Christian, the end of his story has not been written. It has been told that with his wife Tahani and a few of the mutineers, he sailed the Bounty far off the trade lanes to an island they called Pitcairn. They may not have lived happily ever after, but for almost 150 years their descendants have continued in existence, free from the bondage and misery against which Fletcher Christian rebelled.
In a moment or so, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening, Mrs. Dorothy Hall, a person who has had direct contact with the descendants of the mutineers and who has been recently and dramatically associated with life on Pitcairn Island. While we are waiting for them, let me remind you of something I was talking about a little while ago, of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's chicken soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into the making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glint, and the flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Every woman knows that the merit of a chicken soup depends on the amount of chicken used in making it. And since that is so, then as surely as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. You like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken sounds good. Why not put Campbell's chicken soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last, or at least the latest chapter in the strange story of the mutiny on the Bounty, we're going to tell you tonight, before this broadcast is over. It was written only last summer, and only a few miles from this studio. Hack is a taxicab. It is also what you call a writer if you're mad at him. Quack is what Donald Duck says, and what you should never call a doctor. Ham is the most distinguished reference you can make to an amateur radio operator. But there are two kinds of hams, and smile when you call a radio actor a ham. Say ham to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, however, and she'll just smile. I'd like to make this quite clear before I go on. When you say radio ham to me, it is either dramatic criticism or fighting words, depending on how big you are. But okay around Mrs. Hall, because ham is just a pleasant reminder in the queer vernacular of her own people that she has passed tests A and B of the Federal Communications Commission and belongs to the elect among amateur radio operators of the world. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham pioneered radio. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham stays up late and gets up early, eats irregularly, rescues flood victims, and talks like an E. Phillips Oppenheim spy into an H.G. Wells machine, thinking nothing of such phrases as QRM, QC, QRT, and QSL.
the exact meaning of which I am not entirely certain. 88, however, means love and kisses. This I have committed to memory in several languages. 88. Y15KG is what Mrs. Hall assures me she calls His Royal Highness Crown Prince Faisal Gossel of Iraq. I said Crown Prince Faisal Gossel of Iraq. And there are a lot of other hams, Mrs. Hall's kind, I mean. There is W5DEW, for example, who is Mary, the dewdrop of Texas, and the mother of 4 children. There is Howard Hughes. There is Wilmer Allison, the tennis star. There is Dr. James Hard, the John D. Rockefeller of Mexico, who's invested $150,000 in amateur radio. This is the son of Herbert Hoover, too, and Andy Sinella, the band leader, and about 85,000 others, including Amos of our own Campbell Soups, Amos and Andy. I don't know what makes a ham. Mrs. Hall's kind, I mean. But I do know that it's very lucky for an awful lot of people that hams do exist. And 214 of those lucky people are especially lucky and especially grateful to Mrs. Hall. They are the 214 great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren of the crew of the HMS Bounty. Remember the headlines? Pitcairn Islanders face starvation, Bounty survivors isolated by typhoid rumor, Queen's woman rallies British to aid survivors, radio amateur acts to save starving inhabitants. Well, that was only last summer, and only last summer it was that the rumors of a dangerous epidemic forced the little island into a tragic quarantine that threatened to erase all life from Pitcairn. That same Pitcairn, that same paradise that Mr. Christian and the rest of them founded 150 years ago in tonight's story. What happened was this. Stories of a contagious disease on Pitcairn Island spread faster than any disease through the islands, from Panama to Tahiti, from Samoa to New Zealand, and boats, all of them, from the biggest traders to the littlest tramps, kept off. The harbor was closed. Pitcairn Islanders watched them, boats with food and, most vital, with medical supplies, sail past them almost within shouting distance and away into the sky. And so it was that slow death and death by torture faced a community in the very presence of civilization. Faced a people whose ancestors had known this torment and this kind of death. And here's how another chapter was written in the saga of the Bounty. Andrew Young, descendant of midshipman Edward Young, latitude 25 minutes, 4 seconds south, longitude 130 minutes, 6 seconds west, fighting time, fighting the ebbing power of his radio transmitter, found an old friend in the ether whom he knew well and whom he had never seen 7,740 miles away. A colleague in the great good fellowship of radio hams. Found and gave the word to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, 18618 Williamson Avenue, Springfield Gardens, Queens, Long Island, New York. And here she is. Mrs. Dorothy Hall, who picked up the message and gave it to the world. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mrs. Hall, will you please read the entry which you made in your log on July 19th of last year?
Certainly, Mr. Wells. Here it is. 4:38 a.m. While in contact with VR6AY, he requested that I contact the British Consul that no ships had stopped for trading since May 25th, and they needed food and medical supplies.
Mrs. Hall, when did help finally reach the islanders?
Just 9 days after I received the message.
They must be tremendously grateful for what you've done for them.
Well, they're very nice people.
I think you're understating the situation, Mrs. Hall. I must tell you that since Mrs. Hall rescued Pitcairn Island, I found out from other sources she's become what amounts to its unofficial consul general, purchasing agent, advisor, and guardian angel.
Well, Mr. Wells, that's quite a title.
Tell us, Mrs. Hall, what do you think is the outlook for the islanders?
I'm afraid not so very encouraging. They are entirely cut off from regular professional medical attention, whereas they recovered from this epidemic, which incidentally has never been diagnosed. It is more than possible, particularly with the threat of cholera, that someday a ship will pull into the harbor and find no one alive.
Mrs. Hall, certainly something should be done about this. The people at Pitcairn Island need a doctor. They need someone to tell them what they've got when they're sick and someone to cure them when they've got it. They need at least the simplest medical supplies. I don't know what can be done, but maybe somebody, somewhere, who's listening to this will know the answer. Let's hope so. And now, before wishing you good night, Mrs. Hall, and thanking you for visiting us at the Campbell Playhouse, I'd like our listeners to hear what I found in your log when I visited your home the other day. It's your most recent entry regarding the island. It's just a sentence, but I think it's very eloquent. It's from the Chief Magistrate of Pitcairn Island to Mrs. Dorothy Hall. Quote, "You do what is for our good. It's okay with me." Signed, Richard Edward Christian. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before I lose my voice and just before we say good night, just a minute of next week's story. A preview is what the movies call it. Music, if you please, Professor Thurman.
When Mr. Phippeny took the mules out of the traces to lead them down to the stream to drink, he noticed that his wife continued sitting on the spring seat staring ahead of her, and that Addie, now 10 years old, remained in the wagon under the canvas. When he came back, they were as before.
Josephine, are you feeling all right?
Fine.
Don't you like this camping place?
As well as any camping place.
Well, what about supper?
I don't plan to cook any more suppers in this fine, free out of doors.
Well, how come?
Tomorrow, Addie and I is going back to some town to live or die. Some town like Natchez.
And leave me?
We, too, are going back to that town to live or die.
Perhaps Mr. Phippeny's poker playing, in spite of his wife's frequent corrosive remarks about it, had given him some helpful training. At any rate, Mr. Phippeny leaned down and began pulling at Breekstill's long ear.
Breekstill? We don't want to go to town, we do. We're ashamed of the old wagon. Who are we anyhow? Why, we're the chicken wagon family and ain't got no home except in only such as this. Yes, Breekstill, yeah. We can't be chicken wagon people no more. It's disgraceful. We're ashamed. We're going to town, we is, Breekstill, and... Hey, we're going to town. And by dogs, we're going to the biggest downtown in the world. We're on our way to New York City.
Mrs. Phippeny screamed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you've just heard comes about at the beginning of next week's broadcast, and the voice you heard telling you the story, because he happened to visit the Campbell Playhouse in this studio tonight, and because he was nice enough to do this for us, was the voice of America's finest actor, Mr. Burgess Meredith, who is the star of next Friday's story, which is a queer story, a funny story, a very, very good story, and a very, very human story, called The Chicken Wagon Family. Until then, until The Chicken Wagon Family, Burgess Meredith, who is next week's star, my sponsor and I, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
In tonight's broadcast of Mutiny on the Bounty, Captain Bligh was played by Orson Welles. Roger Byam was played by Carl Frank. Joseph Cotton was Fletcher Christian. Thomas Burkett was played by Ray Collins. Mr. Fryer by Frank Reddick. Morrison by Myron McCormick. Edgar Barrier was Purcell. Richard Wilson was Thompson. William Allen was Samuel. And Memo Holt was Tahani. Don't fail to listen in next Friday night when Orson Welles brings to the Campbell Playhouse Burgess Meredith in that lovable, laughable bestseller of a dozen years ago, The Chicken Wagon Family. This is Ernest Chappell saying good night on behalf of the makers of Campbell Soups. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. The Lone Ranger, mystery rider of the plains, the unknown hero of the greatest legend of the West. His face was masked. No one could guess the inspiration for his life and self-sacrifice, but everyone paid tribute to his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. Here was a champion of right against might, the symbol of American justice and American democracy, the Lone Ranger. Mustang Mag closed the door of the Lone Ranger's sick room behind her, and then walked across the living room and out on the porch of the ranch house. Old Missouri was sitting on the bottom step.
How is he, Mag? Oh, I think he's a little stronger. It's hard to tell, but he's getting some sleep now, and that ought to help.
Hey, look toward the hills. There's a couple of hombres riding this way.
One of them's an Injun.
One of them's Tonto.
Yep, you can't mistake that paint.
And that's a scout riding with him. What are we going to do?
It's sure burning the wind.
This means trouble, Mag.
Oh, how do you know? Draw a rein on that imagination of yours. Wait till they get here. There's no call to jump to conclusions.
I always say forewarned is forearmed.
Missouri, if you don't stop crying before you hurt...
Don't you throw that at me.
Throw what?
You're aiming to throw something. I can see it in your eye.
Oh, I'd like to throw the house at you. That man with Tonto ain't from around here.
That's what I say. It means trouble.
And you got one thing right anyhow. He's dressed like a scout.
Injuns, Mag. He's come to warn us the Apaches are on the warpath. They'll burn us out. By night, you'll be stuck full of airs like a pincushion. Then you'll be sorry for the way you treated me.
Howdy! Never can tell nothing from Tonto's face.
You'll be sorry for me, Mag.
Oh, if I got stuck full of arrows, I won't waste any time being sorry for you. What's up, Tonto?
Me bring scout from wagon train.
Oh, welcome, stranger.
Howdy, ma'am. I'm Jim Carson.
Well, they call me Mustang Mag. What's on your mind?
Well, ma'am, I'm guiding a big wagon train of immigrants to the Santa Clara Valley. That's most 300 miles from here to the west. Government just opened that land to the settlers.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
There's close to 150 wagons. It's quite a sight.
Tonto, I reckon your masked friend will be powerful glad to see you again.
Him wake now?
Well, he's been sleeping. But I ain't a doubt that he's woke up with hearing all that's been going on here. If he ain't awake, he'll want to be. He keeps writing me notes to let him see you any time you get here.
Me go in the house now. Take message to friend.
Tonto.
You will not speak. Tonto make talk. You write note. Me go, like you say, find settler on way to west. Them want to ride through this valley.
All right.
That good. You write message, and Tonto read it.
Carsons, we're all going to be guided by whatever the Lone Ranger tells Tonto. You see, you folks on the wagon train may be all right, but, well, dadrat it all, we don't want a wagon trail to run through here.
There's no reason why it should, Mag. This valley isn't on the direct route to California. It's the shortest way to Santa Clara, but
there may be a heap more folks going to Santa Clara. We can't let a trail get started.
Now, look, Meg. Think of all the folks in the wagon train. Women, kids, old men. It's dangerous to go south of the ridge. You wouldn't want things to happen to those folks, would you?
I don't know. I ain't the one to say. Here's Tonto. What's the Lone Ranger say, Tonto?
Him right now.
Let me see.
Does he know of the wagon train?
Oh, sure he knows. He's being kept advised of things, and he has ways of looking ahead for what might happen. Here. Writes that I'm to go see Miller of the Bar M Range. He's head of the cattlemen around here. After seeing Miller, we'll speak with Farnsworth.
Farnsworth? Well, who's he?
Well, he's the head of the homesteaders in this section. Hey, yo, Missouri.
Yes, sir?
Get Bessie saddled up for me.
Why speak to Miller and Farnsworth?
I'll tell you why, Jim Carsons. If they don't object to your going through here, it's all right. But if they do object, and I'll bet my neck they will, then you've got plenty of fighting on your hands.
I'll go with you.
Good enough. What about you, Tonto?
Me stay here.
What'd you think when you seen our sick friend?
Him still plenty sick, and Tonto not happy.
But there ain't no question about him getting well, is there?
Me not know. Tonto stay, watch friend for time.
Come on, Carsons. I reckon we better go and follow the Lone Ranger's orders.
But, Mr. Miller...
There's no buts about it. My answer is no. Our herds graze right down to the river. What's to stop those emigrants from cutting out all the steers they want? They can get their fresh beef somewhere else.
Miller, those emigrants ain't thieving.
And how are we
people.
going to check? There's been no spring roundup yet, and there's no count on the herds. And that reminds me. You'd want to follow the river through the valley, wouldn't you?
Well, that'd be most convenient.
Sure, 150 wagons. Mag, they'd break down all the earthworks we built against the spring flood. The river's rising already. With the banks all trampled down, the whole valley might get flooded.
But we promised not to...
My answer is no, and nothing's going to change
It's no use arguing, Carsons. He's a cattleman, and the immigrants are farmers. That means we're fighting against the North for prejudice.
The masked man wouldn't give up so easy.
I'm not giving up. We'll try Farnsworth. You wouldn't have no objection if the train went down the homesteader's side of the river, would you, Miller?
That's up to them. On this side, they don't set a foot.
Come on, Carsons.
No.
Now listen to me.
No. We got more to lose than the ranchers. What's the loss of a few head of cattle compared to losing our winter wheat? Be like an army marching through. I'll back Miller's play with all the guns we got.
If they follow the river down...
That'd be worse. Smash down the bank so's our fields will be flooded. We can't grow rice in this climate.
Well, there's a road...
You got my answer, Mag. We'll guard that pass night and day. They'll have to fight to get through, and they can't win.
Jim Carsons and Mag were silent as they returned to the ranch where Tonto waited with the Lone Ranger. Missouri was on the porch as the couple rode up.
I can tell what's happened. You didn't get nowhere at all, did you, Mag?
Nope. Miller and Farnsworth were sure stubborn.
Now I don't know what we can do.
Now, don't you give up yet, Carsons. By Juniper, the Lone Ranger has something working in his head. He's been writing questions to Tonto.
What sort of questions?
I don't know. Tonto come out one time and asked me how high the spring waters in the river was.
He asked that?
Yep. And then he asked if the water wasn't higher than it had been in other years. I don't know what he's wanting that information for.
Lone Ranger. He must realize that the only hope of the people I'm guiding is to go through here.
I reckon he's aware of that all right enough, Carsons.
Seems he must have also known what the answer from Farnsworth and Miller would be.
I reckon so.
But what's he figuring to do?
Oh, Tonto, What's the Lone Ranger said?
What your friends say?
Farnsworth and Miller? They say no. Wagons not to be allowed through the valley.
You tell wagons to come.
Through this valley?
That's right.
But that'll only start a shooting match. Does the Lone Ranger know that?
Over still, Missouri.
But drat it! Now Farnsworth and Miller and all the rest know the wagons are coming. They'll be organized and ready for 'em. If you hadn't said nothing, maybe the wagons could have got through the valley before the folks got organized to fight 'em.
We may have made a mistake.
By Ginger, I wonder if the Lone Ranger wanted the folks here to be organized.
Missouri.
All right, I'm keeping still.
Tell 'em come through valley. Me stay here.
You heard him, Carsons. Go on now, bring your folks through.
I don't savvy why the Lone Ranger was so doggone interested in the high water in the mountain streams.
Here, message.
For me?
You read it.
Let me see that.
He asked for more details about the high water
The
than
Lone
about
Ranger know this part country plenty good.
Hey, by thunder, this sure makes the whole plan of the Lone Ranger sound more mysterious than ever.
How's that?
He says that the immigrants will be needed here. They'll earn their passage through the valley.
Earn it? Well, how?
Hanged if I know, but he says they'll be needed. So get riding, Jim Carsons. Go on, bring him here.
There's the pass.
I don't see nothing of the river you was talking about.
You won't till we get on the other side. The river flows west to east across the valley and then cuts north till it gets beyond the ridge.
I'm not interested in the river. What I'm worried about is what else we'll find on the other side of the ridge.
Well, I don't know.
There's going to be trouble. I can feel it.
Miss Simpson, you've heard of the Lone Ranger, haven't you?
I've heard of him, all right. I've heard that he can't help it.
He told me to bring you here.
I don't blame Carrie for being worried, though. You also told us what the ranchers and the farmers said. We ain't looking for any fight, Carson.
And if we have to turn back, we'll have lost 6 days. We'll have gone most 100 miles out of our way.
I'm putting my faith in the Lone Ranger. Move those wagons along. Straight through the pass. Keep them moving, boys. Come on here. Right through that pass.
Well, Farnsworth, did you get my message?
Sure did. I brought 100 men with me. Bill spotted them an hour ago. That means they'll be coming through the pass any minute. And it means we can't waste any time. How are your boys fixed for ammunition? Got their cartridge belts all loaded. If they need any more, tell them to see Bill. Well, let's get going. If they get a chance to make a circle inside the valley, they can stand us off a long time. We got to stop them while they're still in single file. I'm just wondering. Wondering about what? They're trying to force their way through the valley after we told them not to. They're looking for a fight. Keno, what's more, they won't be disappointed. Into your saddles, men! Come on! We're riding for the pass. When you see those prairie schooners, open fire on them! Come on!
Ranchers and settlers combined to ride against the oncoming emigrants. Meanwhile, Tonto sat with the Lone Ranger.
I come plenty soon now. Not bad.
Paper.
Yeah. You right.
Water. High.
Water plenty high. You right. Tonto read it. And Tonto do what you say.
Hurry up, Missouri. For mercy's sake, get them horses saddled.
I am as fast as I can.
I hope to goodness the Lone Ranger has some suggestion for Tonto.
But Tonto's coming on a run from the house.
So he is.
Me ride. We see high water. Make sure water plenty high.
That's thunder. More rain are coming.
Oh, never mind a little rain.
You go lead rancher to river. Try and not let them fight.
Us stop a fight? Well, we can't do
Now,
that.
up, Missouri. We're doing what we're told.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Missouri.
I'm a-coming.
Come on now.
That thunderstorm is coming plenty quick.
Never mind the thunder. Look yonder. There comes the horror of the pack.
My sakes, must be 200 men riding there.
Come on. Look ahead. There's the wagon train.
And Jim Carson.
Rain up.
Whoa. Farnsworth, Miller. You doggone gun-crazy fools, listen to me.
There's nothing to say, Mag. Just going to be on guard, that's all.
They shoot up lots of innocent people. You can't do it.
Mag, we told you in Carson's how we felt. We don't even have our orders disobeyed.
But you
There's
can't
Carson's
do it.
riding this way. What's it mean, Mag? Why ain't he heading the wagon south?
I'll tell you why.
Hey!
Oh, my sakes alive. I don't see no way for this to end without gunplay.
I'll signal the wagons are heading through. And if you men open fire, we'll fire back.
Well, we'll open fire plenty. Mag, you get out of our way. Mag, it's starting to rain. And maybe
we... be still, Missouri. Miller, you've got to listen to me.
This ain't no place for a woman.
Put up your guns, all of you.
Not a chance. Grab the bridle of a horse, men.
No!
Get Carson and Missouri. Rope all three of them. Take him prisoner.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Both Carson's and Missouri were roped hand and foot. Mustang Mag's horse was led toward the rear. But just as Miller and Farnsworth turned their attention to the wagon train, they heard her cry out.
Lay your hands on me and I'll brand you from the Mississippi to the Pacific as a bunch of yellow coyotes.
Look, she's loose. She's heading back here.
Just as if we didn't have enough trouble.
I'll give you trouble and more than you bargained for.
You'll only get hurt, Mag. You know how we feel about that wagon train, and nothing's going to change our minds.
You two got any respect for the Lone Ranger?
Now, that's a fine question to ask. Of course we have.
Well, what's he got to do with this?
You'll hear about it if you give me a chance to speak.
A chance? There's nobody yet could stop you talking when you set your mind to it.
Not that Catherine, Missouri.
Come on, out with it, Mag.
First thing, you gotta take these ropes off Carson.
Me too.
Might be better to leave you tied up. You'll only get in the way.
Untie him, man.
Well, what about the Lone Ranger?
Now listen, everybody. It was him that said for these immigrants to come here. He said they could earn their right to cross the valley.
That's what he did. Better tell us how before we open fire.
There'll be no gunfighting today.
Hurry up.
I couldn't figure out what he meant myself for a long time. And then just a little while ago, he told me to lead you all to the river.
Ranchers, farmers, and immigrants.
We'll have no truck with them.
Here's one of the wagons coming this way. I'll show them.
Miller!
Stand out from in front of me.
Not till you lower that rifle. There's a woman driving.
There's a man with her.
You'll need their help. You'll need the help of every one of these immigrants. The women to sew bags out of canvas and the men to fill them with dirt.
Huh?
You said the river.
It's rising, but we got the earthworks built plenty high.
The Lone Ranger don't think so.
Get him up, Scott.
Look behind you. That's Tonto coming. He's coming back from where the Mexicans sent him.
Parsons, do we have to clear out?
No, we need you. And don't say we don't, Miller. I know you either found to us. We need everybody in the valley.
She's talking like we're in for a flood.
You can feel this rain, can't you? You can feel it sting and bite into your face. The wind that's driving it comes from the mountains. Maybe there's more rain there. Maybe it's going to be... Why should I guess about it? Tonto can tell us. Is it going to be a flood?
Plenty bad. All stream and mountain run high. Soon river flow over bank, flood valley. Time you go to work.
To the river, man! Guys, Meg, what are they going to do?
Something you ain't got no taste for. They're going to work building up the levee. Can we help? You sure can. I'll lead you to the river. All you folks in the wagon train are going to earn your right to cross the valley just like the Lone Ranger said. There's only one thing I'm hoping. What? That there'll be a valley left to cross when the flood's over. Follow me!
Here's some more of them sacks, boys. Fill them up. Right. Get it, boy. Just hold the bag for me.
Oh, it's my turn to do some digging. You take it easy for a while.
Oh, it's a pleasure digging this soil. It's kind of sandy.
Fertile as all get out, mister. You didn't make a mistake coming to the west. We're sure glad you come to this valley, in spite of all we done to stop you.
Why shouldn't we come? We had an invitation from the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, it's him we gotta thank.
That the ranch house where we stand?
Yeah, that's it. Tonto's taken care of.
Looks like the Injun's coming this way now.
Hope he ain't bringing any bad news.
I thought the masked man was getting better.
Some, maybe.
Hey, you know, that ranch house is powerful close to the river. If your levee should give way...
You don't have to tell me, Simpson. Where's Tonto at now?
He's heading for that spot where Carson's and Miller are working.
Down by the river, eh?
Down by the river.
I sure hope it ain't bad news.
another bag. I'll plant it here on top.
Grab hold. Hello, Tonto. Is the masked man all right?
Him send me find out how work go.
It's a good thing we started when we did. She's over the old earthworks now.
Yeah, take a look for yourself, Tonto.
What do you think?
Lone Ranger send message for you. You work, you win.
Yes, sirree. Come on, Parson.
Sling him up here.
Shortly after dark, the bridge was carried away, but men and materials had already been divided between the two banks. The great timbers crashed against the earthworks. Ranchers, farmers, and immigrants worked frantically to repair the breaks, and the moment of danger was past. At midnight, a final crash of thunder and a last jagged streak of lightning creased the sky. Then the rain stopped, but the river continued to rise, minute by minute, hour by hour. Now, if the levee broke, a great wall of water would sweep across the valley. Haggard and weary, but without any thought of rest, the men fought desperately. Still, the river kept rising. At 4 o'clock, Miller called Farnsworth and Carson's, and the three of them headed for Mustang Mag.
If you're looking for more bags, this is the last of them, Miller.
Yeah, I know. They've been using sod for the last hour on the lower stretches.
What you come here for? What's the matter? You ain't giving up, are you?
Mag, flesh and blood can stand just so much. The men are all in.
No, you can't give up.
We're not doing that yet. But the river's gaining on us all the time. I figured it out just now. One more hour and it'll catch up with us.
Yeah, it's bound to.
We'll work that hour. We'll stay here till the bitter end. But that don't go for you.
You don't catch me quitting ahead of time. I'm going down there and get a shovel.
There's more important work for you.
What do you mean?
We all got horses. We can run before the flood and get to the hill safe. It's all right for us to stay another hour, but you
got a horse myself.
Mag, it's your ranch that'll be first hit. The Lone Ranger's there. He's wounded bad. You can't move him fast. You've got to start now.
You're right. Missouri! Yeah? Bring Bessie over. You and me are riding for the ranch. We gotta save the Lone Ranger. Get the spring wagon, Missouri. Hitch it up and bring it around in front. As soon as you do that, come on inside and help to move him.
Right.
Seems to me I can hear that river roaring from here. We've got to save him. There's got to be time. Tonto, is it... Oh, you're awake, masked man. I'm glad of that, but we can't let you stay here.
What matter?
The men are wore out. They figure they can work for a little while longer, but then they'll have to quit. We've got to move the masked man while there's still time.
It's plenty bad moving now.
I know that as well as you do. We haven't got any choice, though. Missouri's bringing around the spring wagon. We'll carry him out to it, cotton oil. We'll drive real slow. We ought to make the hills in half an hour, and then he'll be out of danger.
No.
Tonto, he's trying to say something.
That's right.
Don't, mister. We wouldn't be giving up like this if we didn't have to. There's nothing you can say to change that.
You listen.
No, we're taking him to the hills. The flood's going to sweep over the whole valley. The hills are the only place where it'll be safe.
The river.
Tonto, he doesn't know what he's saying. This is one time you got to reason with him and make him see that he's wrong.
Kimosabe.
Tonto understand? Tonto take you to river.
But you can't. You can't.
Them work. Them win.
You mean there's still a chance?
Still chance.
Work. Win.
Stopping here, Tonto?
He stop here. Tonto turn wagon round so him can see river. Then Tonto light big fire so all men can see Lone Ranger. You ride. Tell 'em. Work. Win.
We've got to now. Come on, Missouri.
Meg, what did you come back here for?
I had to.
Well, turn around and hightail it for the hills. We're just getting ready to quit.
Not now, you ain't. Look over there where that fire's springing up. Can you see that wagon? Can you see the man that's lying in the back of it?
He's masked.
It's the Lone Ranger. He wouldn't let us take him to where it was safe. He made us take him downhill where he can share your dangers. Oh, men, you can't quit now. We can't move him again. It's more than the valley or your homes that you're fighting for now. You're fighting for him. What's your answer? Well, say something. Don't just look at me. Say something.
Meg, we're just pulling ourselves together. But if you were asking us to fight for the Lone Ranger, there's only one answer. Back to the river, man! There's a break downstream. Get that sob down there.
They're working harder than they did this afternoon.
It's the Lone Ranger being here. Move it along.
Come on, dig, men. Build up those earthworks. Give it all you got.
Work and win, the masked man said. Work and win.
I swear, Missouri, I never saw you work as hard in your life.
You never had a better reason, Meg. Every time I figure I'm plumb tuckered, I just take a look at the masked man that keeps me going.
That goes for all of us. He give us new heart and new strength. Work and win.
Dawn come soon, Kemosabe. Like now and east. If river go down now, that good. River not go down. All over.
So?
Silver come stand side you. River not go down. Men get way all right. Tonto, Silver, stay here with you.
No.
Tonto, Silver, stay.
She's going down, boys. Pass the word along. She's going down.
You hear that, Kemosabe? You right, once more. Them want to give up, and you not let them. River go down, valley saved. You listen. All happy now. Silver think time to ride way. Him not understand. Maybe soon, Silver. Maybe soon.
You don't try it and I'll smack your face.
Then you gotta dance a jig with me. I gotta do something to celebrate. Come on.
Hey, let go of me, you clumsy ox. I ain't no half-broke coyote you can dig your spurs into. You call this dancing? An elephant could do better.
Cut that out, Meg, and let me shake your hand.
It's a pleasure to do both. Put it there, Miller.
I want to thank you.
Thank me? You got nothing to thank me for. I was all for quitting like the rest of you. It was the masked man kept us walking. And there they are, the Lone Ranger and Tonto and Silver. They can hear us from here. What do you say we let them know how we feel about it? I'm calling for 3 cheers for the Lone Ranger! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, finding that imitation diamond in the crook's pocket is certainly proof that he was in on the robbery.
Certainly would be, Patsy, if I had found it there.
But you must have. I saw you take it out of his pocket.
You did. I was trying to start something.
Well, oh, I don't understand you at all in this case, Nick. You're doing the craziest things and not getting anywhere.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Patsy. I expect to catch the robbers before I go to bed tonight. And that's a promise.
Now, the case of the imitation robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy are in the jewelry shop of Nelson Stroud, talking to the proprietor. It is late fall, and there's a hint of snow in the afternoon air.
The Jewelers Protective Association tells me you reported that you're being systematically robbed, Mr. Stroud.
It must have been going on for weeks, Mr. Carter. So many of my best unset stones have been stolen.
Then it wasn't from holdups, Mr. Stroud?
Hold-ups? No. It's a lot slicker than that.
Oh.
You see, it's like this. Day before yesterday, Saturday, I happened to see an imitation diamond in the tray with a dozen or so real diamonds. So I became suspicious.
Uh-huh.
You say you just happened to spot the phony stone?
Yes. So yesterday, Sunday, I came down to the store and checked through all the trays. And I found 29 paste stones mixed in with the real ones.
Well, how much will the 29 diamonds that are missing be worth, Mr. Stroud?
At a rough estimate, in the neighborhood of $65,000.
Golly.
And you think somebody brought 29 imitation gems in here and walked out with 29 real ones?
I know it.
Well, how does it happen none of your clerks spotted the fakes?
These fake stones are too good, Mr. Carter. That's the trouble. Here, look at this one.
Why, Nick, that looks genuine to me.
Yes. It is an excellent job, I must admit.
A close inspection would, of course, reveal them at once. But about all the clerks do as a rule is to run their eye rapidly over the tray after serving a customer and check the number of stones before putting them away.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you have any ideas how this substitution might have taken place?
I don't think. I know. Some crook or gang of crooks has come in here time after time asking to see our unset stones and palm the real ones, leaving the fakes in the tray.
Oh, but that would have taken weeks, Mr. Stroud. It couldn't be done too often. And even then, the criminal would be taking a long chance of not being recognized.
But it must have been done that way.
Oh, not necessarily. No, it looks to me as if the crook or crooks had inside help in this.
Nonsense. All three of my clerks are fine men with good references.
That remains to be seen. Show me what you have here in the store in the way of burglar alarms.
Of course. You see, there are counters on each of the three sides of the store. Each counter has an alarm buzzer under it, operated by pressing a button with your foot. Then the vault, where the unset stones are kept, has a special alarm on it.
Well, how is that operated, Mr. Stroud?
Well, if the dial that works the combinations turned back to 10 first, it automatically rings an alarm. They're all connected direct to police headquarters and the Protective Association.
Uh-huh. The unset diamonds are kept in that vault?
Yes. Here, I'll show you. There. You see, this vault is filled with little trays, only about an inch high. Each tray is numbered to identify the different grades of stone.
Oh, golly, Nick, look at that. There must be 100 trays in there.
Just about. Mr. Stroud, I think I have a plan that'll test the reaction of your clerks. Tomorrow afternoon should be a good time. I'll let you know definitely the exact hour because I'll need your cooperation.
Of course, Mr. Carter. What are you planning to do?
It's a little unconventional, but it's been done before. Now, here's the plan. About 4 o'clock, I'll send Miss Bowen here to see...
Nick says he's ready for the test. So will you please disconnect the burglar alarm system?
You're sure this is necessary, Miss Bowen?
Well, you're interested in having these thefts stopped as soon as you can, aren't you?
Of course. Very well, I'll make the necessary arrangements. How long before Mr. Carter will be here?
From what he said, he should be along any minute now.
can do for you, sir? Oh, a gun.
Put your hands on the counter. All three of you, and keep them there.
But
This is a stick-up. No monkey business. Hands on the counter there, you with the black hair, and quick. That's better. Now, you two, get over on the other side of the store with Goldilocks.
Now, look here, you can't...
Shut up, Goldie. And keep your trap shut. All right, you other guys, get over with Goldie, I said. And walk slow. So nobody looking in will think there's anything wrong. Okay. Now, you, Baldy.
Me?
Yeah, you. Open up that vault.
I can't. I don't know the combination.
Open the vault, I said.
But I said
For the last time, will you open up that...
All right, all right.
Now, haul out all those trays so I can get at them. Wait a minute, Baldy. Don't be picking out just the tray with the cheap stones. I want them all.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, that's enough. You can put them back now.
What? What are you...
All right, Mr. Stroud.
Well, Mr. Carter, I hope you learned something.
Yes, all three of your clerks passed with high marks, Mr. Stroud. Baldy here turned the vault dial the wrong way, which would set off the alarm. The other two stepped on their alarm buzzers. I watched their feet.
Then if the alarms had been connected, there would have been 3 separate alarms rung in headquarters, Nick.
Right, Patsy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, you better connect the alarm system again, just in case.
Mr. Stroud, what's been going on here? I don't get it.
This is Mr. Nick Carter of the Jewelers Protective Association. He just wanted to be sure you boys were on your toes in case of real trouble. You through now, Mr. Carter?
All through, thanks.
Then let's get back to my office. You can put the trays back, boys.
It's all right, sir.
This all seems very silly to me, Mr. Carter. Did you really learn anything from that little stunt?
I did. Who's the young fellow with the blonde hair?
That's my nephew, Bill Devlin.
And the middle-aged man with the bald head?
Well, that's Arthur Ryan. Been here for 6 years. Darn good clerk.
And who's the good-looking chap with the black hair slicked down so neatly?
Chap by the name of Robert Hill. He's new here, but as far as I know, he's absolutely okay. I called the firm he's been with, and they gave him excellent references.
Maybe so. But he instinctively reached for a gun and a shoulder holster when I first drew my guns. Nothing against him yet, of course, but I'd keep an eye on him.
Well, maybe he's used to having a job where he needed protection, Nick.
Entirely possible, Patsy. I wouldn't want to say until I knew more about him.
You said yesterday you thought this was an inside job, Mr. Carter. Well, I think now that you're wrong.
What do you mean, now?
I'll show you. Here. I found this under the silverware counter this morning.
That's so. Well...
Well, what is it, Nick?
Wad of chewing gum, Patsy. And there's a diamond inside it.
Diamond in a hunk of chewing gum?
Yes. It's an old game. Cook comes in, palms an unset stone, and when the clerk's not looking, sticks the stone to the underside of the counter in the chewing gum.
Huh.
Then, a few days later, he comes in and scrapes the gum off and walks out. That way, if the stone's missed when he steals it, he can submit to a search and there's nothing on him.
And I bet that's how all 29 of my stones disappeared.
It's possible, Mr. Stroud, but I doubt it. I still think it's an inside job. And I'll tell you what...
Uncle Max, you said to let you know if anybody I'd seen before came in to look at unset stones.
That's right, I did. Why?
Well, there's a man out there now who's been in at least twice before. Ryan's waiting on him.
Any way I can get a look at him from in here, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, I have a secret panel here that lets me watch the store without being seen. Right here.
Good. You mean that tall, thin man in the brown suit, Devlin?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh. I think, Mr. Stroud, I'll have a talk with that gentleman.
Oh, now be careful, Mr. Carter. I don't want a lawsuit on my hands.
Well, Morgan, interested in diamonds?
Huh? Oh, Nick Carter.
Mind stepping into the office a minute, Morgan? I'd like to have a word with you.
Look, why don't you mind your own business, Carter? I'm minding mine.
I'd like to help you mind yours. This won't take but a minute. And I think you better do as I suggest.
Okay, copper. If there's any funny business, I'm telling you...
Save it, Morgan. Right in here.
Look, I don't know what right you got to drag me in here like this.
A lot of diamonds have been taken out of this store lately without being paid for. You've been in here several times to look at unset stones. So I just want to see if any of those stones have stuck to your fingers. Wouldn't be the first time.
Why, you cheap two-for
Now, look
nickel
here,
copper.
Carter. We simply can't go...
We can in this
customer...
case. Morgan's long record at headquarters makes me very suspicious. All right, stand still, Morgan. Well, I see what you have in your pocket.
I'll sue you for this. I'll sue the store, too. See if I don't.
Well, what's this?
Huh?
Here in your vest pocket.
A diamond.
So he is. I never saw that before. I swear.
Now, will you confess, or must I
I never
take it
saw
over?
that before. Look, there's something wrong, I tell you. Yes, something is. Let me see that stone.
Certainly. Here you are.
I thought so. It's a fake.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. And I still say I never saw that thing before. But it don't make no difference now, see? You can't arrest a man for having an imitation diamond in his pocket.
No, Morgan, you're quite right. You can't. You can go now.
I'm going fast enough, but I ain't through with this. I'm going to sue this store. You'll hear from my lawyer later.
But you can't let him go like this. Genuine or imitation. He's at the bottom of this. Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Stroud.
Then why did you let him go, Nick? Finding that imitation diamond in his pocket is proof, isn't it?
Well, yes, it would be if I'd found it there.
Well- What? You mean you didn't?
No, I put it there and then pretended to find it.
What?
It's a fake stone Mr. Stroud showed me yesterday.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Carter. This is all Greek to me.
Yes, Nick. What in heaven's name are you doing? Playing games?
Why, Patsy, you know me better than that.
Well, I thought I did.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, didn't you tell me none of your clerks knew of these thefts?
That's right. I left the fake stones in the trays where I found them.
Well, if you were so sure this wasn't an inside job, why didn't you want the clerks to know about the loss?
Well, you see... Well, it was really only when I found that wad of chewing gum under the counter that I finally decided it was an outside job.
I see. Well, in that case, I believe I'll search your clerks before they go home tonight.
What?
May turn up something. What time do you close?
5:30, but I...
5:30 now, or 5 o'clock now, rather, so I guess I'll wait, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't like it, but I guess you'll do it anyway. Go ahead, wait if you want to.
Better take your overcoat off, Nick. It's pretty warm in here.
Thanks, Patsy. I'll do that. Might as well be comfortable as we can while we're waiting.
They ought to be through in the store by now. I told them to come in here when they were ready to go home.
I can wait.
I still say this is the craziest way to find out...
You wanted to see us, Uncle Max?
No, I did. Gentlemen, a number of unset diamonds have been stolen from the store recently. Mr. Stroud says you're all okay, but just as a matter of routine, I'd like to search each of you before you leave tonight. Any objections? All right, Devlin, I'll take you first.
Yes, sir.
You're clean. Now you, Hill.
Yes, sir.
Nothing on you? All right, Ryan, you're next.
Well, I don't know. Well,
Right? You can go now. Thank you.
good night, Mrs. Stroud.
Good night.
Oh, Nick, that was the silliest exhibition I've ever seen you give. Why, those men could have a dozen stones concealed in their clothes and you'd never have found them.
The girl's right. That was no search at all, and you didn't really think one of them would be fool enough to try to walk out of here tonight of all nights with a diamond hidden on him?
Perhaps I was looking for something else.
Huh?
Something else. Did you find it?
I won't know till later, Patsy.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I'll go and see that everything's locked up for the night, if you'll excuse me.
Now, I want to get the names and addresses of those clerks before I go. Oh, where did I put my pencil? Had it earlier this afternoon?
Maybe it's in your overcoat pocket, Nick.
Maybe. I'll have a look anyway. Well,
Nick, you're looking in the wrong coat. That's Mr. Stroud's coat.
yes. So I've just discovered. And look here.
Diamonds. 2 beautiful diamonds.
Yes. And these aren't ponies. They're the real thing.
They were in Mr. Stroud's coat?
Yes, Betsy. 2 genuine unset diamonds in Mr. Stroud's overcoat pocket.
Now back to the case of the imitation robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's a few minutes after Nick found the 2 real diamonds in the overcoat pocket of Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, and Stroud has just returned to his office and is locking up the store for the night.
Anything else, Mr. Carter? If
Oh,
not...
yes, just one more thing, Mr. Stroud. Will you give me the addresses of your 3 clerks?
There they are on that phone list.
Oh, yes. Copy them down for me, will you, Patsy?
Of course, Nick.
And will you let me look in your vault once more before we go, Mr. Stroud?
I suppose so. But I'd like to get home sometime tonight.
You would like to stop the robberies, too, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way you're going at it, I can't see... There you are. Now what?
I'm going to pull out certain of these drawers of unset stones. These two, this, and these two. Now, Mr. Stroud, will you tell me, please, whether or not there are any phony stones in any of the drawers I have not pulled out?
Let me see. I know you pulled out every tray that has a fake stone in it. How did you know?
I have a good memory, Mr. Stroud. You can close the vault now.
Ready to go, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, all set.
Good.
How could you tell which trays had the phonies in them, Mr. Carter?
Those 7 trays are the ones Ryan pulled out first when I pretended to rob the place.
Well, that shows he's a good man. Wanted to get rid of the bad stones and keep the good ones if he could.
Well, that's really clever.
Now, look, I don't want to hurry you, Mr. Carter, but I'd like to get my dinner. If you need me, you can reach me at Deal's Restaurant. I eat there every night. Well, that is, unless you'd care to join me.
No, thanks, Mr. Stroud. I have something else to do right now. Come on, Patsy.
Right with you, Nick.
After you, mademoiselle.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
Expect any results in the near future, Mr. Carter?
I do. In the very near future.
I hope so. Well, good night.
Good night.
Get in touch with me when you have anything definite.
Good night. It certainly doesn't sound very optimistic, Nick. And I can't say I blame him much. The way you've been acting today. It isn't like you, Nick.
Well, this case isn't like any other either, Patsy. It's always a good idea to fit your methods to what you're trying to do. Well, good night. I'll see you in the morning.
But you're not going back to the office?
No, indeed. I expect to finish up this case this evening. I have something else I want to do tomorrow.
Darkest hole. Wish they'd put that doggone light switch.
Don't turn on the lights.
That you, Morgan?
Yeah.
Gosh, you gave me a scare. For a minute, I thought you were a
cop.
So you're getting scared at last, are you? It's about time. Been trying to tell you we can't keep this up forever, but no, you knew it all. Now look where we are.
What are you doing here? Why'd you come here to my apartment?
I came here for my share of the ice. I'm through. Washed up. After what happened in Stroud's office today, I ain't sticking around.
What did happen?
That copper, Nick Carter, searched me.
But so what? He didn't find anything, did he? That's the beauty of the way we got this racket fixed. They can search any time they like and find nothing.
Yeah, you know so much, Ryan. Carter did find something.
What?
He found a fake diamond in my vest pocket.
You blundering fool. Why the devil did you have one of the
I didn't have it. Carter planted it on me. I was framed.
Framed? Why?
I don't know. But I do know he wouldn't have framed me if he wasn't on to me. From now on, I'll be watched like a hawk, so I'm leaving town on the first train out.
Anybody follow you here?
Not a chance. A bloodhound couldn't have trailed me the way I came here. And I climbed up the fire escape in the back, and I got in through the kitchen window. And I ain't had a light in here either, in case somebody might be watching from the next door roof, maybe.
I hope you're right, Morgan.
Don't worry. You're in the clear. But I ain't, see? So I'm getting out of here as soon as I get my half of the stuff. Can you find it in the dark?
Sure. I can find it all right with the lights off, but a dozen detectives couldn't find it with the lights on. In the base of this lamp right here. Very cleverly concealed in a hollow special wall. They're packed in cotton so you can shake the thing, not hear anything.
Come on. Never mind the lecture. Let's have the stones.
I've got to get them first, don't I? There they are. I'd count them.
Let me see. There ought to be 28 of them. 29 we got away with when we left in the gum for a phony clue.
Yeah, I'm going to have to have some light to see how we're dividing them. I'll get a blanket.
If you want some light, I'll give it
what
to
the...
you. How's this?
Nick Carter.
How the deuce did
Don't
you...
let my gun scare you. You play pretty, I won't have to use it. But if you get rough, so do I.
Okay, Carter. What do you want?
So a dozen detectives couldn't find the diamonds, huh, Baldy? I thought you'd have them hidden away pretty well, so I've been waiting in the bedroom until you found them for me.
You mean you was here when
Morgan, you passed within 2 feet of me when you came in.
I wish I'd have known you was here.
I don't doubt it. Well, boys, that was a very interesting conversation I heard you two having. You can put it in writing later when we go down and see Sergeant Matheson. He'll be very happy.
Get him, Ryan.
Yeah,
you want to play?
All right, Target. Come on, please.
Watch yourself, Morgan.
All right.
Didn't want to shoot you guys if I didn't have to. And it looks as if I didn't have to.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hi, Matty. Nick, got a couple of crooks for you. You want them for a Christmas present?
Sure, I want him. Tell me more, Santa Claus. Tell me more.
All right, send a squad car up to 1753 North Garvin Street.
And now we return to Nick Carter. As we pick up our story, we find Nick and Patsy at headquarters in Matty's office. Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, has come down to identify the stolen gems.
You're sure these are the diamonds stolen from your store, Mr. Stroud? As near as I can identify unset stones, I'm sure. But there are only 28 here. 29 were stolen.
Well, you forget the one you found in the wad of chewing gum.
Oh, of course, Mr. Carter. I didn't think of that.
Did those two men confess, Sergeant?
Yep, got everything down in black and white now. Nick knocked all the fight out of him.
I seem to have been all wrong in my opinion of your ability, Mr. Carter. I apologize. I thought you were just fooling around today.
Well, I almost thought that myself, but knowing Nick, I should have had more faith in him.
Look, Nick, don't fool around without he's got some idea in mind.
But you have to admit, Mr. Carter, you would have been stuck if this accomplice of Ryan's, this Morgan fella, hadn't come into the store while you were there.
Well, that was a help, certainly, but I could have got along without him. How do you suppose I happened to be in Ryan's flat in the first place?
Why, I suppose you trailed him there.
Oh, wrong, Mr. Stroud. I beat him there. I was waiting for him when he got there.
But how could you do that? Nick, you ain't told me the whole story now.
The fake holdup told me all about that clerk, Ryan.
Well, go on, Nick. Give out no secrets.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I told you that Ryan started pulling out certain trays of diamonds from the vault before I made him pull them all out.
Uh-huh.
Later, when I pulled out those same 7 trays, Mr. Stroud, you told me those were the trays that contained all the phony stones.
Yes, that's right. I told you that he was trying to be sure that if any diamonds were stolen, it would be the fake ones.
But you forget, at that time, none of the clerks were supposed to know there were any fake stones. So he could only know where they were if he himself had put them there.
Why, of course, Nick. It's so simple when you tell it.
His real idea was to get rid of the phony stones before they were discovered, if possible.
But it couldn't have been Ryan. You searched him and found nothing.
Now, Mr. Stroud, you really wouldn't expect him to walk out of there with a diamond on him when he knew he might be searched any time, would you?
No.
No, he was too clever for that.
Well, for the love of Pete, who did take them out of the store? It couldn't have been Morgan, could it? That would have been just as dangerous.
Quite right, Matty, quite right. Neither of them carried them out.
Huh?
Mr. Stroud took the stones out for them.
Now, look here, Carter. If you're insinuating that I...
Easy, Mr. Stroud. I'm not saying you knew you were taking them out.
Huh?
Now, here's what happened. Morgan came in the store every few days, always being sure Ryan was free to wait on him. He gave Ryan the phony stones. Ryan substituted them for the genuine ones, then put the real stones in your overcoat pocket.
What?
Nick, you mean those stones you found there this afternoon were put there by Ryan?
Exactly, Patsy.
What?
When Mr. Stroud had dinner in that restaurant he said he went to every night, he hung his overcoat on a hook.
Yeah.
And Morgan, an expert pickpocket, picked the stones out of his overcoat pocket.
Oh.
In that way, neither Morgan or Ryan had the stones on them at a time when they might be searched.
Huh. It's a wonder I never felt them in my pocket while I was on my way to the restaurant.
You wear heavy gloves, don't you?
Oh, yes.
And you put them on as soon as you leave the store, don't you?
I do.
Well, see, there's practically no risk. Diamonds aren't very big in an overcoat pocket, you know.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, here are 2 diamonds that I found in your overcoat pocket this afternoon while I was waiting in your office. Morgan must have been surprised when he searched your pocket for them tonight and didn't find them.
Well, thanks, Mr. Carter. You seem to have taken care of everything.
If Morgan hadn't waited to try to get those diamonds from you as you left tonight, I might not have been able to beat him to Ryan's rooms. But he did. And I did.
There's one more thing, Nick. You said when you held up the store that Ryan turned the dial on the vault the wrong way so as to set off the alarm. Well, why should he do that if he really wanted the fake stones stolen?
Patsy had nothing to lose. He knew the other 2 men had already pressed the foot buzzers and sounded the alarm that way. And it was safer for him to do it the way he ought to in case either of the other clerks was watching him.
Oh, I gotta admit it, Nick. You're a wonder. I suppose you planted the fake stone on Morgan like you did so as to put him on his guard and start him worrying, huh?
That's the answer, Matty.
Oh.
There's an old saying, you remember. When thieves fall out, honest men get their chance.
Yeah.
Well, these 2 thieves decided to fall out when they saw what was up. And Mr. Stroud, an honest man, gets his diamonds back, which is as it should be.
Quite a tale, Nick. What happened to Ryan and Morgan?
They were brought to trial, Bob, and sentenced to spend many long years behind bars. And believe me, they'll be a lot older than they are now when they get out.
I'm glad to hear it. But what about the clerk who reached for his gun during the fake holdup? Did you ever find out about him?
Oh, yes. It seems that he used to be in the state police out west when he was younger. Really very simple when you know the answer, as Patsy says.
Now, what can you tell us about the adventure that Old Dutch Clencher's going to bring us next week?
Oh, Bob, it's a story of what happened in one of our great observatories when two men of science each claimed to have made an important discovery.
If they'd only stuck to arguing, it might have been all right, but the argument ended in murder.
And a peculiarly fiendish type of murder, too, as well as a very difficult one to track down.
But did you find the killer?
Oh, yes, finally. With the help of a mad old man who didn't even know what he was telling us.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Heavenly Body.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Script is written by Jock McGregor. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
I'm Wally Robinson, WNEW News.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of adventure with Richard Widmark as your host. Here's a preview.
I'm led to understand, Mr. Fest, that you know the island of Mondunga very well.
Just over a year ago, with 380 good fighting men, I installed the maniac who governs it now, President Andrei Bokar. Some folks might say it was the only mistake I ever made.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Safety Vision, a quick and easy method for observing potential hazards in your home. Let's start by activating your safety scan. Carefully focus on your appliance cords and plugs. Check to see if they're damaged in any way, and if so, discontinue using the appliance. Next, you should focus on water. Check so that none of your plugged-in electrical appliances can be accidentally immersed in water or any other liquid. And avoid handling an electrical appliance with wet hands, or when you are standing on a wet or damp floor. And finally, your safety scan should include checking for the UL label on all electrical appliances. That label indicates that the product design has been evaluated by safety engineers and complies with a nationally recognized safety standard. A public service message on behalf of Underwriters Laboratories and this station.
This is Howard Duff speaking for Richard Widmark. A mercenary is a soldier who fights for money. How come there's such a terrifying flavor to the word? And it really is terrifying. Ask any African. The mercenaries have been around for a long time. The ancient Greeks used them, and so did the Romans. Today, the Papal Guard, though they don't have to fight anymore, is made up of Swiss mercenaries, as it has been for 4.5 centuries. And it's arguable. Does a soldier, anyway, always fight for a cause he believes in? Or maybe sometimes just for his paycheck? But there's a special breed of mercenary around today, and they've earned themselves a very bad name. Like the passenger in that London taxi there. He's one of that special breed, and a very dangerous man. He comes from Africa, from any part of Africa, wherever the so-called third world is emerging. Usually to the accompaniment of a great deal of fighting, tribe against tribe, one political philosophy against another.
You must be American, sir. Your first visit to London? What do you mean American? Oh, Canadian, huh? Driver, and shut up. Yes, sir.
This man is here in London secretly. No one knows who he is, or even what his name is. He's up to his habitual deadly mischief for money. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Mercenaries by Alan Caillou. Our stars, Lloyd Bachner and Antoinette Bauer. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where value is your byword. Sears, where America shops for value.
They wear them in Alaska, in Texas, in Maine. Wherever the territory's tough, the kids wear Sears Tough Skins. The toughest jeans in Sears Tough Jeans territory. Fashioned from a perma-pressed tri-blend fabric so tough, kids can actually jump on trampolines made from it. Sears Tough Skins in boys and girl sizes. Now in latest spring colors, styles, patterns. Brushed finish, too. You have tough kids, Sears has Tough Skins. Only in the children's store at most larger Sears retail stores and through the catalog.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
I've been working with furniture for 25 years, so I know about quality, and that's why I recommend a Sears Benchmade sofa for your family. There's a heavy-duty hardwood frame braced to withstand stress. The coil spring construction gives long-lasting comfort, and you can choose from fabrics and attractive solids or bright prints, all treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector. Compare the quality of a Sears Benchmade with other fine sofas, and you'll be surprised. Styling, durability, and comfort. Benchmade, a great place to relax. Now at most Sears retail stores.
By most accepted standards, England is a fairly peaceful sort of place. It has a long military history, of course. But most of the soldiers you see there these days are either changing the guard at Buckingham Palace or playing concerts with the military bands in the public parks. But just once in a while, a real fighting man turns up. A mercenary coming from God knows where and arriving at the front door of a fashionable London townhouse.
Good morning, sir.
You don't have to know my name. Mr. Matassi is expecting me.
Yes, of course. Do please come in.
Come in.
Your visitor, Mr. Matassi.
Well, so good to see you again, dear boy. Comfortable flight?
So.
And would you care for a cup of tea, Colonel Fest?
No.
And let me present. This is the famous Colonel Fest, Mrs. Vera Charters.
Colonel, truly a very great pleasure. I'm delighted to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Mr. Fest, if you don't mind, I can't walk around London calling myself a colonel.
Of course, I understand.
You do? I thought for a moment there that you didn't.
What about a drink, my good friend? Is it still cognac?
Yes, a double. And I don't like my name tossed around to every Tom, Dick, and Harry in town. Even your secretary seems to know it.
I would hardly call such a charming and lovely lady Tom, Dick, or Harry. Mrs. Charters will be privy to all our discussions. She has to know who you are.
Then suppose you tell me just who she is.
Vera Charters, Mr. Fest, is our bankroll.
Then it's truly a great pleasure for me, too, Mrs. Charters.
I drink to the success of our very exciting adventure. And I do hope you two will get along together.
I'm quite sure we will. If only because I am going to make Mr. Fest a very rich man again.
I'd say that's a good basis for a solid friendship. Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm led to understand, Mr. Fest, that you know the island of Mondunga very well.
Just over a year ago, with 380 good fighting men, I installed the maniac who governs it now, President Andrei Bokar. Some folks might say it was the only mistake I ever made. But whatever they say, I don't give a damn.
And are you aware of what's happening out there now?
I know the little bits and pieces that find their way to the newspapers. Maybe might more than that. But tell me anyway.
Andre Bacquard has jailed or executed all of his ministers and replaced them with illiterate teenagers. He has his own, I think the press calls them goon squads, dressed up in army uniforms to terrorize the local citizenry. He's become a monster.
A shame, isn't it? I could name you a dozen countries in Africa that have the similar...
Mr. Fest, we're not really too interested in the rest of Africa at the moment. You know about saffron, perhaps?
Saffron? I know it's a spice that comes from a kind of crocus they grow there. The whole island stinks of it. So?
Saffron is successfully cultivated in only 3 places in the world: Pakistan, Iran, and Mondunga. The interests I represent are in the spice trade. President Andre Bacquard, whom you personally helped to overthrow the previous government...
I didn't just help, I did it.
Of course, yes. Andre Bacquard has run the whole economy and the saffron trade with it into the ground. He has to be removed, Mr. Fest.
You want me to go to war over a few square miles of crocus fields? What are you going to pay me off in, curry powder?
You're a very impatient man, Mr. Fest.
Yes, I am.
The Dutch and the Portuguese threw their armies and their navies at each other for more than 200 years over the spice trade. If you're romantically inclined, which give me leave to doubt, you might say that the spice trade has created empires and lost them, too. Saffron is the most expensive of all the spices. Over the last decade, my people have taken an average of $30 million yearly from Mondunga's crocus fields. The last year, since you put Andre Bacquard in power, the take has been nil. We don't like that too much. And don't worry about the money. Enough has been set aside, I assure you. The question is, can it be done? Can you do it?
Winter's leaving, all right. Leaving your lawn a mess. Sears Lawn Cleanup Sale to the rescue. Save 25% on strong Permanex trash containers. 32-gallon size, now $14.99. Save $1 on Bagzilla trash bags. And feed your lawn Sears Superfine Lawn Food. Now $1 off. It's just $4.99 for our 5,000 square foot coverage bag. Save $3 on a drop or rotary spreader. Sears Lawn Cleanup Sale at most Sears retail stores. Sale ends March 24th. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one free.
Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Need a shirt to go with a skirt? Enhance new pants, make the best of a vest? See the ladies, tailored short sleeve shirts at Sears. Pointed collars, placket front with bottoms cut straight. That's great. Classic shirts that are easy to wear. Polyester fabric makes them easy care. Solids from white to navy blue. Lots of soft tones too. Plenty of prints, we've got them in store. They're just the thing you've been looking for this spring. Mrs. Tailored short sleeve shirts in the women's sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
You don't mind if I help myself, Matassi, do you? Mrs. Charter needs a lecture, and my throat is dry.
Yes, of course, Crosby. Forgive me.
Well, let's put it like this, Mrs. Charters. Your spice wars are past history, and my business is today. And today, the whole of Africa's in upheaval. Almost every country that's found its so-called independence is celebrating it by making war on its neighbors. But, and this is a very interesting but, they've all learned one very important fact. That if they want to win a war, they have to hire white mercenaries. And if they want the best, they hire me. I take in a few hundred men, tell the general in command, okay, go fishing, or spend a couple of weeks with your women, or maybe fly off to Paris and buy a few more fancy uniforms. I don't care what you do as long as you don't get in my hair until it's safe for you to make your triumphal entry into your neighbor's crummy little capital. I've done it 50 times. You want me to tell you the story of my successes, country by country?
Spare us, Mr. Fest. We're already impressed with your legendary expertise. A prelude, no doubt, to a demand for an exorbitant price.
Just don't ask me, can it be done, can I do it? I can take Mondunga again blindfolded in the dark with one arm tied behind my back. All I need is a reasonable amount of money.
You see, Mrs. Charters, I told you.
So before we discuss figures, it's my turn to make a point, I think.
Go ahead. Drink.
Thank you, no. In your harangue, Mr. Fest, you forgot to mention Angola, or even Ethiopia, where you suffered the most humiliating defeats.
I have to admit it. Times are changing, you know. Not too long ago, we were fighting against black savages, armed with spears, assegais, if you will, bows and arrows. Today, the great powers are pumping armaments out there so fast. Tanks, artillery, missiles, rocket launchers. It's getting to be so a civilized man can't just walk over them anymore. But don't let that worry you. The Mondungans have very little of that kind of stuff, and frankly, I don't care what they've got. Did you know that one of my men is still there?
Oh, yes, of course. And we know a great deal about him. Captain Juan Rinaldi, mercenary officer serving Colonel Fest in the capacity of communications expert, took part in last year's invasion. Mondunga remained behind at the request of the new president, Andre Bocard, to train his army.
And it raises a point, doesn't it?
His loyalty.
Precisely.
It's to me. If I whistle, Rinaldi will come running. Now, we mercenaries stick together, Matassi. It's one of the things we're good at, sticking together. It's part of what makes us strong.
There's one thing you may not be aware of, Mr. Fest. It seems that President Bocard and your Captain Rinaldi have become good friends. Very good friends.
What makes you think, Mrs. Charters, there's anything about Mondunga I'm not aware of? I keep a finger on the pulse of every country in Africa that might one day need my services. And that means nearly every bloody one of them. Mondunga's been fairly high on that list for quite some time now.
How good it is to know that. It will make it so much easier and quicker. It would be nice to have this over in time for the planting season.
Then it's time to talk money.
Of course. It's predicated, is it not, on how many men you would need?
No, that's none of your business. I get the men together, I buy the gun.
I'm sure we can buy the armaments you need far more reasonably than you can. We have a good many friends in high places. If you would give us a breakdown...
No, I run this show without interference. And that means without help from a bunch of amateurs.
Very well. We thought $1.5 million would be about right.
That's exactly half the figure I had in mind. And I want that half up front.
Why don't we make it a comfortable $2 million?
3.
2.
Oh, please, please. Mr. Fest, I have always considered you a gentleman. One of nature's gentlemen, I might say, as I am myself. And gentlemen really should not haggle over money like merchants. 2.5. In Swiss franc?
Done. Let's drink on it. What about President Andre Bocard? You want him killed?
Not particularly. I don't suppose it matters one way or the other.
Why don't we bring him to trial first?
As you wish. And whom do you want for your new president? I know a number of likely candidates.
Oh, what a foolish question, Mr. Fest.
Foolish indeed. Then I drink to your health, Mr. President.
And how soon, do you think, could you mount this operation?
I'll start planning as soon as the first payment is made. Good day, Mr. President-elect. Mrs. Charters. We're in business.
Mr. Fest?
Say, I just remembered. I've got a wife out there. Pretty little thing. Black is the ace of clubs, but really very cute. I can't for the life of me remember her bloody name. I wonder if I'll see her again. Good day.
Well, didn't I tell you? What do you think?
He's an ill-tempered brute. He's excessively arrogant, and he's broke. That makes him perfect. We better send a telex to New York. They'll be waiting to hear. Tell them we won't need all of the $5 million that was set aside. We settled for 3.5.
No, it was only... Oh, yes, of course. Oh, what a pleasure it is to do business with you, Mrs. Charters.
The world of the mercenary is violence. England is far behind us now, and we're nearly 7,000 miles away aboard a trawler off the coast of Africa. Below decks in the officer's mess of the battered trawler, Colonel Fest is conferring with a colleague, Major Vicek.
And exactly where are we now, Vicek?
Well, we are 30 miles off Mundunga Island. We'll be dropping anchor in another 3 miles. If this decrepit old pile of junk can make 3 more miles.
What do you mean decrepit? I paid $47,000 for this trawler. She's a beauty.
And so was the Witch of Endor. Now, I figure the starboard engine has maybe 1 more day to live. Surprises the hell out of me how we got this far.
You've got to have faith, Vicek. A ship is just like a woman. She gets to be a little past it, so you can do what you want with her.
Well, this old lady's falsies fell off a long time ago. Here, are we out of bourbon?
Gotta be another bottle there someplace. Pour me a cognac while you're about it. Have we heard from Ismail on the island yet?
We have indeed, and it's beautiful. The report's still coming in. There's a whole lot of stuff, but I thought I'd better let you know right away. You'll want to move the operation up 3 hours earlier.
No way.
Now, wait till you hear.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. When you shop, remember that there's more than just the price of the product to consider. There's also the reputation of the seller. And if you have a question about reliability, check with your local Better Business Bureau. It's also good practice to check the warranty, what it does and doesn't cover. It's also a good idea to find out if you have to pay for shipping if the merchandise must be returned. And check to see what other charges, if any, you're going to have to pay. Another way to be a careful shopper is to know something about the policies of the store or the seller. Consumers should find out what the return policy is. Does the store give cash refunds? Does it provide credit on future purchases? Does it allow returns only on certain products and not on others? Look, you better get all the facts before you buy. This has been a consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Chills run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
Hush, hush, my darlings. Your mother is taking care of all of you. You have nothing to fear. Let those who move against us learn to cower in terror. As long as the moon is full, we rule the nights. Ours is the power and the glory. You will inherit the world, and I am your queen in whatever guise I choose to cloak myself.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of these CBS Radio network stations.
Below decks in the officer's mess of the battered trawler, Colonel Fest is conferring with a colleague, Major Vicek.
President Bokar is addressing the whole populace tonight at 10 o'clock, especially the army. I've been told to stand by at their barracks to hear why, you're ready for this, to hear why they haven't been paid for 2 months. You know, I couldn't be better.
Wait a minute. The army's not getting paid.
2 months in arrears.
Good. Good. We can really turn that to advantage.
Well, these comic opera generals never learn the first rule of dictatorship. Pay your army well and pay them on time.
Well, I don't know if I want to take Bakar at the radio station. If he's there, he'll have 200 men with him. Well, I guess that won't be too rough. And is that stupid grin meant to mean something?
The speech has been pre-recorded.
Aha.
What it means is, at 10 o'clock tonight, Andrei Bokar will be, as usual, lying in his bed in a drunken stupor. It is beautiful, isn't it? The whole of his 2,000-men army, disgruntled and worrying about their pay, will be standing by in one building.
I've got to admit you choose your words well. Beautiful is right.
Well, of course, there's bound to be some of the goon squads on the street, and you'll have to worry about the Presidential Guard. Yeah? 380 of them.
No problem. Come. brought you some lunch, Colonel. Major? And what exactly is that?
I don't really know, Colonel. Looks a bit like hamburger to me, only a new colour. Cook said it's terrific.
All that money lying around, how come we can't hire a good cook, Vicek?
A good sea cook? There's no such animal. No, don't worry about it. It's what they call good home cooking.
Let's take a look at the maps.
We've stopped. Well, we're at the staging area just over the horizon, 1.5 miles over it.
How many men will you need to take the radio station?
20, 25.
You get one rubber boatload, 12 men.
Okay. There goes the anchor. Can I have Sergeant Hanson?
No, I want Hanson on the number 4 squad. They've got to cruise the streets with their bullhorns and commandeered vehicles. Let the populace know the government has fallen. Order the curfew. You get Sergeant Klein.
Okay.
At the moment, and subject to change when Ismail completes his intelligence report, the operation goes ahead exactly as we planned, except for the timing. At H hour minus 48 minutes, squads 1 and 2 hit the beaches here and here.
Yeah.
They'll all be dressed in native cloaks over their uniforms, their machine pistols and grenades hidden. And I want every man in full uniform under the covering. If anything goes wrong, they get rid of the disguise right away. I don't want my own men shooting at each other because they look like Mandungans in the dark.
Got it.
H hour minus 15, they'll have reached the town. I want all 24 of them individually on the main intersections, of which there are only 16 or so anyway. They're all plotted out here on the map.
Mm-hmm.
They just hang around there, speak to nobody, keep a low profile.
Right.
H hour minus 32, squad 3, that's your group, lands here.
Yeah.
You take your men straight to the radio station by the route marked on the map.
Mm-hmm.
You already know most of what you have to do, but I'll have another very important job for you. Now, squads 4 and 5 go to the army barracks, spread out, take care of the sentries with their knives.
Yeah.
Don't want any shooting at this point. Squad 6, that's mine. We land right at the wharf at H hour minus 5. We march straight up to the presidential palace and take it.
You're going to take the presidential palace with 12 men? With 200 or 300 of the guard on duty?
Exactly. I've got a very fancy idea about that. And that has to be the worst meal I ever ate in my life.
No, I still don't like it. Don't forget the guard was trained by Rinaldi. They won't exactly be a pushover.
Now, you just worry about that radio station, Major. You're 27 minutes ahead of me. There's plenty of time for what you have to do.
Another job, you said.
I'm going to pre-record a speech of my own. You'll replace the president's tape with mine. And I guarantee you one thing. When they hear what I have to say, within 5 minutes, there won't be a single Mandugan soldier willing to fight us.
Well, I hope you're right about that. You realize we're trying to conquer a country with 72 men?
I told you, Vicek, you've got to have faith. Not only in 40-year-old trawlers and women, in 40-year-old commanding officers, too. Come.
The report from Ismail on Mundunga, Colonel.
Oh, good. Thanks, folks. 10 o'clock is the crucial time. 90% of the army is standing by in the barracks, including most of the senior officers. 140 of the presidential guard on duty at the palace. Aha, the door in the southwest wall has only 7 men in charge of a very drunken sergeant. Now, where's that drawing?
Yeah, I got it here. The southwest door, that's right here.
Let me see that. The president will be in his bed. The bedroom's here. Yes, that'll take us 3 minutes. Good. And listen to this. The president has accepted my cover story completely.
Well, why shouldn't it? It's always worked before.
I'm dining with him this evening at 7:30. His young mistress, whose name is Sari, will be there, as will Captain Rinaldi. Interesting. Rinaldi, you and he were always very close, weren't you?
Yeah, he's a great guy, one of the best.
An academic question. Can we still trust him?
Of course we can.
Just wanted confirmation. The story goes that he's become very buddy-buddy with Andrei Bokar, that drug and alcohol-crazed maniac.
So what? Look, you know Rinaldi as well as I do. Just 3 things in life he's crazy about. Good food, any kind of liquor, and bad women. And as long as Bokar keeps him supplied with those 3 things, well, of course they will be buddy-buddy.
Good. I always like confirmation of my own instincts. So, tell Sparks, when Ismail comes on the air again, have him meet me at the jetty at H-hour -5 with Captain Rinaldi.
Yeah. Well, that will mean Ismail has to blow his cover quite some time before we begin to hit the beaches.
That is absolutely correct.
And if I'm wrong about Rinaldi, it'll also blow the whole operation, won't it?
Let's just say it'll make it a hell of a lot tougher for us. But we have to have faith in our friends, too, Major. And I made up my mind about Rinaldi a long time ago. Once a mercenary, always a mercenary.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's good enough rule to go by. I just hope he doesn't turn out to be the exception that proves it.
Tell Sparks to stand by to make a tape for me.
Yeah, will do.
And, send, what's his name, to me, the man who runs the Mimeo machine.
Corporal Williams? Okay.
I want to print up some money.
You want to print money on a Mimeo machine?
The Army hasn't been paid, my dear Vicek. And we didn't bring that Mimeo machine merely to print menus.
How long do your pantyhose last? Do you want the answer in minutes or hours? You should try Sears Endurables, the pantyhose that lasted an average of 18 days of normal wear in a test with 400 women. The women in our test wore Endurables day after day after day, and as a group averaged 18 days. A patented process makes them strong so they last, and sheer so they look great. No pantyhose last forever. How long do your pantyhose last? Endurables at larger Sears retail stores.
Put together a whole wardrobe with the classic collection separates at Sears. Now you can buy the pants to a suit, the vest to a suit, and the jacket to a suit separately. So every well-tailored piece of the outfit you buy is geared to your size and build. You can create a more casual look with solid color blazers and patterned slacks, or patterned sport coats and solid color slacks. The colors coordinate to let you mix and match. Now that's style, sense, and satisfaction. The classic collection at most larger Sears retail stores.
What's the best way to save on new clothes? Sew them. Start by saving $40 on a Kenmore sewing machine at Sears with a convertible free arm for narrow sleeves, cuffs, and legs, a built-in buttonholer, even 6 stretch stitches. This free arm Kenmore just $199.95 and save $30 on a wood veneer sewing cabinet.
Sale ends March 31st. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
On the African island of Mandunga, the ruthless and maniacal president, Andre Bokar, is giving a small dinner party for just 3 guests. But he is so incapacitated by drink he hardly knows they are there. The 3 guests are the president's good friend, Captain Rinaldi, the European who trained his troops, the president's current mistress, Sari, who is sweet and more or less innocent at 16 years of age, and very beautiful indeed, and a new arrival who calls himself Ismail Pasha. The word Pasha means Lord, and Lord Ismail is quiet and dignified and persuasive. And if he is afraid of the terrible risks he is running, he gives no sign of it. His life is in grave danger. He is playing a very deadly game.
Money, Mr. President. It's money that lies at the core of the whole matter. And my ruler, whom God preserve, is prepared to finance your government to 80% of its budget over the next 12 months. And he asks nothing in exchange.
It really sounds too good to be true. What does he have up his sleeve, Ismail Pasha?
Oh, nothing, Captain Rinaldi. It is merely a token of his great respect for the contempt that His Excellency President Andre Bokar has shown towards the colonial powers. A most laudable gesture that has, however, impoverished Mandunga. I repeat, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Andre, wake up. Please, you must listen to this.
Sorry, my love. How are you? Are guests happy?
Yes, Andre, they are happy. But you must listen to what Ismail Pasha has to say. It's very important.
Ismail Ismail who?
Ismail Pasha, Andre.
Ismail Pasha, Excellency, from the Central Africa Empire, an emissary from the Emperor Bokassa I.
Emperor who?
Bokassa I, Andre.
Oh, yes. I know him well. We were at school together in Makerere. He was always an nincompoop.
He would like to offer you a great deal of money, Mr. President.
Oh, really? Oh, not a nincompoop, huh? A scholar and a gentle brother.
Andre is very tired.
Take him to bed, Sari. We will talk again in the morning. So, now that we are alone, Ismail Pasha, why don't you tell me who you really are?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Bokar fell for your story, hook, line, and sinker. But I don't. I see a familiar pattern emerging, and it intrigues me. Let me make a wild guess. Have you ever heard of a colonel named...
Fest? Colonel Fest? He is my commanding officer, Captain Rinaldi, as he is yours.
I knew it. My God, almost the first moment you showed your face here, I smelled the devious hand of Colonel Fest. And where is he now, Ismail?
The colonel will be coming ashore at this very moment. Shall we take a walk?
Three points to starboard.
Aye, aye, sir. You in there, Colonel?
I see them. Bring us in. Throw up a ladder.
Colonel! Good. So good to see you.
How are you, Rinaldi?
Oh, fine, fine. This is a great night.
Ismail, a good job of work.
Thank you, Colonel.
Is Vicek with you?
Vicek is about to take over the radio station. He'll be busting in there any minute now.
Now we are all anxiously awaiting the speech that His Excellency, Prime Minister Andre Bokar, the greatly loved ruler of Mondunga, will make to his adoring citizens in a few moments. And while we contain our impatience for the appearance of His much beloved Excellency, we will hear now the Mondungan strings as they play...
Okay, Major Vicek, we're off the air.
Okay. Looks to me like you're the announcer-in-chief. What's your name, fella?
My name Mohammed Sofragi, sir. My friends call me Wireless.
Yeah? All right, Wireless. You got a tape there of the president's speech, I do believe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, get rid of it. Replace it with this one.
Yes, sir. Anything you say, sir.
Yeah. And here's the introduction you read. You read it calmly, clearly. And if you can't manage a certain degree of pleasure, you just might get the top of your head blown right off.
10 seconds to 10 o'clock.
So, settle down. Let's have quiet.
7 seconds. We're on the air again. 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
In place of the president's speech, we have a more important announcement to make. The government has fallen. Now, stay tuned for a speech from Colonel Fest, who is in military control of the island.
Speech coming up.
People of Mondunga, you're listening to the voice of Colonel Fest, whom I'm sure you well remember. I address my remarks first to the splendid army of Mondunga, and I have great news for you. A paymaster is at this very moment on his way to your barracks with your back pay, which I am providing. To the Presidential Guard, I say this. Many of my vehicles are cruising the streets around the palace, scattering slips of paper with the legend, Presidential Guard only, and my signature. They are marked $10, $20, $50. Some of them are even marked $100. Now hear me well. Every member of the Guard who presents himself to me tomorrow morning may redeem those slips of paper for their full value in cash on the spot. Your wages, moreover, and the wages of every soldier in the army are doubled as of this moment, if you declare your allegiance to me. If you don't, you will be shot.
Andre, wake up.
Huh? Oh, sorry, my love. Get me some water.
Andre.
And some aspirin.
Andre.
I have a terrible headache.
Andre, you must listen to me. The island has been invaded.
The island... invaded? What?
It's true. I heard it on the radio.
But who would dare?
Colonel Fest.
Fest? Sorry. Get me Rinaldi, quickly.
Captain Rinaldi is gone. I don't know where.
The guard commander, then. Hurry.
The guard commander is gone, too. There's no one left.
Are you telling me that I am alone now?
No, Andre. You're not alone. I am with you. We'll die together if we must.
What do you mean, die? They can't kill me. I am Andre Bocard.
Get dressed, Bocard. The new president will want to see you. Take over here, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Hold stop. One of you men give the lady a hand.
Thank you. I'm quite capable of... And that is not the way, sailor, to help a lady ashore.
Just watch out for that gangplank, Mum. It's kind of slippery.
I'm quite sure I can manage.
Ah, my dear Colonel Fest. How wonderful it is to be home again.
Welcome to Mondongo, Mr. President. I'm surprised to see you here, Mrs. Charters.
I can't think of a single intelligent reason why you should be, Colonel.
Is it all over, Fest?
Of course. I'd never have called you ashore if it were not.
And your Captain Rinaldi, Colonel. Did you have to arrest him after all?
Rinaldi's at the barracks, spending a great deal of your money to ensure that the army comes over to us. And you won't need that gun, Mr. President. The town is secure.
I can still hear shooting.
They're firing into the air, wasting their bullets to show their great happiness.
Oh. And the tyrant, Bocard?
Under arrest at the palace, Mr. President.
Then you may take me to him. You really look like the prize idiot you are, Andre Bocard. A ridiculous uniform. I never saw so many medals in my life. Did you earn any of them?
But I am surrendering unconditionally. All I ask is a boat to the mainland, some money.
If you're sober enough to talk, you're sober enough to know you're going to die, Bocard.
Well, that's what's called shot while trying to escape, I believe. The outside world doesn't approve of that sort of thing, Matassi.
Mr. President, if you don't mind, Fest. And the outside world will never know. Will you tell them?
What can I tell them? I didn't see or hear a thing.
Will Mrs. Charters?
I will be the first to tell them, Mr. President, of Andre Bocard's suicide.
Then there's only the girl. What's her name? Sorry, I think.
Well, I guess that makes it a kind of suicide pact, doesn't it?
No one will miss them. Get rid of the bodies for me, Fest, discreetly. I will go now in search of some of my good friends. Report to me in 1 hour.
There'll be a lot more executions before the night is out. Rough, isn't it?
Is it possible that the new regime might not be much better than the last?
I never imagined it would be. But you wanted a new president, and I've installed him for you. That means the rest of my money is due. And since I control the guns here now, I'll take the post of Minister of Defense. And I'll want a cut of your saffron business, too.
I have to agree to that, don't I?
You better believe it.
He didn't have to kill that poor sweet child. We could have bought her off.
You might just be right. Money is like manure in a vegetable garden. If you spread it around in the right places, it does a lot of good.
There's something very sad, and perhaps admirable, too, about a child woman in love.
A child woman. I have this crazy feeling that you were never the one nor the other. So how would you know? And it's no good looking at me like that. I don't freeze that easy. There's only one thing you have to remember now, and that is, as long as the money keeps rolling in, that's how long your new regime will last. Never forget that.
I bought rather more than just your services, didn't I, Colonel Fest?
Like the man said, Mrs. Charters, you get what you pay for.
All look the same. You've got to have good feelings. You've got to trust the name. You know our reputation. Remember what we said. When Sears is behind you, you come out ahead.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label, just popping with pride, because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy. Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
Join millions of Americans and shop the easy way with a Sears credit card. All you do to apply is call toll-free 800-526-0444. It's your entry to shopping convenience and quality merchandise. Your card will be accepted at over 3,600 Sears stores across the nation, and you can choose from over 100,000 Sears products and services. Even use it for your catalog orders, in the store or over the phone. Just say charge it. Call 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777 for your Sears credit card.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Mercenaries was written by Alan Caillou, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Lloyd Bachner and Antoinette Bauer. Also heard were Alan Caillou, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Shepard Menken, Richard Peel, and Nadia Caillou. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. Associate Director of Sears Radio Theater is Ken McManus. Sound effects were created by Bud Tollefson. Joanne Thompson is production supervisor. And the recording engineers are Joe Wachter and Hal MacDonald. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Blanche and Tony are deeply in love. It was their perfect night, a beautiful night, with all the proper ingredients for murder.
Honey, pass the whipped cream.
I will not.
Blanche, I love whipped cream.
Do you love me?
Of course I do.
More than whipped cream? Tony, you're overweight as it is.
Now, Thelma...
Thelma?
Thelma's doing volunteer work for the American Heart Association, and she was telling me...
A lot, knowing Thelma.
Tony, I'm serious. A fatty diet is no good for your heart. I don't want you having a heart attack.
But, honey...
Tony, you could use a lot less honey. You've been living on sugar alone. Now, we're going to get the American Heart Association's cookbook and make our diets heart healthy so we can be together for a long time.
Oh, Blanche, you're sweet.
Sweet? Yeah, I know.
Contact your American Heart Association for information about a heart-healthy diet. We're fighting for your life.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
Next Monday's Sears Radio Theater will be A Story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Let's listen.
Many lads in this part have taken a hankering to the way she looks. But as soon as she opens that mouth of hers...
You mean she's not friendly to them?
Friendly? She'd make a porcupine look like a pillow cushion.
So be sure and tune in next Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
Journey to the Stars with Space Patrol. Coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a damaged spaceship far out beyond the Pluto orbit to rescue two unconscious men. All around the ship, huge chunks of metal hurtle through space on an unknown orbit.
You'll have to carry them, Happy. You take this one, I'll handle the big fellow. Yes, sir. Commander, the ship is swerving right into the stream of metal fragments. Now, they aren't all going in one direction. They're in a swirling motion like a whirlpool. Commander, they're battering the ship. They're breaking us up. We've got to get these men into our ship quickly. One of those fragments goes to the ship. We're through.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Strange Gift of the New Star. Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, gang. Speaking to you from an atomic power plant on Mars. Now, they're having trouble getting power, but I think I've found the trouble. Listen to this main-powered generator. Sounds pretty weak, doesn't it? My guess is this. They've been using ordinary fuel. Let's see what happens when I put in some of this super fuel. Listen to that power now. Supercharging does it. And, gang, when you roll out of bed in the mornings, you're just like this generator. You need fuel because you haven't had any for about 12 hours. But listen, don't settle for ordinary fuel. Get supercharged like Buzz Corey does with a power breakfast. Eat the super cereals in the checkerboard packages. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex are the super cereals with that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. Delicious and how. Rice Chex is bite-sized shredded rice, and it's triple toasted. Wheat Chex is bite-sized shredded wheat, and it's baked crisper than a cracker. So treat yourself to the same swell-tasting breakfast Buzz Corey enjoys every morning. A power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure. Few spaceships venture out beyond the orbit of Pluto, the most remote planet in the solar system. As one veteran space pilot put it, Only a comet has the time and the fuel to go poking around out there in outer space. But in recent weeks, commercial spaceships on the Neptune to Pluto run have reported a peculiar unidentified object far beyond the Pluto orbit, slowly approaching the space lanes. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have just finished a routine mission to Pluto and have decided to do a little investigating. Now, far beyond the space lanes, they scan the dark void with super-sensitive telescopes.
Is it a meteor, Commander?
Odd shape for a meteor that size. Too regular. Take a look.
I see it. It's shaped like a spaceship, but its surface is rough.
It is a spaceship, Happy.
But, sir, there's no sign of a rocket burst. No lights in the viewport.
It's in free fall. By the looks of it, it's been in free fall for some time.
But, sir, if it's coming toward the solar system, well, where could it be from?
We can tell more about that after we board it. Get our spacesuits, atomo lights, and an atomo cutting torch. We may have to force our way into the airlock. I'll maneuver into position while you're getting the equipment. Stand by to cut rockets.
Standing by, sir.
Cut rockets and apply magnetic holding field with secure airlock.
Airlock contact secured, sir.
All right, let's go. Get in your spacesuit. I'll take the cutting torch. You handle the atomo light and the radiation detector.
Flash your light over here, Happy. See if we can find the registry number. Door's open, sir. Nobody in the control compartment. No lights. Maybe this is a lost robot control job. I see the number now. It's U87. U87. Let's see, that would be... That's an old registry number, Happy. The ship must have been out of commission for 5 years. That I can believe. It's not a robot job, though. Better take a look around. Search the aft section. Yes, sir. Hey, look there on the floor. Empty ration containers. Hap, turn your light on the air indicator. Should be up there in the bulkhead. Hold it, that's it. Did you read it, sir? There's some air in the ship, but the carbon dioxide factor is above the danger level. Commander, look back there, down the corridor. There's a man on the deck. Hold the light on him, Happy. I'll turn him over. Is he alive? Yes. I'll have to work fast. Get him back to our ship and try to bring him around.
Commander?
How's our passenger, Happy?
He opened his eyes for a minute and then passed out again. I've still got him on pure oxygen. His pulse rate's increasing and his respiration and temperature are approaching normal.
Good.
He's not as old as I thought at first. That heavy beard fooled me.
I've spaceophoned to Terra headquarters for a check on the ship registration. Did you find any identification of the man?
None, sir. But from the looks of his ship, he must have been aboard for months.
We'll have it thoroughly examined when we tow it to Terra. I don't like that high radiation count. It could give him trouble.
I wonder how long he's been exposed to it.
It may not have been as bad inside the ship, but the rate from the hull is terrific.
He must have had some experience. Why, he may have circled through a part of space where no one has ever been before.
Space Control Terra calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, Sector 7, Pluto orbit. Space Control Terra calling Commander Corey.
Corey here, go ahead.
I have some information for you now on spaceship U87.
Happy, go back and keep an eye on our patient. Yes, Commander. Let's have it, Space Control.
U87 is a Saturn registry ship owned by Joe O'Malley.
Joe O'Malley?
Yes, Commander. We've run a check on O'Malley. He escaped from Space Patrol officers just over a year ago after his arrest on Saturn.
Why was he arrested?
On suspicion of foul play against his partner, a man named Wes Pence. Everything indicated that O'Malley had disposed of Pence's body.
And O'Malley escaped rather than face trial.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's awfully close to cheating justice right now. Notify the Terra Hospital to meet our ship.
Yes, Commander.
And have a crew of technicians ready to examine O'Malley's ship. We're bringing it into Terra. It's hot.
Radiation?
Right. Corey out.
Commander, he's conscious now. He's talking, but, well, he's still pretty weak.
I'll go back and have a look.
He wouldn't tell me where he's been. I asked him, and he acted like he wanted to slug me.
You get his name?
Yes, sir.
Was it Joe O'Malley?
No, sir. He says his name was Wes Pence.
Wes Pence. Happy, put on full acceleration for Terra. We've got a double mystery on our hands.
just came from Major Robertson's office, sir. He gave me a preliminary report on O'Malley's ship.
Fine. Wait here while I check it. I may want you to go over to the hospital and talk to our space hermit.
Well, who is it, Commander? Pence or O'Malley?
He may or may not be Pence, but he certainly was not O'Malley. O'Malley was much larger than this fellow. Heavier set and larger bone structure.
Now I guess we know how O'Malley tried to get rid of Pence. Stuck him in a spaceship and sent him zooming out of the solar system.
But the ship didn't have robot controls.
And that was more than a year ago. Pence couldn't have survived that long.
Happy, did you see this report of Major Robertson?
No, sir.
From all indications, the ship must have been spaceborne for 6 or 8 months.
Wow. 6 months alone in a spaceship.
Happy, go over to the hospital and keep an eye on him. I'll join you as soon as I talk to you.
Throat. Want some water, Mr. Pence?
Doctor, you're not the doctor.
No, I'm Cadet Happy.
I've seen you before. No, I haven't. I don't know where.
In the spaceship. Commander Corey and I found your ship out beyond Pluto.
Yeah, as they told me, you saved my life.
You just take it easy, Mr. Pence. Lie back and rest.
I never felt so weak. My ship. Where's my ship?
Don't worry. It's here on Terra at the spaceport.
Oh, you brought it in?
That's right.
Fine. Where's the doctor?
Well, he'll be dropping in shortly. I'll ring for the nurse if you want her.
Oh, don't bother. I'm so weak. Oh, could you get me some water, Cadet?
Sure.
And raise the head of my bed a little less.
Well, Happy, how's our patient? Happy. Hap, what happened?
Oh, my head.
Happy, where's Pence?
I don't know. Last I remember, I was leaning over the bed fixing his pillow, and he hit me with something.
This handle from the bed.
But he seems so weak.
He tricked you, Happy. He's escaped.
But why? Why, Commander? He's not a criminal.
We're not sure he isn't. Robbie's men found 1 million credits worth of stolen uranium hidden aboard his ship.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, gang, you want to hear something funny? Listen to this.
That's all. That's neat, though. Sucker, buddy. Josh, you're good. That's all. That's neat, though. Sucker, buddy. Josh, you're good.
That's a word scrambler, gang. A machine that scrambles secret messages sent by space patrollers over the spaceophone. You want to know what that message said? Here, I'll have the machine unscramble it for you. Listen. To get supercharged, eat a power breakfast with instant Ralston. To get supercharged, eat a power breakfast with instant Ralston. Boys and girls, that's one of the most important messages a space patroller ever sent. Yes, sir, when you sit down to a power breakfast with good hot Ralston, well, boy, oh boy, that's your day to shine. For instant Ralston packs a wallop in every spoonful. It's rich whole wheat. Remember, rich whole wheat. And that means it'll warm up your motor, tune up your thinking machine, help start off your day with a bang. That's the kind of start Buzz Corey gets. That's the kind of start he wants you to have. So come on, Space Patrollers, get supercharged. Eat a power breakfast with good hot Ralston. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Strange Gift of the New Star. Far beyond the orbit of Pluto, Buzz and Happy found an apparently deserted and powerless spaceship. Aboard, they found a man who identified himself as Wes Pence. This created another mystery. For more than a year ago, Wes Pence had been listed as a victim of a fatal assault by his partner, Joe O'Malley. O'Malley, in turn, has been missing since his escape from Space Patrol officers months ago. Buzz brought Pence to Terra and placed him in a hospital for treatment. But when Buzz entered the hospital room, he found Happy unconscious and the supposedly weakened patient vanished without a trace. Now, on a side street in Kepler City, on the planet Mars, a thin, stoop-shouldered man climbs a stairway at the side of a shabby machine shop. He knocks at the door.
Better open up. It's business.
I don't discuss business this time of day.
Don't you recognize me, O'Malley? There's no O'Malley here. My name is Amo Forback. You have the wrong address.
You can fool a lot of people with that ain't no Forback front, but not your old partner.
My partner? I have no partner.
You did have. Don't you recognize me? Oh, I admit I've been through a lot since the day you and I had that fight on Saturn.
What? No, it can't be. This is some joke.
Better let me in. We got a lot to talk about.
Go on. Of course, come in.
I'll have to sit down. I'm pretty weak. Well, this isn't much of a place after what we used to have in the old days.
I've had to lie low on account of the space patrol. They think I did away with it.
Yeah, and so did you. Until a moment ago. You thought I was finished. But I managed to crawl away and get help. You know, for nearly a year I thought of nothing but revenge. All those months on Venus, later out in space.
Out in space?
Yeah. Beyond Pluto, far beyond. The sun is just a tiny star. It's good to have a strong hate out there. It keeps you warm and keeps you from going mad.
What were you doing out there?
Chasing your roommate. In your old ship, the U-87. The one you abandoned in the Venus swamps.
You got that old tub spaceborne?
Yeah. I lived like a miser to get it in shape. I starved myself. Then one day I blasted out. In your ship. Yeah. That's what we had the big fight about, remember? I wanted you to outfit a ship and you refused.
But you wouldn't tell me what you wanted it for.
No. But I tell you now, I need help.
I thought you hated me.
O'Malley, let's face it. One of us isn't worth a handful of space dust without the other.
What's the pitch? What's out there, West?
Uranium. Pure uranium. Tons of it.
You're crazy.
I've seen it. You don't have to mine it. You just lower a cargo scoop and pull it aboard. It's a cloud of uranium. Uranium particles all sizes. From dust out to chunks as big as a spaceship.
Now I know you're crazy.
Yeah? Well, I brought some back with me. In your old ship.
Huh?
That's why I broke out of the hospital. I came looking for you. The Space Patrol is going to figure out I stole the uranium. But before they find me, I want to be back here with a whole freighter load of it.
A whole freighter load? I tell you, you're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they say. But I'm going to prove I didn't steal it. And we'll be rich for life.
How do I know this isn't some trick of yours? Revenge.
All right, O'Malley. I'll find somebody else. By the looks of you, you couldn't promote the spaceship anyway.
Now, wait. Just a minute. I've got connections over in Lowell City. There wouldn't be too many questions.
Now you're talking.
I can get a spaceship, all right. And I'm going to do it. So you better be on the left.
We got a line on Pence, Happy. He's gone to Mars.
To Mars?
Yes, in a regular passenger ship.
How did he get the money?
From a safe deposit vault in the Terra Bank. Pence put it there 2 years ago. The banker got suspicious and reported it. He identified Pence from a description.
Oh, and then you checked with the spaceport?
Right. He got on the transport ship to Kepler City. We're going to blast off right away and lead the search for him.
As soon as he realized his ship was here on Terra, he knew we'd found the stolen uranium.
That's another mystery about Pence and his ship. That uranium wasn't stolen. A careful check has been made at every plant handling uranium. None missing.
But if he didn't steal it, well, why did he run away from the hospital?
The more important question is if he didn't steal it, where did he get it?
See, that's right. Pence couldn't have owned that much ore by himself.
Suppose that uranium wasn't processed. Suppose it's natural, pure uranium.
But, sir, it doesn't exist that way anywhere in the solar system. At least not in huge chunks like that.
No, not in the solar system. But where did we find Pence?
Open rockets. He had been outside the solar system.
I have an idea Pence is going back, where he came from.
For more uranium?
Mm-hmm. But unless he gets medical treatment soon, it won't do him much good.
Huh?
Pence is in a very bad way from his last prospecting trip. Come on, Happy, let's get to him.
Commander, I've just decoded the message from Security Lab. Here it is.
Very interesting. Rather startling, isn't it, Happy? Well, sir, I just deciphered it letter by letter. I didn't take the time to read it over. Something about uranium and helium. That's all I got out of it.
It's a further analysis of the uranium on Pence's ship. A notation by Dr. Bryson.
What does he say?
According to him, pure uranium could be found in space. Matter hurled off by forces in a newly formed star, he says, might consist almost entirely of uranium.
Well, isn't that the way the solar system was supposed to have been formed?
Yes, but our system is billions of years old. The original uranium has decayed into lead and the other elements, including the lighter gases like helium.
Well, then this stuff that Wes Pence found could be a hunk of a new star.
Well, new as far as the life of uranium is measured. Could be millions of years old.
Doesn't sound very new to me.
No, but in that time, it could cross interstellar space and come close to our solar system.
Space Control calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Space Control calling Commander Corey.
Corey here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Report on suspect Wes Pence.
Let's have it.
Man believed to be Pence blasted off in special cargo freighter from Lowell City, Mars spaceport 2 hours ago. Destination unannounced.
Why wasn't he stopped?
He wasn't recognized by guards until the full description reached us after blastoff. Pence was with another man.
Was the other man recognized?
The 2 guards who noticed Pence have checked old files, Commander. They've only rated their own identification as number 3 reliability.
Well, they aren't too sure. Well, what's their opinion?
They think the other man resembles Joe O'Malley.
Pence's old partner.
Yes, sir. The 2 men arrived from Kemper City.
Space Control, can you give me any information on the vector taken by that ship?
A routine view scope trace shows it headed generally toward Neptune. Its registry is MSC312.
Thanks, Space Control. Corey out. Happy, check the astrogation chart. In a blast off from Lowell City, Mars, what other planets would lie close to the Neptune trajectory?
Well, none very close.
Run a test trajectory from Mars to Neptune, then out beyond the Pluto orbit. What have you got?
Well, if I go out far enough, it puts us roughly in the sector where we found Wes Pence.
We'll keep on that vector unless we hear that their ship has been sighted in some other part of the system.
You think they're going out for more uranium?
If they are, they're in for a good long trip. Get some rest, Happy. I'll call you in 3 hours.
Well, how much further is it? Just hold this vector. On my best calculation, the uranium cluster is moving at about the same velocity as Pluto, which means we'll intercept
it. Happy, I think I picked them up on the view scope.
That's about time. I'd begun to think they'd veered off on another vector.
Not only that, but I found something else in the view scope. It registers as a blurred object, or a collection of small fragments.
You mean this thing up here in the corner of the screen?
Right. Pence's ship seems to be heading right for it.
Wes, what's that in the view scope? I told you a while ago it's the uranium. We're nearly there.
No, I mean the rear view scope. The spaceship.
Huh? Hey, you're right. And if they're out this far, they're after us.
What do we do?
We'll lose them in the swarm.
Huh?
We'll get the uranium between us and them. When they get closer, those pallets will cloud out their view scope so bad they'll never find us. Here, let me take the control.
Put on more acceleration, Hap. Keep them in sight.
Crazy fools. What are they up to? They're flying right into that cluster.
And it's uranium, all right. Our radiation instruments are going crazy.
Pence must be trying to pick up some chunks at this speed. They'll crack up, sure.
Probably trying to ditch us. Don't get any closer till we determine their next move.
It's working. We got them buffaloes.
Space Patrol, all right.
Yeah, Terra 5. That means Commander Buzz Corey. We'll evade them, scoop out some uranium, and head back for Mars.
Wes, look out. We're right in the middle of the swarm.
Ah, calm down. We're keeping pace with them.
Wes, do something.
Got us in the ship. Look the compartment before we lose our air.
Help me. I'm hit.
I can't. Fragment hit me to my shoulder.
Their ship's wrecked.
Yeah, they got a big chunk right ahead of their power unit. Get our spacesuits, Hap. We're going in and get them.
Hap, the cluster isn't all going in the same direction. It's in a swirling motion, like a whirlpool. It's battering the ship to pieces. Hurry, Hap. Keep moving. One of those hunks of uranium wrecks our ship, none of us will ever get back alive. Look, Commander. The nose port, it's cracked.
It isn't a big break. Hurry, we gotta get Pence and Buddy into our ship before this one's riddled.
Yes, sir. Into the airlock.
Now into our ship. Now, we'll drop the men right here when we get the ship away from this hot spot.
Yes, sir. I'll close the inner hatch.
Take off your helmet.
All right, release magnetic holding field. Field out, sir. Now to fire rockets and get away from this uranium bombardment. We made it, sir. We're out of the stream. Yes, but look at the other ship. A hole the size of a space car all the way through the control compartment. We got out of there just in time. We're heading for Terra. You take care of our passengers. Oh, Pence is coming around. O'Malley. He's safe, Pence. Just lie still, and I'll bandage that shoulder.
So that's O'Malley, huh?
Yeah, it is. You know, Commander, this makes twice you two have saved my life.
That may be. But if you don't mind telling me, why did you run away from the hospital and come out here on this wild expedition?
Well, O'Malley and I wanted to get a share of that uranium so we could prove I didn't steal the chunk you found in the other ship.
And to make yourselves a fortune, huh?
Well, I guess that did enter into it.
You took all that risk for nothing, Pence. We've known for some time you didn't steal that uranium.
Then O'Malley and I are free.
O'Malley is, but you aren't. You can't go around slugging Space Patrol personnel and get away with it. You remember the incident with Cadet Happy in the hospital.
Yeah, that's right.
You'll have to take whatever punishment or fine is coming for you.
I'm sunk. I can't pay any fine. I'm broke.
He's a comedian.
It's the truth. It took all the money I had to lease the spaceship.
You talk strangely, Pence, for a man with 1 million credits worth of uranium.
Huh?
That uranium you brought on your ship, it's yours by right of discovery.
And now, an exciting preview of next week's thrilling Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a relay communication station in space. Jim Comar, who is in league with a strange alien power, is using some mysterious crystals, forcing Buzz and Happy to obey him against their will.
The crystals are getting brighter. That's all I can see or even think about. The crystals.
Keep walking. Up to the generator. Closer. Closer.
Happy, fight it.
Touch the connection. Reach out your hand.
Don't touch it, Hap. I can't hold back. If you touch it, you'll be finished.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Seed Crystals of Zaldibran. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. And now, a special word to mothers about a clever new idea. A salad that looks like a queen's crown, studded with jewels.
It's peach coronation salad, one of the easiest and thriftiest salads you've ever made. All you need is creamy cottage cheese, bits of maraschino cherries, and canned cream peaches from California.
To make peach coronation salad taste its luscious best, serve with rye crisp. Those crisp, toasty wafers with a wonderful, hearty rye flavor.
For pictures of peach coronation salad, watch newspapers and magazines during the entire month of March. Your grocery is also featuring this colorful salad. Look for coronation salad displays at his store today.
Be sure to serve with rye crisp, the perfect food to make other foods taste even better.
For your figure's sake, make your bread rye crisp all the time. Only 21 calories in a double square. The famous Rye Crisp reducing pan is printed right on the package. Remember, it's smart to make your bread Rye Crisp.
Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network, Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network, Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network, Hollywood. This is ABC Radio...
All right, it is now time for a Trivia Minute, and here we go. James VI of Scotland, who also became James I of England, was born James Charles Stuart on the 19th of June, 1566. And he was King of Scotland as James VI from July 24th, 1567, and King of England and Ireland as James the First from the union of the Scottish and English crowns on March the 24th, 1603 until his death in 1625. Although he long tried to get both countries to adopt a closer political union, the kingdoms of Scotland and England remained sovereign states with their own parliaments, judiciaries, and laws, ruled by James in personal union. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the great-great-grandson of Henry VII, King of England and Lord of Ireland, and thus a potential successor to all three thrones. He ascended to the Scottish throne at the age of 13 months after his mother was forced to abdicate in his favor. Although his mother was a Catholic, James was brought up as a Protestant. Four regents governed during his minority, which ended officially in 1578, though he did not gain full control of his government until 1583. In 1589, he married Anne of Denmark. Three of their children survived to adulthood: Henry Frederick, Elizabeth, and Charles. In 1603, James succeeded his cousin Elizabeth I, the last Tudor monarch of England and Ireland, who died childless. He continued to reign all three kingdoms for 22 years, a period known as the Jacobean era, until his death in 1625. After the union of the crowns, he based himself in England, the largest of the three realms. From 1603, returning to Scotland only once in 1617, and styled himself King of Great Britain and Ireland. He advocated for a single parliament for England and Scotland. In his reign, the plantation of Ulster and the English colonization of the Americas began. At 57 years old, 256 days, James's reign in Scotland was the longest of any Scottish monarch. He achieved most of his aims in Scotland, but faced great difficulties in England, including the Gunpowder Plot in 1605 and conflicts with the English Parliament. Under James, the golden age of Elizabethan literature and drama continued, with writers such as William Shakespeare, John Donne, Ben Jonson, and Francis Bacon contributing to a flourishing literary culture. James was a prolific writer, offering such works as Demology, The True Law of Free Monarchies, and Basculin Doran. He sponsored a translation of the Bible into English, which is named after him, the Authorized King James Version, and the 1604 revision of the Book of Common Prayer. Contemporary courtiers Anthony Weldon claimed that James had been termed the wisest fool in Christendom, wise in small things, foolish otherwise. An epithet associated with his character ever since. Since the latter half of the 20th century, historians have tended to revise James' reputation and treat him as a serious and thoughtful monarch. He was strongly committed to a peace policy and tried to avoid involvement in religious wars, especially the 30 Years' War that devastated much of Central Europe. He tried but failed to prevent the rise of hawkish elements in English Parliament who wanted war with Spain. The first English king of the House of Stuart, he was succeeded by his second son, Charles the First. And that was the Trivia Minute, and now let's get back to the show. Look, up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. It's the adventures of Superman on nightly old-time radio shows, coming up next.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we last saw Superman, he had just driven back a mass of rioting convicts at the Western Penitentiary of San Miguel, using a 20-foot timber as a weapon. For a moment, the situation is saved, but only for a moment. The Wolf and Kino are still barricaded in the dining hall with a few desperate convicts. As our story continues today, Superman has leaped into a cloud of tear gas and vanished. But already word of his unbelievable performance has reached the office of the warden and has also reached into the dining hall, the hiding place of Kino and the Wolf. Listen.
Hey, boss, where are you? Here, Kino. What's the matter? Close the door. Listen, I just heard from one of the guys that tried to rush the gates. They couldn't do it. Why not? They were stopped. Forced back into the cell block. What stopped them? Not what. Who? Hey, boss, it was a guy in a red cloak that jumped over the wall, right out of a cloud of gas. What? A man in a red cloak? Boss, it's the same one, the one that stopped us from wrecking the Silver Clipper and broke up our car and turned us over to the cops. He's here at San Miguel. No, it's not possible. Yeah, and I'll tell you something else, too. That reporter's here. That Clark Kent. Clark Kent? Yeah, I seen him myself, running around a corner to the warden's office. Ah, so Kent's here, too, huh? We owe that smart young man something, Kino. And I think this is the time to pay him. Kent doesn't know it yet, but the minute he makes a move or gets in our way, well... I get you. Say, how you gonna wake it? Look, it's almost time. That gas is like a smoke screen over the yard. So what? Just this. When I give the signal, you and I and a few of the boys will dash across the yard to the steam plant. Hey, boss, suppose they shoot at us from the towers. Don't worry, they won't. In the first place, the warden doesn't want bloodshed. He's soft, you know that. He'll do his best to break the riot with tear gas. He'll tell him to shoot if we make a break. When we're ready to break out, Kino, they won't even see us. And they won't shoot when we rush for the steam plant. I've got a little trump card, Kino. A little surprise for the warden and Mr. Clark Kent. Help me fix this broken telephone wire, Kino. Open that box. If I can get the phone to work, I've got a little message for the warden. Now find that loose end.
And meanwhile, Superman, having forced the rioting convicts back into the cell block, unaware that the Wolf and Kino are barricaded in the dining hall, enters the warden's office as Clark Kent.
Who are you?
Is this Warden Bowman?
Yes?
I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Warden speaking.
Warden, I'm calling from the dining hall.
What? Who is this?
You don't need to know, but you should know this. Miss Lois Lane is right here with us.
You've got Lois Lane?
Quite so, Warden. At the moment, she's safe. But she won't be safe long, unless you do as you're told.
Man, think what you're doing.
Oh, I've thought, Warden. I've had weeks and months to think. When we leave this place, the girl is going with us. If there's any shooting, she'll be the first one to stop a bullet.
Wait.
And if there's a reporter named Clark Kent in your office, tell him to remember, too. Tell him to remember the Silver Clipper.
Wait, come back here.
Warden, the Silver Clipper. The man who spoke to you was the Wolf.
How did you hear that? How did you know who he was?
Never mind. If he's got Lois Lane, there isn't a second to waste. I'll be back later, Warden.
Hey, Kent, where are you going?
Just wait and see. I'm going to rush the dining hall. Have your guards ready when the mob comes out. So long.
Once outside the warden's office, hidden by the heavy clouds of rolling gas, Clark Kent in a split second becomes Superman, Man of Steel, and streaks for the roof of the dining hall.
Those devils. If they've really got Lois, I'll give them something they'll never forget. There's the dining hall. Look at those guards trying to force their way in with tear gas. They'll never make it. Watch how long it takes Superman. Down. Now then. Won't take me long to get in there. I'll rip through this roof in no time.
With hardly an effort, Superman bends to the roof, seizes sheets of metal in his bare hands, strips them off like paper, crashes through planks and beams, and leaps into the dining hall.
Hey, what's that? That guy in the red cape. I seen him at the gate. Run, beat it.
All over, boys. The riot stops right here. Now open those doors and march out in the yard with your hands up. Go on, move.
Who is this guy? Run!
Quick! Keep moving. Out there and turn yourselves over to the guards. And if I were you, I'd have my hands up. Faster, boys, faster. And Keno. Didn't see them anywhere. Must be hiding in the cellar with Lois. But they won't hide long. Lois! Lois Lane, where are you? All right, if I've got to rip this place apart, I'll do it. But you'd better not be there when I find you, Wolf. Here I come.
But the wolf is not to be found. Under cover of Superman's attack on the dining hall, he and Keno, carrying Lois between them, had slipped out a side door into clouds of smoke and made their way to the steam plant close against the prison's outer wall. There, with a small band of helpers...
Boss, what do we do with the girl?
You beast! Let me go!
Throw her in the corner, Keno. No, don't untie her hands.
What are you going to do?
Keep you with us, Miss Lane, as an antidote for Mr. Clark Kent.
Clark Kent?
Quite so. If Kent bothers us this time, I'm sorry, but it won't be too healthy for you.
Kent? But he isn't anywhere near here.
Oh, pardon me, but he is. Right up there in the warden's office, Miss Lane.
Kent! Kent!
Stop it, Keno, stop it. Yes, he'll be all right, but you better hurry, boss. They know we're here and they get ready to rush us. All right, get the cover up the steam tunnel.
Be all ready in a minute. Hold them off. Boss, they're getting closer.
You over there. Have you got the steam lines rigged?
All ready. The rushes now. We'll draw them in steam. Here they come.
All right, turn on the steam. Point the nozzles down the yard. Let them have it.
While half of the wolf's men work frantically to open the tunnel beneath the steam plant leading to escape, the others fight off prison guards with live steam from the boilers. And meanwhile, not having found either the wolf or Lois in the cellar of the dining hall, Superman streaks back to the office of the warden as Clark Kent.
They're rounding them up now, sir. Came pouring onto that dining hall as if the devil was after them.
Half of them said the devil was after them. They yelled about a guy in a red cape. Said he came right through the roof.
What about the ones in the steam plant? We'll get them, Warden.
Warden, any news of Lois Lane?
Kent, where have you been?
Down in the yard, around the dining hall. But I haven't seen a sign of Lois. Warden, what do you think?
Kent, I don't know. Warden, sir, they've turned live steam into hose lines. Look, they're fighting off the guard.
The fools! What do they think they can gain by that? They can't get anywhere from the steam plant.
Warden, sir, I saw them. They ran across from the dining hall. They had the girl with them, Warden. They've got the girl in there in the steam plant.
Hey, where are you going, Kent? Hey, call that reporter back. Stop it. Catch him. Kent!
A race against time. Lois in the power of the wolf. Kent dashes into the yard, heedless of the warning cries of the guards, plunges into a cloud of steam, and at once becomes Superman.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll have them out of there in no time. Steam can't hurt me. Go on, boys. Turn it on full. And watch out for yourselves, because here I come, right through that door. Now then. Where are they? Oh, they've fastened those hose lines to the window. Lois!
No! Please!
There she is. Faded, too. Gotta get her out of here. Turn off that steam, quick. When she comes around, she'll just see Clark Kent. And so will all the rest.
Oh, the tunnel. Down that tunnel.
Hey, this way! Miss Lane says they got away down the tunnel.
No, they didn't.
Hurry up!
We got him on the other side. Miss Lane, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, I reckon you can thank your friend Clark Kent for that.
Kent? I didn't see you. How did you get here?
Oh, gee, Miss Lane, never mind that now. Point is, I did get here, and just in time.
Was it you that got me out? I thought I saw a tremendous figure in a red cape.
Oh, gosh, I sure hate to disappoint you, Miss Lane. I guess you figured I was Superman.
Oh, no. Don't worry, Clark Kent. Why did you stop to look after me? If you'd been on your job, you'd have gone after those convicts down the tunnel. Oh, no. You'll never be confused with Superman.
Oh, look. Here comes the warden. Warden, is everything all right?
Hey, listen. We got them all but two. Two of those guys got away, broke through the tunnel, and got loose.
Warden, which ones? Which ones?
That fellow named Keno and the one they call the Wolf. Keno and the Wolf have escaped.
Lois Lane is safe and unharmed, but the Wolf and Keno have made good their escape, aided by the power of the Yellow Mask. And unknown to Clark Kent, a strange and terrible adventure lies directly ahead. Be sure to tune in next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Now, Billy, stop. Stop teasing or I won't give it to you at all.
Oh, yes. Yes, you will. And right now.
Oh?
Come on, Jenny. You know I'm dying to see what you made me.
Oh, it must be important to you if you left that piece of cheesecake. What's the matter? Don't you feel well, darling?
I feel very fine and very curious.
Oh, sorry. You're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to stop pestering me while you're waiting, and that's all there is to it.
Pestering? You think I've been pestering you?
Oh, yes.
Well, wait till you find out what a pest I can be. Jane Ashley, you made me a present. I want it. At least I want to know what it is.
Guess.
Cheesecake. You made me a cheesecake.
Oh, you think I'm that silly. Cheesecake has been my rival for your affections ever since I've known you. No cheesecake.
Uh-huh. Pair of socks?
What? So I'd have another pair of socks to wash after we get married? Oh, nope. No socks.
Well, a sweater. That's what it is, a sweater.
Oh, you're not even lukewarm. Oh,
All right. You little imp. I've taken enough of this. Are you going to tell me or aren't you?
Depends on what you have to tell me.
I love you, darling. Very much.
Well, in that case, I've got your present right here in the drawer.
Good.
Here it is. You like it?
Hey, that's swell, a mask.
That's right, Billy. Oh, I get awfully worried when you go out to do a job. Somebody might recognize you sometime. Wear this mask I made you.
Sure I will, honey. And thanks. Pretty good idea, too. That guy last night could have identified me, sure, if he'd lived. With my record, they'd have grabbed me in an hour.
I'm glad you like your present, Billy.
And that's pretty, and it's practical. Shows you think of me when I'm not here. I like that.
I like thinking about you when you're not here. It's the next best thing to having you here, Billy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Matter? Look at the time. Mike's waiting downstairs for me in the car. I got a job to pull right now, Jenny.
Oh.
A photographer who's working bright and early in the morning and keeps all his cash in the studio.
Oh, well, call me right afterwards, darling, and darling, wear the mask for luck.
Sure. But I won't need too much luck, honey. If that photographer resents being robbed, he's the one that's gonna need it.
Tired, Sally?
Bored. It's a little trying being Miss Outdoors at 7 in the morning.
Just hold that tennis racket a little higher over your head, honey.
Uh-huh.
That's good. If I get this picture, it'll be the last one. Morning sun is just what I need. Beats artificial lighting a mile. Now, last one if it's good, kid.
Oh, pleasant words, Mr. Merton. Very pleasant words. How's this?
Fine, but just tilt your head up a little bit.
Huh?
Good. Keep your left hand away from your legs. Gotta have legs in the picture or the clients won't buy.
Neither will the customers. What would I do without legs, I wonder? I spend hours every day making up my face, going to beauty parlors about my hair, and what's the most important part of the picture? My legs. Mr. Merton, You're a pretty wealthy man. Why do you work this hard and this early?
Well, Sally, I'm like my clients and their customers.
Huh?
I like legs, too. Now hold it just that way while I take a look in the camera.
All right.
I've got a hunch that this is...
Okay, Rembrandt. Hold it just where you are.
Well, what have we got here? A guy, a gun, and a mask.
Oh, Mr. Merton, please.
You sure you're in the right place, buddy?
Don't you wish I weren't?
Oh, don't point
You over there in the stand. Stop the yapping. You won't get hurt. You won't either, Sonny, if you're a nice guy and hand over the dough in that safe over there.
A stick-up, huh? Okay, come on over and get it.
That was the general idea of my coming here. Now, don't try anything cute, pal. Just hand me the dough that's in there and I'll get out of here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Just till I get near enough to you to...
Sucker!
Wait!
Dirty! Shut up, sister! Shut up! Haven't I had trouble enough? Shut up, I said. All right, I'll shut you up. I gotta get out of here.
Gotta get to that telephone. I've got...
Hello?
Call the police. Man here wearing a mask killed Mr. Merton. Shot me. Stop him. Stop him.
Hope you don't mind dropping into this hotel lobby, Vance.
No, not at all.
My secretary was to leave an envelope for me at the desk so I wouldn't have to go all the way downtown to my office this morning.
I don't mind, Markham. We still have an hour before court opens. Will you be long?
Just long enough to pick up the envelope so I can have it with me in court.
That's the trouble with being a district attorney. You have to spend so much time in court. Personally, I prefer trying to find criminals whom you can take to court. It's more exciting, more of a challenge to the imagination.
You ever hear of murderer's alibi, Vance? That's generally the height of imagination. But today's case isn't a murder. It's a case where two men... Just a moment.
Markham on the telephone, please.
Phone call for me?
Apparently.
A boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
I'm Mr. Markham.
There's a call for you in booth 3, sir.
Oh, thank you, boy. Just a moment. Here you are.
Thank you.
Come on, Vance. It's probably my secretary just telling me that she didn't finish the papers in time and that she'll bring them directly to court, but we'll see.
I hope that isn't what the call is, Markham.
You'd like it to be a murder, wouldn't you?
No, but if there were a murder, I'd like to be in on it at the beginning. Here we are, Markham.
Booth 3. Here it is. Excuse me, Vance.
Certainly.
Hello, Markham speaking.
DA, Sergeant Heath, homicide. Your secretary told me where I could reach you.
What's up, Heath?
Murder, DA. Stick up and murder. Guy broke into the studio of a rich photographer named Merton early this morning. Shot him when he tried to resist.
Merton?
Yeah, he's dead. Guy also shot Merton's model, but she was able to call downstairs to the switchboard.
Go on, Heath.
Well, the switchboard guy tried to stop the killer, but he took a smack on the head from the guy's gun instead. Staggered out front in time to see the guy race away in a sedan. Got the license number and called it in.
Good. We get one break on the case anyway.
We get more than one, DA. Just got a call at headquarters that a radio car spotted the sedan and is chasing it. Thought you'd like to know.
I certainly would. I'll come down to headquarters with Philo Vance, Heath. Wait there for me, will you?
Sure. Oh, look, do you have to bring Vance? This is no case for a mastermind, DA. If we get the car, we'll get the guy in it that shot Merton. Why bring Vance in on this?
I'll tell you why, Heath. He and I were going to court. As long as we're together, and as long as there's been a murder, there's no way I know to keep Philo Vance away.
Step on it, Mike. We gotta get more speed. That prowl car's picking up on us.
I can't help it, Billy. I got my foot on the floorboard now. We're doing better than 70.
Keep going and stop slowing up for those curves. That's what's holding us up.
We gotta slow up for him, Billy. This crate'll crash if we don't. They ain't banked too good.
Keep close to the inside. We'll pick up a little time their way. The cops are taking the turns wide.
Well, whatever they're doing, it's working for them. I don't like this. I'm scared.
Keep going, Dope. Keep your foot down on the gas. I'll stop those cops. When they get close enough, maybe I'll throw a shot at them just for luck.
Better wait till after we get around this bend, Billy. Hold on. This is a tough one.
The wheel, Mike. Stay with that wheel. The curve. We gotta... Mike!
Well, we finally caught up to it, eh, Tommy? Take a look. That's what I call a real crack-up.
Sure is, Pat. It sure is. And the guy we were chasing is still inside nice and pretty, just waiting for us to show up.
Of course, he can't very well do anything about being hospitable or nothing on account... Yeah, he's dead. That's a good morning's work for us.
Sure. Guess I'll go back to car and radio headquarters, huh?
Why not? Just tell him that some guy tried to stick up and we chased him. Of course, we didn't catch up to him, but that doesn't matter. On account of death, did.
Hello? Hello?
Janie?
Oh, Billy, I've been so worried. That radio said that a man...
That was Mike, Janie. He drove me from the studio after I killed the photographer.
Oh.
And when our car crashed, I got out and planted the gun and mask on him and beat it just in time to duck the cops.
Oh, Billy, I'm so glad you called. I've been absolutely frantic.
No need to be, Janie girl.
Oh.
The only trouble with this morning was the fact that I didn't get what I wanted at the studio.
Shucks.
Be over at your place in a couple of hours. Wait for me.
You know I will.
Oh, that present you gave me, that mask?
Yeah?
Well, it's been picked up by the cops, naturally.
Uh-huh.
Only they think that Mike was alone in the car and that he killed the camera guy.
Well, good.
Very lucky present you gave me.
Oh, I'm glad, Billy. And I'll make you something else. A surprise.
Do that, baby. Make it a cheesecake surprise. I had to leave a nice, fresh cheesecake I bought in the car when Mike got killed. Isn't that a shame?
You're quite a good driver, Sergeant Heath. You got us out here to the scene of the crash very quickly. Right, Markham?
Right, Vance, although I don't know what you can expect to find out here.
Except a wrecked car used for a getaway after a stick-up and a killing.
The dead killer's body has been removed, Vance, but nothing else has been touched. Why did you want to take a look at the car?
I'm not sure yet, Markham. Perhaps I had no reason. But I'll know that better after I take a look inside it. Coming, Markham?
Yes, of course. Heath?
No, not me, DA. I've been out here once this morning. It's too hot in the sun for me. You two go ahead. I'll wait in the car.
We wrapped up this stick-up murder in short order, don't you think, Vance?
Well...
And we got a hospital report that the model the killer shot will recover. All in all, it sounds like a good morning's work.
Even though you didn't get to court.
I have several capable assistants, Vance. They took care of matters there for me. Well, here we are.
Car's not wrecked as badly as I'd thought.
It crashed into that tree with enough force to kill the driver. And the driver was the man who held up and killed Merton, the photographer, so I guess that's all that could be asked of it.
I suppose that's right. Markham, there's a folded topcoat on the back seat of the sedan. Next to it, a package.
There's a cheesecake in that package, Vance, and that's where the police found it, and the coat. They went through the coat, but there were no means of identification in it. Fingerprints told us nothing either, by the way.
Something is telling me something, Markham.
What are you doing with that sunshade, Vance?
Putting it back up to its normal position, my friend. Just want to see if it could have been jarred down by the crash.
Well, could it?
I doubt it very much. In fact, Markham, I'm not even sure whether you've got your killer or not.
Now, Vance, please. The man was seen running out of the studio building. He was chased by the phone operator who got this license number. Police cars picked up the trail almost immediately, and one of our cars was chasing this one when it crashed. The murderer wouldn't have had a chance to get out and turn the car over to a Confederate while the chase was on.
Oh, that's right. But I still think there were two people in this car. And it's very possible that the murderer got away.
I don't know why you think that, but as long as you do, what are you going to do about it? Up until this minute, we thought we had a complete case in the killing of Mr. Merton. We found the murder gun and the mask here in the car. We have what we want.
I doubt whether you have. And I doubt whether I'm going to be of any help to you till I find the other man that was riding in this car when it crashed early this morning. And that, Markham, is going to be a man-sized job.
This is District Attorney Markham. The cheesecake murder case opened with the murder of George Merton, photographer who specialized in leg art, known colloquially as cheesecake. His model, Sally Burns, is in a hospital recovering from a bullet wound. And Philo Vance and I have inspected a car in which we believe the murderer fled the scene of the crime. The car, the driver dead at the wheel, seemed to have solved the case, but Vance is of the opinion that another man was in the car and escaped. His identity, if there was such a person, is unknown. Who he is or where he is...
Read it to me again, Janie. I like to hear it.
Uh-huh.
Just the part where I fooled him.
All right.
Gee, this is good cheesecake. Where'd you get it?
Huh? Oh, the usual place, Rowley's. Okay, Billy, here we go. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department is confident that the murderer of George Merton was killed in the crash that followed a wild chase through the suburb of Arlingville. The car was identified as the one in which the killer fled, with the telephone operator in Merton's building supplying the identification.
Great.
Sally Burns, Merton's model, identified the mask found on the dead driver as that worn by the holdup man, and the gun in the driver's pocket has been checked and proven to be the murder weapon. Well, that's it, Billy.
I guess I'm pretty smart, huh?
Oh, I never doubted that for a minute, honey. Well, hey, listen to this. Another story on the murder.
What?
It says, Philo Vance, noted private investigator, in an interview today said that he believed a second man was riding in the car, which the police believed to be the one used by the murderer of George Merton.
Give me a paper. Vance refused to give any reasons for his belief, but it is understood that District Attorney Markham is placing great faith in Vance's theory and has referred it to Homicide Sergeant Heath.
What do you know about that?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
How could Vance think there was somebody else in that car?
Gee.
How could he know about me? The cops chasing us never got a look. They couldn't know there were two people in the car.
Golly.
I didn't leave anything there except the cheesecake. Hey, what could Vance mean?
What could Vance mean, Billy? Well, Vance could mean that he's just as smart as you are.
Don't bet. Sweetheart, this little clam bake this morning didn't work out according to plan. I got no dough from Merton, but I know where there's a load of it just waiting to be taken.
Where, Billy?
There's a factory payroll getting made up this afternoon. I got the place cased. It'll be a snap. After that, wedding bells. Okay with you, sweetheart?
Oh, sure. Do a good job, honey.
I will. A good job, and I buy a string of pearls for you.
Oh.
A bad job, and the state gives me a rope for free.
Just dump the money out of the bag, Freddie. I done my job. Guarded you when you went to the bank for the money.
Right. Well, here we are. $30,000 worth of Uncle Sam's calling cards. It was sure shaky when I carried it from the bank, even with you around. Well, here's the greenback shower.
I sure wouldn't mind getting caught in that kind of rain.
I guess not. All in 10s and 20s, Pat. Oh, hand me the payroll list, will you, so I can begin to fill the envelopes?
Sure. Here you are. Hey, nobody's allowed in here.
I know. I like that. Then we won't be interrupted.
Huh?
All right, put all the dough back in the bag you just dragged from the bank. Come on, get moving.
Stick up, huh?
I ain't playing games. Now, don't either of you be a patsy because the dough isn't yours. It belongs to the company. But your life belongs to you, and believe me, I'll shoot in a minute if either of you gets cute. Including you, copper.
No kidding. I think
No, don't do it, Pat. Don't start anything. I'm giving them the money.
Ah. Well, that's being smart, pal. I want the money. I don't want either of you to turn around and get a look at me. And I want 5 minutes to get away before you start screaming. Well?
Everything your own way, huh?
Sure. I like me. I'm entitled to that. All right, get moving. Get the dough in the bag so I can get out of here.
I suppose you're wondering why we're going to see the model who was shot, Markham, inasmuch as the police have already questioned her.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, Markham, we've never been up against so hopeless a situation before. I have absolutely no assurance that there were two men in the murder car. Just my theory. We have a topcoat, which means nothing, and a cheesecake, which doesn't help us, and, well, that's all. Perhaps the model might supply us with a little information.
All I can tell you is that she remembers nothing. Apparently, she was hypnotized by the gun in the murderer's hand. But you'll find that out for yourself. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Markham. You want to see Miss Burns?
We'd like to. How is she?
She's resting in her room. Please try not to do anything to disturb her.
I won't, nurse. I promise you that. Come on, Vance.
I'm with you.
Hello, Miss Burns. I'd like to present Philo Vance.
Hello.
How do you do?
Miss Burns, Mr. Vance would like to ask you a question or two. Do you feel equal to answering?
What do you want to know?
I was hoping that you could tell us something about what the hold-up killer looked like. Something that would help us find him.
I can't. The police asked me that. I've tried, and I can't. When he came into the room, all I could look at was his gun. I kept staring at it, expecting any minute it would shoot. I keep seeing that gun and the middle finger of a man's hand on the trigger. I see it all the time. I see it right now. Oh, please don't ask me anything more, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Burns.
Please don't be upset. It's all over now. But you've helped us, Miss Burns. Believe me, you have. Come on, Markham.
I'm sorry I'm such a baby.
You're not. You're a very brave girl and a very helpful one. Thank you very much. I do hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Burns. Vance, what did you mean by telling her that what she said was helpful? Trying to make her feel good?
Not at all. She was helpful. I'll know exactly how helpful as soon as we make a stop at Rawley's restaurant.
You mean to tell me you found something in this case that ties up with Rawley's restaurant?
Yes.
Where was I all this time?
Right here with me. I'll admit this much. Rawley's is just a guess, but if it's a good guess, I think I'll have your killer for you. You see, I can describe him in a manner so definite that if he'd ever been to Rawley's, they'd remember him.
I don't know how you can do that, of course, but why go to Rawley's to describe our murderer?
Rawley's makes the best cheesecake in town.
That may be, but I don't like cheesecake.
I know, but our murderer does. I hope.
Of course, I'm proud of our cheesecake, Vance. It's famous all over the country, and this cheesecake you have is definitely ours.
That's what I thought when I borrowed it from the police, Mr. Rawley. You might be of great assistance to me and the police. If I could describe a man with a completely distinguishing characteristic, one whom I imagine is very fond of cheesecake, would you identify him?
Oh, well, I hardly think so. So many people like cheesecake.
I was hoping that perhaps you'd sent cakes to his apartment at some time or other. And if you had, that perhaps you could give us the address.
We have a record of every customer's name and address, Vance, but you'd have to describe the man pretty well if I'm going to come even close to recognizing him.
I'll describe him so well that there isn't a chance of your not knowing him if he happened to be one of your customers, Mr. Rawley. And if he did happen to be one of your customers, he's as good as caught right now. Hello, Sergeant Heath. Glad you're here.
Hello, Heath.
I drove down to this address just as soon as I got word that you and Mr. Markham wanted me to meet you, Vance. What's up?
Heath, Sally Burns, the model, told Vance that she was fascinated by the killer's middle finger around his gun when he broke into Merton's studio.
Well, sure. That's why she couldn't even come close to describing the guy. That and the fact that he wore a mask.
I'll take it from there, Markham.
Okay.
You wait down here, if you will. Heath, come with me.
All right. Where?
Up the stairs of this house. Keep your eyes open, Markham.
I will. Luck to you, Vance.
Thanks. Now, Heath, when that model told me that the killer's middle finger was around the gun, that got me thinking. Nobody shoots a gun with his middle finger. It's always the index finger.
Yeah, that's right.
Lower your voice now, Sergeant, please. We have to walk up a flight of steps to grab our killer.
Hey, what happened after you figured out there was something wrong with the trigger finger, Vance?
You remember the cheesecake found in the murderer's car, Heath?
Yeah, sure. Why?
I brought it to Rawley's restaurant. It was made by them, all right.
So?
So I gave Mr. Rawley a description of the man I knew was the real killer, Heath. I told him the man we were looking for had a paralyzed index finger.
Hey, that's probably right. Else why would he shoot a gun with his middle finger?
No reason. Heath, Mr. Rawley remembered a customer whose finger was paralyzed.
Yeah?
He looked up his records and found that he had delivered cheesecakes to him several times. Gave us his name, Bill Avery, and his address.
Yeah, I get it. And we're crawling up to his apartment now. Is that it?
That's it. Now, I know he's in there because while Markham and I were waiting for you, we spotted him. And this is his apartment door. Wait.
What for?
Just wanted to try the door. Might have been unlocked, but it's not. Quiet now.
Yeah, there's nobody inside.
Yes, there is, Heath. I hear somebody moving around. Go on, help me break down this door now.
One more ought to do it, Vance. There you are. Hey, there goes a guy trying to get out the window of the fire escape. Grab him, Vance.
Don't worry, I will. Leave him to me. Get downstairs and help Markham head him off in case I don't get him.
Right?
Pretty smart, aren't you? But you haven't got me yet.
Slight difference of opinion, my friend. I'm getting out on that fire escape with you.
And that's what you think.
Oh, well, that won't stop me from getting out there with you.
Okay, smart guy. You're going down the fire escape the hard way over the rail.
No, I'm not. I doubt it.
Help! Help me! I'm falling!
Hey, Vance, is this the killer down here?
Yes, Markham. That was our murderer. All right, Markham, I know. You want me to tell you why I was so sure there were two men in the murder car.
On a sunny morning like this, Vance, I'm entitled to be enlightened, don't you think?
I think. Well, Markham, the first reason was this. You and I are driving in your car. The sun is out, and you have the sun shield pulled down.
Of course. It keeps the sun out of my eyes when I'm driving.
Right. Well, the sun shield on my side is pulled down, too. That's because I don't want the sun in my eyes. There were two sun shields on the murder car, both pulled down.
Yeah, that would indicate there was a passenger in the murder car, come to think of it.
Not conclusively, of course. But then there was that cheesecake and a topcoat belonging to the dead driver across the back seat. Why the back seat, Markham?
I don't know.
The natural thing to do with a topcoat if you're alone in a car is to throw it over the seat next to you.
Except if there's somebody sitting in that seat.
Right.
I see now why you knew there were two men in the car, Vance. Wonderful observation.
Thank you. Merely a combination of circumstances that couldn't be explained any other way to my satisfaction. Now, Markham, you know why, in the beginning, I insisted that the dead driver was not necessarily our murderer.
Yes, I do. I know why you insisted in the beginning, and also how you found him at the end of the cheesecake murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Friedrich arrived at the headquarters of General George Washington in December 1777. He was introduced as His Excellency, Lieutenant General Friedrich von Steuben, exalted officer in the service of the King of Prussia. Oh, he had come, he said, to aid the Americans in their revolution. How about that? Now, the Continental Congress and General Washington agreed that what the disheveled, disorganized American troops needed most was the influence of an experienced Prussian general, and that's how Friedrich von Steuben became, quote, drill master of the Continental Army. This Prussian was commissioned a United States Major General, but he performed as advertised. In fact, Friedrich turned colonial farmers and merchants into deadly weapons. And more, he prepared the standard drill manual, which became the Bible of American forces for decades to come. And at Yorktown, oh my, now the division under his command distinguished itself. And to this day, historians wonder, could we have won our freedom at all without him? Anyway, we almost didn't have a choice. Prior to his arrival in America, the Continental Congress had decided that no more foreign officers would be commissioned by the Continental Army. You see, General Washington already had more than he knew what to do with, and many in his service had aroused jealousy and discontent among American officers. In fact, the only reason Friedrich von Steuben was not immediately sent home was he made such a grand entrance. Oh, my! He had arrived at Portsmouth impressively attended by a military secretary and an aide-de-camp. His Prussian general's uniform fairly sparkled, his dossier the most glowing imaginable. It was all a fraud. It was all a fraud. His staff, little more than actors. His uniform, only recently tailored. His references, just a pack of lies. The highest rank he had ever actually attained was half-pay captain in the Prussian army. And he'd had nothing whatsoever to do with the military, anywhere, for 14 years. And this incredible deception was not even von Steuben's idea. He had friends back in Paris, you see, and one in particular who believed that Friedrich von Steuben, despite his lack of credentials, was somehow essential to the ultimate success of the American Revolution. And history has justified that special faith in him. By the way, that one friend in Paris, eager to deceive America for her own good, the fellow who was especially intent upon selling the Continental Army on an illustrious Prussian general who never was, that man never openly admitted his role in the conspiracy. He didn't have to. His signature appears at the bottom of the von Steuben letter of introduction and recommendation. Practically all by himself, Friedrich von Steuben transformed the awkward, uncoordinated, undisciplined soldiers of the American Revolution into an awesome fighting machine. And he got the opportunity in the first place because one man had a gut feeling and a gifted pen. You see, the man who fortunately sent us von Steuben was Ben Franklin. The Benjamin Franklin. Only now you know the rest of the story.